Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final PSOC meeting, Project Service and Operations Committee for this term. Welcome to the Chief Executive and the elective leadership team, which are to my left and to my right, to the staff over here, and members of the public, and to the press. Please be aware that, as you know, this meeting is being recorded and it's live streamed, and the video is available on our website. Elected members and to the members of the public, please remember to speak into the microphone, have it nice and close to you so that we can hear you clearly and also so that it can be recorded clearly. Could everybody please remember to put their phones onto silent and all devices onto silent so that we have no interruptions. So we have a very, very big agenda to get through today, 400 pages plus, so there will be some changes as we go, but we will start this morning with the public forum. The first person to speak in the public forum is Greg Robertson from Wharf Street. Greg, if you would like to come up to the microphone. Greg is going to be speaking to us around the Wharf Street projects. Greg, you have 10 minutes and then some time at the end we'll have some questions. Thank you.
Right, very good morning everybody, and thank you once again for the opportunity of just talking to you about Wharf Street, the importance of it in our CBD and what we're trying to achieve down there, what we hope you want to partner with ourselves as the businesses of Wharf Street to achieve the objectives. I'm going to have three areas to my discussion this morning. First of all, I will review the rejuvenation of the CBD itself, so we understand that the Wharf Street project is part of that rejuvenation process. Secondly, I want to look at Wharf Street and what we're doing there, or what we hope you will help us achieve. And finally, I want to presume that it's proceeding and talk about the implementation and trying to get a little bit more efficiency and process into the implementation so that the businesses of Wharf Street aren't adversely affected, as we've noticed elsewhere in the town here. So first of all, CBD rejuvenation. Over the last 10 years, Tauranga CBD has suffered terribly through a period of transition away from traditional retail to a service centre. We've got to facilitate that transition as a group. Now that's the business community must help, and the council must also do its part of sharing in that transitional management to ensure that we get a vibrant CBD. Any city without a heart hasn't got a future. Our heart at the moment needs dents. You know, for the last 10 years, we've seen less and less people come through the CBD. The retail position of the CBD lose its momentum. And in response to that, that's all going out to suburban retail malls, which are a whole new service centre which the people love. So that's not a transition that we would want to change or reflect upon adversely at all. It's a matter of creating, in behind that transition, a new opportunity that's based around service. To become a service centre, we've got to have different facilities and different offerings. Eat Street, which is what Wharf Street is about, is one of those changes which we've got to facilitate to ensure that the CBD has a heart. As I say, it's a stent. It's a stent going into your artery system to provide momentum to the future, to provide a change. It's also, by the way, one of the cheapest options you'll have as a council to create such a big change in the community. We've talked last time about how successful it's been in Rotorua, and sorry, I'm going to have to mention that again. You can look at what Rotorua has achieved through their Eat Street. We can do the same. We must do the same. And we must keep on to achieve that as part of this rejuvenation process that we've got to go through. So now, let's have a look at Wharf Street itself. It is already well committed to this whole process. We have got new businesses in there that have come to Wharf Street, are already set up, are already working in anticipation of the transformation into Eat Street. We have had property owners that have spent $1 million on upgrading their buildings in anticipation of this. This is definitely a partnership process. So we've got an opportunity to work in partnership between both the business community, that is both the property owners and the businesses there, and the council, to complete now what must be done. The businesses that are set up there are Barrel Room, Hop House, Fovina has just come down from Auckland as a new Korean restaurant. So we've got the opportunity now to create an ethnic-based hub of eateries that will bring people back into the town. We've got the apartments being built currently. We've got the new offices starting to re-emerge back into the town. These people need a heart, a soul, somewhere to go to, and that's what Eat Street's about. It's worth observing that the money to do this is in the long-term plan, has been set aside, and it's just simply the completion of what you've already agreed to do. So it's no impact upon rates or anything like that. It is already set aside. Finally, I just want to reflect on what we've observed from a similar project, Durham Street. My office looks down over Durham Street, so I've had the opportunity to watch how that works and everything like that. And can I make a couple of observations that I'd love to see implemented? There needs to be more dialogue with the businesses there, more planning, better execution of the process. You know, it's hard for these businesses. You know, we've got several of them here in the public gallery this morning, and for them, they have that concern of how long is it going to take, how well is it going to be executed. Can we spend a lot of time on that planning and get it right? Look, I've somewhat flippantly written down here, we need a young buck managing this project, a young impatient buck managing this project. It cannot be left to wantonly drift. Again, probably not very PC, but what we've watched from my window is a lot of people moving orange platters out there in Durham Street, witches' hats and the guides that move everything around for people, and not very many people on the tools doing what needs to be done. We've overemphasised the rain gardens and not the let's get it finished. We've got to think very carefully about this project. We've got to plan it, we've got to execute it. If we do that, we can actually achieve a wonderful outcome for the city without the detrimental impact upon the businesses that it is around. So look, this is a vital project to see to its completion. We need your support in order for the partnership to be complete. The businesses there have committed to it. The property owners have committed to it. We've had huge turnouts for the supportive meetings to try and get it to this point. So all we wished from today is the execution, and good execution if we can. So I'm going to leave it as simple as that for you this morning, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg, and you raised some valid points. We have questions from Councillor Morris, Councillor Baldock, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for presenting this morning. In terms of the streetscape portion of the project, that's looking about $1.3 million plus the design, about 270, say 1.5.
Right.
What sort of discussions have been held by businesses and landlords down there around having a license to occupy regime to fund the debt and depreciation of that portion of the project?
It's certainly very normal to have a license to occupy charge. It's anticipated that there will be one. It would probably be useful to have that deferred until such time as the businesses have got momentum from it. But in terms of is there going to be one, or is there an expectation of going to be one, I don't see any issue with that at all.
supplementary, do you think that all of the businesses would sign up to a licence to occupy at the level that would fund the works down there? Well, at least the street, it's a $4.9 million project by the looks of things, but in terms of the streetscape portion, do you think that the businesses there would be willing to fund the depreciation of that asset?
Your question was, would all the businesses?
Yeah,
I haven't canvassed all of the businesses, so I can't answer on behalf of all of the businesses. I do know that there have been a lot of discussions around this whole concept, and in principle, I can see no issue.
Councillor Baldock.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Greg, for your presentation. When we had the open day consultation down there, the message was pretty strong that either we give up and go back to a street or we do it properly. And the reference to each street is quite common, though I don't kind of agree to it entirely. It's going to be different. But the issue of a roof, the protection from the weather, when you talk about the Rotorua situation, what's your view? We don't want to lose the sun, but we do have weather issues in New Zealand to make it the most usable. Well, how are we going to get on without having a cover over top?
Sorry? There is absolute momentum towards no roof within the group down there. I have a personal view that's different, but that's a personal view, not a street view. So the street view is that, yes, we need to get it finished, and that's more important. I personally, if I can put my own personal view forward, would love to see a roof structure that was clear, but that's a personal statement. No.
Time's up, but we have time for 3 very quick questions, councillors. So we have Councillor Stewart, Councillor Granger and Councillor Moy. Quick questions, please.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Greg, for coming in. Just a couple of questions. One is Durham Street had massive time delays, and as you know, it's still being worked on. So have you thought about that and what impact that would have on the restaurants down Wharf Street if there was a delay similar to Durham Street? How would that impact on your businesses?
We cannot afford a delay like Durham Street. Can we be crystal clear there? These businesses are the people that pay the rates for this town. We need vibrant businesses that are performing. We've got to plan at the beginning a lot more effectively and ensure that the businesses are involved in that process, they know the time, and we've got to ensure that the project is well researched so that we know what we're doing.
And given all the streets closed at the moment and the amount of construction, how important do you think timing is, and how should we give consideration on that aspect?
Timing, we've agreed, should be after Easter. So as soon as Easter is over with, end of April, we would like to see the project underway.
And just lastly, car parks. Will there be cars being able to park in that street as part of the project?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Granger.
Thank you for the presentation this morning. Just a question, the near future, what we're intending to do as regards to the City Civic Building, Administration Building, and the possibility of a library, also maybe a square running through to Masonic Park out to the Strand. We know that's in the near future. Do you think in this case it could be the cart before the horse? In other words, if we do Wharf Street first, are we taking a little bit of limelight from what we intend to do very soon after in this area? What's your thoughts on that?
Wharf Street is a purely commercial solution. Is that all right? That it is about the restaurants, it is about the bars, it is about the activity. That's quite different to a civic process, which is, I'll call it non-commercial. It's about libraries, it's about civic function. I see the two being very different.
Could be those types of cafes added in that area, who's to know, but I'm just saying, are we jumping the gun a little bit? That's my concern.
Absolutely not, in my view. If we don't bring people back into our CBD. We haven't got a CBD. We need a heart. We need a soul. We have to have an engagement between the people of the city and the city itself, and the heart. Without that heart, sorry, we lose our city.
Final question to Councillor Malloy.
Through the chair, my question will be quick. Thank you, Greg. You seem to recognise at the start that the city has, especially the CBD, has gone through some challenges. And my question to you is, going forward, do you agree that we need to recognise those challenges so that we can actually progress?
Absolutely. If there's anybody in this room that doesn't recognise that we've had challenges in the last decade in the CBD, then you need to walk down there anytime you like. It is a very, very challenged CBD. Okay, we must accept that. We must change it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg, and we will be discussing DC 143 probably around 10:30, so we can come back to that topic at that time. Thank you for coming in, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, I'm going to be a little bit flexible with the agenda today and change the order of business just so that we can get on and deal with the petitions that we've got, because there are a large number of people sitting here. So I propose at the moment, and juggling the agenda around, to move the chairperson's report, late items, minutes, etc., till after we've done the petition. So hopefully that suits
So
everybody.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Baldock. Okay, so firstly, we have no apologies.
Sorry,
So,
Madam Chair, just and add to that you have the flexibility to adjust DC
Yep.
234 as necessary.
okay,
to
yep, I'll
try and squeeze
I'll
in.
speak to the change of order of that business a little bit later. So we have no apologies. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? I have Councillor Morris recording a conflict of interest on DC 226. Anything else? No? Okay. So we will move now to the petitions that we have in front of us, councillors, on page 30, starting on page 33. The first report is DC 227, which is chip seal resurfacing on Santa Monica Drive, which is in Papamoa. We have Ron Melville and Bill Lomas coming to speak to us. And then we will have a discussion around DC 227. So Ron and Bill, if you'd like to, Ron's just coming up to speak to us. So councillors, page 33, 34 of your agenda. Thank you, Ron. You have 10 minutes, and then we'll have some questions after that.
Just before I start, Leanne, hopefully that's on. Did you want us to present first, or my colleagues from Oriental Parade, who we thought that they were starting first and we were next? Happy with us? Okay, all right. Good morning, Your Worship, the Mayor, Committee Chair Leanne Brown, councillors, and in particular our Papamoa Mount Maunganui Ward councillors, Steve Morris and Leanne Brown, and council staff in attendance. My name's Ron Melville, and I'm here today representing 172 petitioners, many of whom are either ratepayers or residents of Royal Palms, and in particular residing on Santa Monica Drive, Papamoa, and adjoining streets. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been mandated to submit a formal request on behalf of all those petitioners to request this committee halt the proposed 2019 road resurfacing of Santa Monica Drive. Our road, in our view, is fit for purpose and does not require resurfacing anytime soon. The present hot mix seal was laid some 25 years ago as part of the premium Royal Palm subdivision. It is a smooth and quiet, no mess, no tar bleed surface, having stood the test of time due to the type of surface, original quality application, and relatively low volume of light vehicle usage. We understand that should resurfacing occur, council policy calls for a chip seal application, which in our petitioner's view is of inferior quality and false economic cost effectiveness. If it has been to be regularly
reapplied multi-times over, say, a 25-year period, it would not, in our opinion, serve the community or the council's finances well into the future. The petitioners I represent today are mainly retired, demographic, old-school voters who take pride and are passionate in their surroundings and where they live. An example of this was the recent example of this community's response to the recent waterways and wetlands plantings in Royal Palms. As a result, the same community thanks you for listening and, through our ward councillors, pausing this planting project with the council's commitment of re-engaging with residents and organising a community session update in mid-spring. Hence, in regards to my attendance here today, the residents I represent respectively request that this forum receive the request of the petitioners and halt the planned Santa Monica Drive resurfacing for the foreseeable future, and like the landscape plan, pause, engage and reset the intentions within the project. In closing, I would like to convey that if we go through a decision-making process without listening to the community, it could be something put in place is not understood by the residents. And if the residents don't understand it, why would they necessarily support it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. We'll take some questions and then we will have staff speak to the report. So any questions, councillors? Councillor Clout?
Should we be listening to the other petitioners before we actually ask questions? Because I'd be interested in asking questions of the actual petitioners who live in that area.
We have two different papers in front of us. They are similar, but you're right, we can discuss them. Prefer to keep them separate. Mr. Melville is speaking on behalf of those residents for Santa Monica, Palm Beach Boulevard and Gravette. So we'll get to Oriental in the next paper. Okay, so we have DC 227. Do we have staff presenting to this report? Councillors, you know we have DC 227 in front of us, which is receiving the petition, noting that staff will defer the resurfacing and that we will look at re-engaging with that community. So Martin, over to you. Thank you.
Yes, so Madam Chair and councillors, so we have put before you a decision that we will defer the resurfacing of this particular road in Papamoatil. Yep. So we've made a decision, or we're putting before you a decision for you to make with regards to whether this resurfacing of Santa Monica Drive gets deferred till the reseal season after next. Probably what I've got to say is that the difference between a chip seal and a hot mix surface is really the aesthetics. They both serve a purpose of sealing the surface to make sure water doesn't penetrate the pavement. So it's protecting the underlying layers of the pavement from deterioration through water penetration. We've had this fit for purpose policy in place for a number of years now. So we've resealed a large volume of residential streets that were previously hot mix with chip seal. Most of them have been accepted. They have been kicked back from a number of residents, but the majority can see the reasoning behind why we're doing what we're doing. There is a significant cost difference between a chip seal surface and a hot mix surface by square metre. That's probably all I need to say at this stage. I'll open for questions.
Okay, Councillor Morris, then Councillor Kurek.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. In terms of the resealing program, my microphone's a little bit less noisy than others for some reason. That's right. Oh, I've got to pull it close to my mouth. Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Bullock. When you look at some nearby resealing, I think in the Gardens Drive in Papamoa, just off Domain Road, there was, I think it's probably about 3 years ago, that was resealed with chip seal, but there doesn't appear to be any rollover, and it's quite nice and relatively smooth. Obviously not as smooth as it was before, but very well done. And the next paper, of course, is on Oriental Parade, and they've had a significantly different presentation of the road afterwards, and I think these residents are afraid of that happening, justifiably. So what have we done, what are we doing as a council to ensure we get more of the former road resurfacing like the Gardens Drive and less of the latter like Oriental Parade?
So, Madam Chair, yes, I'd like to respond there. We have our work is done by contract, and we've got a contractor on board for a 5-year term, and the method we use is a approved NZTA New Zealand Transport Agency method, where in this case the responsibility for the quality and completion is on the shoulders of the contractor. And for each job, they do have a 12-month period of liability or defects liability, and that's the period of time which any blemishes or faults can be improved or fixed during that contract period. So we're limited to what we can do during that period other than raise issues, and if they can fix things early, they do. However, winter period is not a good time to do such work, so often it waits till the next season.
Excuse me,
Phil, could you just pull
Madam
your
Chair.
microphone a lot closer to you? Everybody, we're having some sound issues. We haven't got a volume switch, so to pull it
Madam
nice
Chair,
and close.
what I think we've got to realise in this room, we don't actually need microphones, but we speak to the person far away on the other side of the room, not as though we're having a conversation with ourselves. So that's all. Yeah.
They're struggling very, very hard.
Okay, Councillor Robson.
I have 4 questions, just quickly. The policy changed when? 3 of them are just require simple numeric answers. The policy changed when? What year did the policy change?
I think it was 11, 12.
2011, 12.
I believe I can get you the exact date later on.
Thank you. You talk about there being a significant difference in cost. Can you give us a number? Because some people's significant is other people's. Why not?
It's about 4 times to 5 times the cost.
Is that lifetime or is that per application?
That's per application.
Lifetime cost difference?
Lifetime, if you take the whole of life costs, then a chip seal will probably, for the life of an asphalt surface, you probably chip seal between 2 and 3 times within the lifestyle of one hot mix surface.
The cost difference between hot mix and chip seal over a lifetime is, can you give me a number?
I can't.
Thank you. You write in our report, agenda page 35, paragraph 3, we have deferred servicing, we have budget capex 0, budget opex, and then below paragraph 4, capex budget approved in 2019-20 annual plan. What is the capex figure? It seems kind of weird that we don't actually have the capex figure there, given it's been approved. And this is a report to us, and it gives us some idea of how much money we're shifting. What is the capex figure, please?
The capex figure for resurfacing is about just over $3 million per annum.
Thank you. And my last question is sort of like a, if I can, I'd just like to probe the response you gave to the previous question, which is you were asked the difference between a good job, a job that people seem happy with, and a poor job. And I suppose I just want to push a little bit harder there. How do we get a good quality job? Because the response I got was a description of a process. But I think what was being asked was, how do we get a good quality job? Is it contractor specific? Is it weather specific? How do we get a good quality job? Because apparently, listening to my colleague, you can get a good quality job with chip seal. It's just that sometimes we don't. So I suppose what we're looking for is, how do we effectively get a good quality job with chip seal? that's the answer we're looking for. Well, certainly I am.
I can deal with that. Is that on? Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor, or through the Chair. Certainly there's a lot of technical things in regard to opportunities for quality. One is the actual technical qualities of the bitumen, and it varies from shipload to shipload and source around the world where it comes from. There is polymer modified bitumen products or polymers that go in to assist with the adhesion of bitumen to stone, and then there's the quality of the contractor in their application. Generally, as I said before, it's up to the contractor to deliver that quality to meet our specifications. Sometimes they fail, and I'm not saying in this case they do, but there are some issues in Oriental Parade. However, that can be rectified.
Just a supplementary then, is it possible to specify on some basis the quality of the finish? And for here I'm looking at, there are measures of smoothness. We know from an engineering perspective there are measures of noise. We know that, the smoother the surface, the lower the noise. Is it possible to specify within the contract measures of performance of the chip seal finish that would, if you like, encourage the contractor to deliver a quality finish, because if they didn't, they wouldn't get paid?
The question of smoothness is the normal road is generally smooth. Resealing doesn't change the smoothness. But if there is major deformities of the surface, they are fixed prior to the resurfacing as a repair job. In terms of noise is a maintenance factor of many things. It's the type of tyre, it's the speed of vehicle, type of vehicle, and I guess the coarseness of the surface. And we're using a very fine chip surface, generally 2 coats. We have the grading, which they're a fine chip, as fine as we're allowed to go in terms of normal road maintenance. It does seem to get, once chip goes down, the chips are sharp. They do roll a little bit to form a smoother surface once they've been laid down and trafficked with vehicles.
Thank you. Councillor Currick, then Baldock.
Phil, further to your explanation around the variation to the quality of the product that's put down on the surface, and given that would be out of the control largely of the contractor, but then later you said, but it can be rectified. So just to clarify, what can be rectified? The consistency of the mix, which is outside the control of the contractor, or perhaps it is, or are you talking about rectifying it once it's put down onto the road?
Yeah, Councillor, there's a mix. Is that on? The contractor has responsibility for that, and any bitumen that comes in, they do test it to meet the NZTA specifications, and it's not exact. There's a bandwidth that they can comply with, and it's up to the contractor to manage the application of that. There's the application rate onto the ground, onto the road surface. If they put too much bitumen, it will flush up through the stones, and that's a problem. If they don't put enough on, that's also a problem. So there's a bit of contractual contractor responsibility. They do use experienced operators for their plant, and then when they apply the chip, that the truck driver has an impact. If they apply too much, it's just oversupply. So they have control of all that.
Further to that, so there's an inherent problem with chip seal in terms of getting the final finished product consistent versus hot mix, where you know that once it's laid down, you've got a fairly consistent product. So given that, if the residents of a certain street were supportive of a targeted rate, for example, a small amount every year that they would pay to get that, that level of service that they've enjoyed for 25 years, I think it was said. Is that possible? I know we had some discussions about this many years ago before I think the policy came into place, but has technology here at TCC improved where we could quite easily implement a targeted rate? And if so, I assume that would require some consultation in the street?
I think the discussion around a targeted rate, I will pass over to Christine Jones to respond to.
Speak to that and some other questions that have been asked. So you could choose to do a targeted rate if you wanted to, but this is a level of service issue. So under the local government, any significant change in level of service can only be done by way of an LTP. So you could have to do it through a long-term plan or a long-term plan amendment. So you can't just do it by way of a resolution of council. And in one and two respects. Firstly, to change the level of service. If you wanted to go from chip seal to asphalt as a citywide level of service, that needs to be consulted on. And also, if you want to introduce a new targeted rate under the ratings provisions, you would also need to do that through a special consultative process. So one of those must be done for the LTP, one must be done through a special consultative process. Just this issue did come up a few months ago, and we did provide a memo to elected members. We're happy to recirculate that again. So the issue was first raised in the 2006 to 16 LTP. It was picked up again in the 2009 to 19. At that time it was like for like, and then in the 2012 long-term plan, the decision was made to shift it to a fit for purpose policy. One of the key reasons was that NZTA made it really clear that they would not fund the like for like, so they would only fund a subsidy on the fit for purpose. And so if council wished to do asphalt across the whole city where it wasn't required from a technical perspective, that additional cost, all of that needed to be borne by the ratepayer. So that was one of the key considerations at the time. So hopefully that answers some of the questions that have been raised. As I say, happy to recirculate the old issues and options papers from 2012 when the council considered this issue, and there's a summary memo that we have prepared that highlights the history of this matter.
Thank you, Christine, and that's also relevant for the next agenda item as well. Councillor Kurek.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the resolutions in the report, there's a time frame there, but do you think it could be wise to extend that? And we'd have to refer to Phil in terms of if we have to extend it further to put into the 10-year plan process before making a decision in terms of resurfacing that road. So what year would that be? What would the timing be?
The next LTP is 21 to 31, so you have already requested that this goes on to the list of issues for consideration, so it's already sitting on our internal working list. It's a really technical question for the transport team as to whether this particular surface can be cared for enough for it to be serviceable until that decision's made.
Yes, that we believe it is fit for purpose. There are minor blemishes that can be repaired. It will last a number of years.
I'd probably just like to add that it's a surface that's probably close to 25 years old. It's not a lot of traffic goes up and down it, admittedly, but it's the UV, the oxidization of the bitumen within the surface that breaks down, and has started to break down. We will have to put some OPEX funding into keeping that surface going, and it may mean patching or what we call banding of cracks, because we've got to make sure that it remains watertight, because if it starts to break down quickly, then we've got a bigger issue on our hands and a more costly repairs to take forward.
I'm going to go Councillor Morris, Baldock and Clout, and then we'll look to the recommendations in the agenda.
Madam Chair, just foreshadowing that I have an additional D that I'm prepared to move as part of the recommendations when it's appropriate to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Baldock, then Councillor Clout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will project my voice over there to Susan so everybody can hear me, as per the Mayor's instructions. Lots to say really when we come to the resolution, but when you say that there's a significant cost difference, part of that is the removal of the subsidy from NZTA, which happened in 2012, and I was here when we debated that hotly. And secondly, I don't believe we have factored into the fact that if we redo chip seal 3 or 4 times during the life of what would be hot mix, we don't factor in the fact that costs are going up exponentially all the time with construction. So, it's a penny wise, pound foolish thing where we say multiply that by 4 times, but actually it probably needs to be multiplied by 6 or 7 times because inflation is just pushing up the cost of construction, and then we would get a better figure. So, you know, I don't think you took that into account in 2012. You may not remember off the top of your head, Martin, but that's the question really for now. Do we factor that in?
I don't remember what we did in 2012. You're right. It's a long time ago for me. But it's a piece of work that we can take away and do. And as part of that level of service discussion, we'll certainly be bringing that back to you as part of the next long-term plan.
Councillor Clout, final question.
Yeah, thank you. It relates to the memo which Christine Jones referred to before, and we elected members did receive that, and I've done a few calculations, and it looks like the amount of extra cost for hot mix is not necessarily over the lifetime of a 35 or 36 year road surface is not actually, you know, 4 or 5 times the cost of a chip seal. It looks like it's more like a couple of times. So I think if we can have that memo dated, I think it was 2011, if that can be updated to with today's figures, and so we can then have a look at it very carefully. I'd like to consider a targeted rate for neighbourhoods who would like to retain the hot mix. So we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay, so we will look at what the recommendations are in front of us. As Mr Melville said, we need to pause, engage. It sounds a bit like a scrum, so we'll head into that. We have 3 recommendations in front of us and a 4th that Councillor Morris has circulated to councillors. So do you wish to move it, Councillor Morris?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move A, B and C with an additional D that reads, we request staff present and issues an option paper to Council for the 2021 annual plan on road pavement resurfacing level of service. There we go. And if there's a seconder, I'm happy to speak to it. Okay, Madam Chair, I do recall I was sitting in the public gallery in 2012 when the decision on the level of service was made. And I remember when I was chair of the Papamoa Progressive Association, there was quite a lively debate at the committee between residents who were living on existing chip seal streets and the subsidy they were in effect paying people like me who were living in a substantially more quiet cul-de-sac and having my street resealed in hot mix. However, we've had some 7 years of reseals, and it's my view that the community is up for a discussion again on the level of service. And given the numbers expressed today around the budget being $3 million per annum for reseals, and the fact that we're lucky to get any NZTA subsidy for any of our projects these days, I think that it is something that we need to reconsider with our community. And I think in recent times as well, the level of quality of the chip seal has been quite inferior, and it's actually an aggravating factor when you move from a nice smooth hot mix surface to a chip seal surface which isn't done to the level I think that we would expect as a city and as a community, and that's an aggravating factor when it's not done well. So I think the community's up for another discussion in terms of my esteemed colleague Councillor Clout's discussion around a targeted rate. Yeah, I think that needs to be part of the paper. However, it would be an absolute nightmare in terms of administration, because how would you get consensus in a street in which there's several hundred people living? It's very hard to get consensus in this room where there's 11 people living. So that is something which I think in the administration would prove to be a bit of a nightmare. But I think our community is up for a new conversation on this, and I think that it's also a matter of priorities. When you look at that level of budget, $3 million, you know, we've got, of course it's an OPEX thing, but it's still money. The CapEx project down in Wharf Street, $4.9 million for a small project like that. And so I think we need to have a conversation with the community about what its priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Mayor Brownless, do you wish to speak now?
I'll only be echoing what Councillor Morris has said, so I will save the time and leave it to someone else.
Councillor Robson, then Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support the motion as proposed, particularly with the addition of the Amendment D. I think it's well thought out by the councillor. I just make the observation with regard to consensus is we don't get a consensus on our rates at all. Yet we still decide that on the basis of what works for the well-being of the community to make decisions. So let's not use the word consensus as a block.
Councillor Baldock, then Councillor Clout.
Yes, likewise, I'll try not to echo Councillor Morris. Could be a terrible sound, but there's a couple of other things I think that should influence our decision. There is improving technologies all the time. I've been informed by contractors from Fulton Hogan and so on that, and this was some years ago, that there are ways of sort of resurfacing a hot mix surface that gives it extra life. We don't have all the equipment we need to do it in this country, but it is an option. And then there are new products now. I think they're mixing recycled plastic with hot mix and developing a surface that it's been trialled in New Zealand, it's developing a better ability to keep water out. So who knows in 20 years' time what we could be, would have at our disposal. We've trialled this for 7 years now. I think it is time for the community to have another look at it and see what they want to address. The annual plan may only give us some advancement, and then we may have to go into an LTP, as Christine Jones has said, but it's certainly, I think we're ready for it, and we should do it as soon as possible. Support the deferral that's mentioned in the motion as well.
Councillor Clout.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Baldock just touched on I was going to ask Christine Jones, this resolution D does not preclude a LTP discussion the following year, and in many cases this will be a preliminary aspect to that. Is that correct?
So this would give you two options. You could choose in 2021 to do an LTP amendment. You couldn't do it through an annual plan, but you could have the discussions as part of the annual plan. If the council of the day decided to proceed, then it would become an LTP amendment, or the council of the day could refer it into the upcoming LTP process, which would be for 2021 to 31. So those would be the two choices open at that time.
Okay, just my comments, as Christine said, it's already in the LTP, it's on the agenda for discussion. We have been talking about this for some time as a result of some of the commentary from the Papamoa Residents Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association. Most of our residents drive on their street every single day, so that's something that matters to them every single day. So we need to look at this, and as Councillor Morris said, I think our community is up for the discussion. We'll try for the annual plan, but as said, it may roll over into the LTP. But we'd have to look at what matters to our residents every single day. So, further commentary, Councillor Mason, then Councillor Kirek.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see not only the commentary about the issues and options about the levels of service, but also the financing aspects to that. There's the difference between the OPEX and the CAPEX aspects of it, and how they are funded and financed is pretty important to the final decision. So, just would request that from staff as well.
The surface on the roads in any community is a big part of the amenity in that area, particularly the newer modern suburbs. It's taking away something that people have enjoyed, for many years. As pointed out, that's the difficulty. And my street was one of the first ones to be changed from smooth hot mix to chip seal, and I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. Obviously, I got a bad job that just rolled off for so long, years potentially. For the first while, it was going into the garage, and these chips have got sticky tar on there. You walk in the house, there's marks on the carpet, and I hop in the shower and there's black spots in the shower. It was just a horrible experience. So I'm up for the discussion if I'm here. I think moving forward, potentially a solution if the council balked at the overall cost, where we changed the actual policy from fit for purpose to back to like for like. A solution obviously is to have a targeted rate. I think back when we had an earlier discussion, I did a quick desktop, and it was going to be like $40 or $50 a year per property as a targeted rate. And I think, if you surveyed the street, I think most people would support that. So definitely up for the discussion.
So no further comments. Right of reply, Councillor Morris.
Very briefly, I'd just make the comment in terms of the earlier discussion around whole of life costs, and I think Councillor Baldock raised the point of the cost of delivering infrastructure going up year upon year upon year, and I note that it's often an argument presented to, or a piece of advice from officers presented to councillors that in terms of rate increases, that the cost of delivering infrastructure goes up far above inflation every year. And so that would lend support to Councillor Baldock's discussion that if you do a hot mix job earlier, then the cost of the reseals subsequently may not be as large.
Thank you, councillors. So DC 227, that's A, B, C and D, moved by Councillor Morris, seconded by Mayor Greg Brownless. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, team. We will move next to talking about Oriental Parade, because it is on the same level of service, conversation, etc. So we have Rod Simpson, who will be speaking to this report, the resealing of Oriental Parade, Oreti Crescent and Bucklands Crescent. Again, a topic that came up through Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association. So Rod, if you'd like to come up to the lectern, you have 10 minutes to speak. I believe we have some images to look at, which is great to put things into perspective. So councillors, we're looking at page 85.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Rod Simpson. I live in Oriental Parade, which is the street you see on the screen above you. This is my colleague, my neighbour Chris Faya, who lives in Oreti Crescent. We're here to speak on behalf of the 60 petitioners that petitions we received from that little area marked in yellow on your screen. There are about 106 houses that are affected by chip seal, and the response was about 49% overall. Some streets it was higher than others, but 49% for a street petition, I think you'll agree, is pretty damn good. Which gives you some idea of the level of dissatisfaction with the council resealing. This occurred about October, November of last year. We were all quite taken aback, but I especially, and went and spoke to quite a few of the residents. I found that I was not alone, and I wrote to our mayor here, who passed his letter on to his officials, and in due course we received a sort of generic reply. If you have got these, yes, I think you do have the letter in front of you. I immediately looked online at the reasons why council might have done what they did. and I found this document on your website, Council Resurfacing Resealing. And I'm looking for a reason why you would do this. And all I can find is to waterproof and protect the underlying road layers. So then if I look at the letter that we received, all the other residents that wrote to council at the time received, and it says, the purpose of road seal, be it chip or hot mix, is to protect the underlying structure. So anyway, that's fair enough. But what evidence do we have that there was anything wrong with the road? I maintain there was nothing wrong with the road. There'd been one pothole repaired, but basically the road looked in damn good condition. And yet suddenly we're taken back into what I call the dark ages with what we got. Okay, we'll just show you now the video. Oops, now, how do I press? No. We've got a video here that actually.
Effectively, that's the before and that's the after. We do get into a video, which I'll let someone else do, but you can see there's a massive difference. And it, yes, largely aesthetic, but as you've spoken about, and I agreed with everything in the previous discussion of councillors pretty much. We drive on these roads every day. We pay our rates. We've just received our latest request for rates, and on the envelope it says, need your council. We need our council to step up.
Volume.
That's okay. So the preceding surface was as existing as it were, and this is what we are left with.
This is what we got.
To the best of our knowledge, this is one coat of chip seal. Oh, absolutely. Albeit that, you know, these are suburban roads. I live in the cul-de-sac Origi Crescent, so it's not exactly a busy road. But yes, you would notice noise difference. But my biggest observation, and I've worked in the construction industry for over 30 years, is the breakdown of this new surface within 12 months. There's areas of stripping are becoming more frequent. There was potholes within a few months. Well, that's why we played the video, because pictures obviously present a better situation than words, but I would invite anyone to come along. The chips, we were told, yes, chip rollover, it's a phenomenon, etc. We were told that the chips will settle down, but we're now 7 months on or so, and the chips are still largely in my garage, my neighbours' garages, on the berms, in the stormwater system. They're not still on the road where they're meant to be. The amount of chips that were lost did not meet the specification document that we were sent. So that, in my mind, means no one's monitoring the situation, because there was hundreds and hundreds of chips out of a square metre of road that were loose. Now, admittedly, about 2 weeks ago, they sent the road sweeper along to sweep them all up, so it's nowhere near as bad now, but the chips are still continuing. And I imagine, I'm not a roading engineer, I'm a building surveyor, and I imagine that, yes, chip seal will continue to lose chips over its life, but again, in a very quiet suburban road, I would imagine that the amount of chips that are being dislodged every day is more than what is intended. And I think what was being talked about earlier about life cycle costs, you've got to take into account not just the square metre rate of hot mix versus chip seal right now today, you have to add into that all the added costs of having staff go back and multiply the operation 4 or 5 times over that 20 years. They're all costs to do with that operation. So it's about taking, for want of a better word, I suppose, hidden costs as well, or operational costs for the council, for the contractors too, because that will all be added into the equation. Why has this situation become about? Because yes, chip seal as a technical road surface, I'm sure it can operate correctly, and Councillor Morris has referred to areas at Doncaster. There are areas leading into our area on Palm Beach Boulevard and St Heliers Place that are local roads. They had 3-coat chip seal, and they are, I guess, acceptable. But what we got was 1 coat. I understand the specification since then has been changed back to something else, but I don't know what. And in my experience, the reason you end up with poor building projects or roading projects is not necessarily the materials or any variance in the materials, it's variance in workmanship. In the construction industry, good, cheap and quick are 3 descriptions, but you can only ever pick 2. So if it's good and quick, it won't be cheap. If it's quick and cheap, it won't be good. And I've spent the best part of 20 years now working in the leaky building environment. And people always blame untreated framing, Harditex, etc. I shouldn't probably name the word. But the biggest problem is workmanship. And that is our biggest complaint. And initially we were here as well to support the residents of Santa Monica because we've got what they fear. Now ours is a fait accompli. We'd like to see something done, and we're in negotiations with the council ongoing to try and get that effected. But you'll see from our petition today that we're asking for the council to reconsider the policy of like for like. And the other side of ours is that we've been told that council will have an engineer investigate at September when the weather's better to identify all the defects in our road surface. What we'd like is a commitment that that inspection will be done by someone independent of council and of the contractors, so that we get a true reflection of what the problems are. Sorry for butting in.
Thank you, Chris and Rod. So do we have any questions? Councillor Baldock, then Granger.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And because of something you said, I just wanted to bring it up that we might include in our report back next year. Another financial cost is the amount of chip that goes into the stormwater drains. I don't think the impact of that has ever been costed. If we did all of the streets that wouldn't qualify for like, we would see an enormous amount, I think, of that, and the cost of that clogging up our stormwater drains could be, horrendous, enormous amount. I have a 130-metre driveway. I can only afford to hot mix the top bit, and I'm constantly shoveling stuff out down below because it blocks up my stormwater culvert thing. That I can't imagine what it's like in our city all across if we go to chip seal. So thanks for bringing that up. My staff take that, we do need to address in the...
So noted as an action. Councillor Granger.
Thanks for you two coming in this morning and for your presentation. Just through the chair, Madam Chair, is it okay maybe to get the staff's response now, and when I say now, just in regards to the workmanship on that particular job?
Martin, are you and Phil able to come up and just take some questions from councillors regarding the current job?
Was there a question?
If you could please just give us an overview and an update on the job that was completed by the contractors, the issues with it, and what council plans to do to rectify the situation.
Pass over to Phil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have some discussions with the residents, and that was a few months ago. We have raised the matter with the contractor. They do have a 12-month maintenance period, as we mentioned earlier, and they will be asked to come back to do some rectification work. I think in view of the petition, I think it's probably best that I meet or we meet with the petitioners, or the organisers, Rod and Chris and others, and to agree a way forward. There are things we can do to improve that. It won't be a full hot mix, we can't do that. That's a different financial matter and also has other implications. So we certainly want to rectify the quality issues that we saw on screen. As you say, they're mostly aesthetic, and but there are a few other faults that have occurred which are mostly on the periphery, and we certainly want to fix those. Some have been fixed already, so we'll work through it. So I think our proposal would be to meet with the residents rather than just go in and try and do something.
Thank you. One of the points that they did raise, however, I mean, this has been going on for quite a long time, and there's been emails backwards and forwards, conversations backwards and forwards. Is there a request for an independent person to be part of that conversation? Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, we're more than happy to do that, absolutely.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Granger.
Yeah, look, just one further point that was mentioned just about one layer. Can you put us in the picture there? I understood, tell me if I'm wrong, as regards to there should be at least two.
Thank you, Councillor. It's a good question. There's a lot of options for chip surfacing. We have a number of options. One is a layer of bitumen and then 2 layers of chip, where there's two sizes of chip. One is a large layer which goes down first, and another layer goes on as what we call a dry lock coat, which goes down and embeds into the first layer of bitumen. An alternate to that is 1 layer of bitumen with 1 layer of chip, followed by another layer of bitumen and another layer of chip. So it's effectively the same, but there's a bit more bitumen in the second option.
It's the latter that we do?
We do a mix depending on the circumstance. In this case, we did 1 layer of bitumen with 2 layers of chip. It all depends on the size of chip and other things that come into it.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, can staff just take us through what the standard review process is? Because I only have one report here, which is a report from the residents. And it would appear, and I'm a little bit concerned, that unless the residents had said something, what's the process by which we check the quality of work? It seems to me the residents came to us a number of times and said there's an issue with quality. The initial response was, can I say, somewhat traditional for certain councils, not hearing particularly well. Meetings described as neither fruitful nor productive. Would we be looking at rectification if this hadn't been raised by the residents, turning it on its head? What's the process by which we check the work? Because surely if this work was done and we had gone and inspected the work before we paid the bill, hopefully, and we'd seen it wasn't up to quality, we would have... So can I just get clarification of what the process is and why it apparently failed in this instance?
Thank you, through the chair again. There is inspections of work. We don't watch and stand over. That's not deemed industry best practice. However, we do check a number of things with chip. You've raised the issue of loose chip. That does occur, and it occurs on every job because getting the exact amount of chip is very difficult. So we'd rather have a contractor do more chip and then sweep it up. In this case, they do that and they come back as often as is needed. In this case, I think they didn't come back as often as they should have, and we did get them back further. The other element, there was a lot of chip that came off, and we don't know whether that's due to too much chip being put on in the first place, or perhaps the adhesion wasn't up to scratch for the original. We did have discussions with the contractor about that, and they're unable at this point to have given us a response about the adhesion quality. We believe it's up to spec, but the workmanship is probably the main cause of the problems that we're facing on the street.
Councillor Morris, then Mayor Browners.
I yield to the Mayor.
I just think probably what we wanted to know was there an inspection process that we undertake anyway? So say we don't get a complaint, do we go around or have some expert go around and say this is good, this is bad, and or do we totally rely on residents to raise issues? That's probably the...
Thank you, Your Worship. No, we do have an inspection regime. We inspect every job that the contractor does. and we do have reasonable standards to match technical and everything else that goes with it.
I'd just like to add that through the chair. If we are to receive the subsidies from NZTA, we have to meet their specifications as well for road maintenance, including chip seal surfacing.
Councillor Morris?
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. So in this particular case, when the inspection was done, did the inspector raise similar issues to what the residents have, or did the inspector not?
Thank you. These things are raised and discussed in the office. One of the things with the black spots, if you like, or the blackness, part of that is chip that rolls under the action of tyres, particularly in and out of driveways and on intersections. And that's not actually a fault, it's just that the chip is rolled and bedded in stronger to the bitumen. And that does occur, and it occurs at various levels. In this case, it is quite extensive, we acknowledge that. However, the treatment is difficult. You can't just scrub it off. You cannot water blast it, because that might water blast the underlying bitumen as well. And so letting it age off and wear off is one method that we use. It's also cost effective. However, we haven't taken proactive means to rectify this situation while we've had discussions with the residents.
Clarification, does age off and wear off mean do nothing? Because it seemed to me that's what it was suggesting. We do nothing, and over time, the problem just because doing nothing is always, or no, actually not always cost effective, because you wind up with residents petitioning councils and we're spending a very expensive time.
As I said, this road was a bit more excessive than others we've had. Most we don't get complaints from, and that is an option, because the quality of the work is there, the stone mosaic is there, they're adhering to the base, it's waterproof, and it's got the texture for skid resistance for vehicles, so it's not a safety problem. And it does wear off over time. It doesn't take long for that bitumen to oxidise and become brittle.
No, but you could whisper in Councillor Morris's ear while I take a further question from somebody else. Councillors, just while we're having a discussion over here, we have had some robust discussion around level of service in the previous paper, and in this one we've had some good conversations, some feedback around the technical aspects of it, because it is building a road is technical. We understand that there was work in progress that staff have agreed to meet with the residents, which Councillor Morris can organise, and also agreed to an independent review. So I'll take one further question, then we'll look at receiving the petition. Councillor Morris?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there appears to be an issue, and it's not just in Oriental Parade, but even on the Showpiece Street I referred to before of the Gardens Drive, where the chip has stripped completely off the old hot mix surface, and you can see the surface which we were resealing underneath. I notice it because I sort of go for a bit of a skate every time I hit it with my scooter in the middle of the night. But that appears to be happening on every street that we have resurfaced with chip. And I'm trying to formulate a question here. Is that just a symptom of us putting a lower level of service over the top of a higher level of service, a smooth surface? That shouldn't be happening, right?
No, I don't believe that's correct. I can't understand your question about it. Are you saying every street has this problem? I don't.
Yeah,
that's not come to my attention.
Okay, every street that I've seen, from Plateau Heights to Sunrise to around Palm Beach and into the Gardens Drive, there are sections in which the chip has come off the underlying hot mix, which has been resurfaced, and they're bare patches. You can get them about that big, where you can rub your hand on the smooth hot mix surface underneath that we're supposed to be covering.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to perhaps have an inspection with the councillor to identify all of these. We'll certainly look at that.
If you could do that, thank you, Phil. Okay, so what we're going to do, we don't have a paper in front of us, but we do need to receive the petition regarding the resealing of Oriental Parade, Arete Crescent, Buckland Crescent, dated the 30th of July. Councillor Morris, moved by Councillor Morris and seconded by Councillor Clout. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Morris? Bearing in mind we're pressed for time.
Yep. No, very happy to undertake an inspection with the colleagues from staff. It is an issue that has surfaced after the resurfacing, and I think that in particular the residents around Oriental Parade have had a job which hasn't been completed, I don't think, to the satisfaction not just of them, but I think if elected members go out there, I don't think that they would be happy paying the bill for their own driveways in that regard. So yeah, thank you.
Any further commentary? Okay, so I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, and that's carried. The next one will go through to DC 226, which is a petition on the traffic safety of Tara Road. We have Jackie Brady here in the chambers if Jackie wishes to briefly speak to it. Then we'll follow up with staff. Noting Councillor Morris has declared a conflict of interest. So Jackie, you have 5 minutes if you'd just like to briefly give us an overview. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here for purely and simply for the safety of the everybody that travels along Tara Road. I actually live on the corner of Tara Road and Twin Oak Avenue, and see the traffic travelling by all day long. The speed limit at the moment is 80k. As we all know, when you see a sign at 80k, it's more likely it's going to be 85, 90. There's not just cars that travel along Tara Road, due to obviously all of the building work that's going off in Papamoa East and all around Papamoa. There's trucks, there's so many vehicles, all the heavy goods vehicles travel along Tara Road, and again in excess of 80k. There's going to be an accident that's going to happen. There's just off Twin Oak Avenue, there's a kindergarten, and there must be at least 50 cars daily going in and out of Twin Oak Avenue onto Tara Road. The issue is not just turning right across 2 lanes of traffic into another 2 lanes of traffic, it's also turning left. If you're turning left, even turning left, which is supposedly the easy way out, you've got traffic coming at you as you're turning left, and again in excess of 80k in both lanes. So you wait. For instance, this morning, just for me alone, pulling out this morning at 7:45, I had to wait for 5 minutes to be able to pull out across 4 lanes of traffic, basically. If you are turning left, you have to accelerate so quickly to be able to avoid the traffic that is coming at you, to basically get out of their way. And not all drivers realise, hey, somebody's waiting to turn left, I'll slip into the right-hand lane and let them go. But they can't always do that, because sometimes there may be another car or whatever in the right-hand lane. So you then pull off, put your foot down, travel along, and the car in front of you then this happened to me yesterday, be turning into the garden centre, which is off Tara Road. They then have to brake because there's no slip roads. So they have to brake because they've been travelling quite quickly. I then have to brake, causing the one behind me to brake, and again, it's a catalyst. Again, my biggest and main concern is for these people that travel, the parents that take their children into the kindergarten every day, in and out all day long. It's been close. We've been told, I've spoken to the people, to the mothers and fathers in the kindergarten, that they've come to some very close problems where they've waited to pull out. Put yourself in this position, you're waiting to pull out, you've got 2 little kids in the back of the car, yap. Your concentration is on the road, you're going to pull out across lanes of traffic, again, left or right. I can honestly say none of them are easy. Yes, it's harder to turn right. And then all of a sudden the kids, yap, 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 you're concentrating on the road, you turn because one's bit the other, and boom, you know, you've just pulled out, and at that time there happens to be a HGV coming along, travelling at 80k. Well, it's not going to end good. It's not. That road has to be reduced. The speed limit has to be reduced. That's what I'm here for, just to ask that the speed limit is reduced. And the petition that we got together was every single person on that petition that signed it said it's too fast, it's too dangerous. Something has to be done before something tragically happens. My daughter takes my grandchildren to that kindergarten, and I have nightmares every single time. Every time she takes them and comes back out again, you know, every time I listen for a screech, and I've heard quite a few. We've only had a couple of small incidents, may have not been reported, I really don't know. There are time marks where you can clearly see that people have had to stop, obviously, quickly. Again, all I'm here for is to ask that this road restriction, you know, there's got to be a restriction on there. It's got to be reduced before something goes wrong.
Thank you, Jackie. Questions? We have Councillor Stewart, then Councillor Granger.
Through the chair, thank you for coming in, Jackie, to highlight the safety concern.
Oh.
So would it be fair to say that the growth of our city, particularly in that area, has contributed to the higher level of vehicles and you know, your safety concerns that you've raised?
I'm sorry, yeah, I should imagine so. I mean, Tara Road wasn't always a 4-lane traffic. That's recently sort of been, and I think that was possibly put there in place because of the growth, yes, of Papamoa. I think it was put in place for that reason. But honestly, when it was designed, other things weren't thought about, anticipated. I now live on Tara Road. I'm on the corner, so it's, again, the noise is horrendous because of the type of road it is and because of the speeds. But again, it's more safety. Yes, in answer to your question, it is due to the growth of Papamoa, and I understand as well now there's a new, the road through Te Okaroa is now opened, which again is causing even more traffic through Tara Road, and I believe also there's going to be another road opening through that's going to create even more traffic coming down Tara Road. Therefore, the problem is going to get worse.
Thank you, Jackie. And just another question through the chair to staff. If I recall correctly, the citywide speed limit review, we've spoken about it before some time ago, so my concern is it could be up to 12 months away. So what is holding us back from doing the citywide speed limits sooner, as in weeks rather than up to 12 months?
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. We'll get to that after. We'll just take questions for Jackie, and then we'll move to DC 226, where staff will speak to your question. Councillor Granger, you have a question?
Hey, thanks, Kathy, and thanks for sharing your concern in regards to the safety on Tara Road. And congratulations also for the petition you gathered together. Just a couple of questions, or one question really, in regards to the petition. I see there's quite a few from the outskirts of that area, and I'll say quite a distance. Quite a few in Tauranga, the Welcome Bay, the Mungatapu, there's Bethlehem. Do those people use it regularly, or is it just somebody that's tacked on and used it once only, and maybe thrown their points forward?
Well, I actually own a shop that I work from home. So these people that have petitioned are the people that visit me. So they're the people that have been, yeah, that's why they're from out of town. And I also note there are a lot of people who come to my shop are elderly, and they will not even go through Tara Road anymore. They literally now come through the back streets, Twin Oak Avenue, into my place and back out again through the back streets, because they're frightened, absolutely frightened. And I'm not just saying that's the elderly at all. You know, there's young people doing it as well, but most of them will say to me, I won't even go on there That's how frightening it is. But that's the reason why they're out of town, because they're coming in to buy products.
Thank you, Jackie. Councillor Clout?
Thanks very much, Jackie, for coming in and expressing your concerns. I noticed in that esteemed publication, the Bay Plenty Times, this morning, there was mention that quite a few residents are happy with the existing speed limit and they would be very concerned of the impact on travel times. So do you have a broad feel of the overall community's concerns about this, as opposed to the concerns of people saying that if it is slowed down, the speed limit, it will actually have a negative effect on them?
Well, I'm shocked, actually. I don't know what article you've read. I'm actually shocked at that, and I don't know what residents would even... Oh, okay, sorry. I've not had time to read that. I'm shocked, actually, that people would even consider time over safety. That just shocks me. They've obviously don't understand. They probably just come along Tara Road from one end to the other because it's their route to and from work. They don't ever have to turn into either Twin Oak or into the garden centre. Or, again, there's another kindergarten on Tara Road, again, and the speed limit is still 80. So these people that are saying that, you know, that they don't find it an issue, again, that they don't obviously ever face that problem.
Councillor Baldock?
Can I just quickly ask, the petition doesn't say what limit you're looking at to be reduced to. It's currently 80. So you're talking about 70, 60, 50? What is there a preference amongst those who signed the petition?
To be honest, I'm not a professional. I mean, that's why I'm here as well, because somebody who is a professional would safely say this is what we consider to be safe based on, you know, what's happening.
Just a question from me. Follow Papamoa Link on the 21st April 2017, the 25th of August 2017, 19th of July 2018, just three that I found where there have been incidents that have occurred and photos of cars going off the road, etc. And reading the feedback that I've read, about 50% of people have said that some of it's just stupidity and bad driving, and 50% of people have said, no, it's got to slow down. So what's your view on balancing a speed that some people adhere to and driver behaviour which we can't control? What's your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I can't answer for other people. I'm a driver myself, been driving for an awful long time, and yeah, even if you stick to the speed limit along Tara Road, it's still too fast. That's really the top and bottom of it. It's just too fast.
Thank you, Jackie. So no further questions. We'll move to DC 226. We'll ask staff to come and present to the paper if you want to hang around, Jackie, so we can have a discussion. So we have...
Thank you.
Martin Parks and Duncan speaking to us today. Welcome, Duncan. Welcome to the chambers. Councillors, this is on page 75 of your agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pull my mic a bit closer. So, speed is a very emotive subject. We've heard from the lady presenting petition how emotive it is for the community out there. The government are placing a very high priority on putting in safe and appropriate speeds across New Zealand. Currently, speed is one of the biggest contributing factors to our quite significantly high fatality rates across New Zealand. So we're keen to ensure that we, in this city, implement safe and appropriate speeds across our network. It's interesting to note that Tara Road, the 80k speed limit is, there's only a few roads in the city that currently have a speed limit of that high, Tara Road being one of them. And it's a bit of a hangover when it was a rural, semi-rural road, when the road was upgraded a couple of years ago. The default speed limit at that time was 80k, and that's what we currently find today. You'll see that one of the recommendations in the report is to commence, obviously, the citywide speed limit review. And there was a question earlier from Councillor Stewart about why is it taking time to get underway. It's simply a resourcing issue within the team. We are just about to appoint a new person into the traffic safety team, and so that will free up some resource so we can get on with this important piece of work. So that's the reason why we haven't got it underway at this stage. Is simply a resourcing issue within the council. There's a significant process to go through to change speed limits. We have to follow the National Speed Management Guide that was set by NZTA, and it involves a lot of consultation with the community around what is the safe and appropriate speed. There's a lot of technical work that needs to be done within the traffic and safety team as well. And so that's why these things do take a period of time, and at the end of it, it needs to go into a bylaw change, which comes into this room for approval to go forward. Happy to take questions.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. As you know, there's a similar issue at Pies Par Road. There will be a petition of probably 500 plus signatures coming to the next Urban Form and Transport Development Committee on August the 20th. By then, will you have certainty about the resource, the employment? Because if not, I believe, and you and I had a discussion about, potentially putting this out to a consultant to start the process. These issues are important, and so if we don't have the resource, we should, source it, I think, and get on with it.
Through the chair, I don't disagree. We should have certainty around resource within the next couple of weeks, and then that will allow us to get underway with that piece of work. I say early to mid-September, but it is a lengthy process, and there are a number of roads where we've been approached by local residents to change speed limits. So there's a lot of work involved. Yep.
Understand it is a lengthy process, but the sooner we start, the sooner we'll finish it.
Councillor Cleric, Malloy, Robson.
Excuse me. Martin, the question, but firstly, just a concern regarding the design of that road. It was obviously designed 4-lane road to be very efficient, but the public speaker pointed out that there were no slips in and out, left in, left out. For example, that would just be basic common sense. I would have thought that that design would have accommodated that, but we'll leave that aside. Now, in terms of potential mitigation, I know the speed limit solution could take some time, but in the meantime, is there any potential to put in some sort of speed attenuation devices like little rumble strips before you, as you approach those? I'm thinking of the roads that I've driven on where, it just makes that noise to make you aware there's an intersection to slow down, etc., coming up to that road. Could that be done sooner rather than later?
It's an interesting question, and we've been asked that a number of times, not on this particular road, but when you put in what we'll call them judder bars for the sake of it, but the lady who presented the petition talked about noise. Now, judder bars or rumble strips or whatever you want to call them create a huge amount of noise with vehicles passing over them. And in the main, you get more complaints about that noise than any other noise from the road. They're a bigger concern. So my recommendation to you would be to not proceed with that. I'm happy for the team to look at any other easy low-cost measures that we might be able to implement to influence people's behaviour along that section of road. But it is a wide 4-lane straight piece of road, and the temptation is for many drivers to they almost see it as a bit of a challenge. I must admit, I go along that piece of road on a regular basis, and I'm a stickler for sticking to the speed limit, and often past when I am driving at 80k. So it is a concern that the petition has merit going forward for a lower speed limit, but there is a process we need to follow, and there's quite strict criteria to follow in the new guide from NZTA.
Are some of those potential opportunities in the meantime that you mentioned? Where
Through the chair, we'll definitely do a quick review to see if there's anything we can do. I can't promise anything that will actually change behaviour significantly. The best thing is the presence of our friends from New Zealand Police, but they can't be there all the time. They've got limited resources.
Councillor Malloy and then Robson.
Yeah, through the chair, my question was pretty much the same. Where a safety issue pops up that is quite important, surely we must have some mechanism of trying to manage that safety issue in the short term.
Through the chair, it's how you manage it, particularly on a road that's been designed to take the volume of traffic that we've got now coming out of Papamoa East. That without lowering the speed limit and then having that level of enforcement in place, it's going to be quite difficult to manage the current speeds that we've got on that piece of road. So I think we need to ensure that we get the speed management review done as quickly as we can, and hopefully we'll see from that the opportunity to reduce the speed limit on this part of the network.
Supplementary through the chair, if I may. The National Speed Management Guide, is anywhere in that they give us the ability to make an interim a speed limit?
Through the chair, if you're talking about temporary speed limits, no, not in these situations. You can only have a temporary speed limit where there's hazards or roadworks, planned roadworks on a network. So in this situation, you just can't put a temporary speed limit in place. It would be unlawful through that process.
So Robson, quickly, please.
Yeah, my question relates to perhaps managing expectations of people. You've mentioned NZTA. NZTA state publicly that the appropriate speed limit for Tara Road is 80 kilometres an hour. That's publicly available information. Are we able to work outside that? What scope do we have of working outside that? And the reason I'm asking is I don't want people to believe we're going into a process where we have capability of doing things, and then at the end of that process they get told, oh well, NZTA said, so we weren't able to change it. We know NZTA's current rating for that road is 80k. Can we work outside that, or will that potentially be a block?
Through the chair, I think you're talking about the NZTA mega maps that came out right across the country, which basically defined limits for all roads across New Zealand. However, we have an opportunity to put this road through the more detailed speed management guide, which sets quite a lot of different criteria. I mean, the mega maps is just an overview. We need to get into the detail through the speed management guide to see if there's an opportunity for change on this section of road.
So just for clarification, at the end of this process, we're not going to be in a situation where the people who are concerned about the speed limit are told NZTA is a block.
Through the chair, NZTA are one of the statutory consultees on the process. We have to work very, very closely with them. We need their support, but if we provide the evidence that supports lowering the speed limit through following what's in the guide, then they'll, from my experience, they'll be prepared to support a lower limit.
Ready to move, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Councillor Baldock. Moved by Councillor Baldock.
Just a
seconded-
slight amendment, if we could insert program to occur as soon as possible in the next 12 months into the resolution, just to send the signal, if I may, if there's a seconder.
Well, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Granger.
Yeah, and
Councillor Baldock.
the sooner we start, the sooner we can address these concerns, not only this one, but others around the city. As I said, there's a petition, significant concerns at Picebar Road. And in response to the question from Councillor Robson, you know, it is our road, it's not NZTA's road, so it's not like we're stuck with that. But yeah, as has been said, we've got to consult with lots of people, and these processes are long, but hopefully sanity will prevail at the end, and safety will be acknowledged as the main priority.
Councillor Granger. Further commentary? Just from me, I certainly support it, but I hope that more than consult, we'll actually engage with that local community and seek their feedback, because consulting comes after we've already decided what's going to happen. So with that said, I will put DC 226. All in favour, please say aye. Sorry, Councillor Stewart, you didn't have your hand up. Did you want to speak? I can allow you 2
Very
seconds.
quickly, to say that the citywide speed limit review needs to happen as soon as possible, and it is the growth throughout our city that is creating these issues, and we're going to hear next week from the Post Par area.
Thank you. I'll refer. So all those in favour, please say aye. Against? And that's carried. We'll very, very quickly go through. I'll defer Chairman's report to the end of the meeting, which is likely to be about 9 o'clock tonight, the rate we're going, so I'll defer that. Accept of the 8 items. Can I please have somebody accept that we have DC 220 to be accepted as a late item, which is Arataki multimodal project. Thank you, Councillor Clout, and seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We move to confidential business to be transferred into the open. Don't believe there is any at this point. I defer to Councillor Kurek, who usually pulls us up on those things. Councillor Kurek, are you comfortable? Thank you. So change order of business, I've already indicated we will be flexible. At 1 p.m. we have Tauranga Main Street coming to speak to us very briefly for 10 minutes around Wolf Street and city centre issues. So confirming the minutes that are in front of us from the 8th of June and the 25th of June. Those are on pages 10 through to 20 of your report. Firstly, are there any amendments to those minutes? No amendments. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to take those two together? Moved by Councillor Clout, seconded by myself. Are there any comments or questions around those papers? Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, through the chair. Once again, there's a lot of staff actions that I don't think have all been followed up. For example, Coolum Park regarding the amount of car parking spaces that would be available, and also when are we going to re-engage with the community. So that's just one example, but I've got my agenda noted with quite a few question marks for follow-ups, so just highlighting that again.
Thanks, Councillor Stewart. I also looked through the same thing, a lot of staff actions. Some have been covered off in a separate report from staff. Some are covered off in the general manager's reports, and we'll do a wash-up of what's not through that process of the general manager's reports. So rather than take them one by one here, if that's okay, we'll do them as we go through the general manager's reports, which will be this afternoon. So if everyone's comfortable with that. Any further questions, queries? Councillor Morris.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just in terms of page 11 of the minutes, there was a proposal in the chamber from downtown Tauranga around, street fronts. Has there been any progress on that? I know that parties involved are fairly busy at the moment, but on other things. But is there any progress?
We'll be coming back to Council on the 27th of August. There'll be a paper that's currently being prepared, and so we'll address that issue then. So that said, I'll put to the minutes. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? And that's carried. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and I'll be strict on 10 minutes back here and ready for the first topic, which will be DC 143 City Centre Projects Updates. Apologies to those that are waiting, we won't be long.
Madam Chair, though, given it's 10 to 11, and one of the presenters from DC 234 is here and has to leave, I believe, at 12, if she is, or isn't Sarah here? Okay, she was told that she'd be done before lunch. Could we maybe do that one first?
Okay, councillors, everyone please take your seats. Okay, so in front of us we have DC 143 on page 115 of the agenda. In front of me we have Doug Spittle and Travis Wooler from Isthmus ready to present to us on the report, and we have some recommendations to consider. Councillors, please make sure we concentrate on Wharf Street because that's the decision mostly in front of us. The others are for later on in the year and for a new council. So over to you, Doug.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you've got a very busy agenda, so we will get through this presentation reasonably quickly. Just want to quickly overview the... So I'm just getting this clicker working, maybe. Sorry, that's my technological limitations. There we go. Yes, this is the City Centre projects update. I'll quickly run through these projects. Just for starters, just to put this in the strategic context. We have the spatial framework from 2018. It was actually endorsed. It went to CTC in November 2017. The focus of that strategic document endorsed by Council was improving the amenity in the city centre by investing in high quality public urban realm. It's also relevant to look at the proposed urban strategy and the proposed smart growth future development strategy, in the sense that we have serious challenges ahead of us in terms of accommodating growth, dealing with housing need and transport. And you'll recall that the program of work that has stemmed from that includes changes to intensification provisions in the city. And the Urban Form and Transport Initiative is still continuing with that focus and telling that story. But the focus on the Te Papa Peninsula, which has a spatial framework under development as well, that is also relevant to this context, being the city centre is obviously pivotal to the Te Papa equation. And you can see that is the highlighted red area in the bottom left as to employment density in the city, clearly where most of our jobs are, and the equation of live, learn, work and play lives large for the Te Papa proposition. In developing those strategies, we did talk to the development community a lot, and when the question was asked, why would you develop, or what would make you develop more residential and commercial developments in the centre of our city? The answer was always, first and foremost, amenity. You've got three major levers. One is regulatory settings, another is infrastructure, and including principally transport. But amenity in the city centre is so important to encourage development into this part of the city. And that is where the spatial framework for the city centre, which has these key moves, 8 key moves that I won't go into, but underpin why these projects have been prioritised. And you can see that all these key moves are really about creating great places for people. That is the ambition for the city centre. It's not about making great places for cars necessarily. That is a different lens that is applied to some council projects, but for when you talk to developers and say what would make you develop here, it is about a people place versus a transport need. Because when you live here already, you don't need to transport yourself to where the jobs are and where the action is. So the spatial framework prioritised this list of projects for the first 5-year period. In terms of what's been done already, we've got the tidal stairs, clearly a great people place. There it is at night. I'm sure that's not the same group of people hanging around. This is under development. This is the end product, obviously. This is Durham Street, which will be a streetscape complementing the development of the University of Waikato, just opened earlier this year. Aspen Reserve, that one is shelved or parked, excuse the pun. That was a decision from you earlier. So to take you through the current projects we'll talk about today, there is Wharf Street. There it is today, or yesterday. Looks beautiful, but that's the concept plan for turning it into an Eat Street pedestrianised destination. Here's some just concept renders of the type of outcome anticipated there. I'm not going to talk to the design outcomes myself. Travis is here if we want to delve into that at all. But that's what it will look like. The cost estimate for the project at the moment stands around 4.9 million, and that includes a 25% allowance for contingency and risk funding. So just pausing on the recommendation today for Wharf Street, the proposal was to arrange a workshop before the 27th of August with the design consultant to present the detailed design to the key stakeholders and elected members. Following that workshop, a report to the council on the 27th of August could outline the full financial implications of the project and potentially seek approval for proceeding to tender and construction. Elizabeth Street is the next project. There it is in its current form. There's a lot of construction activity on the street at the moment, connects to Durham Street as you can see, and the farmers' development at the eastern end. There is the farmers' development, which was one of the drivers leading to this project being prioritised in the program. That's the view of the same development from First Avenue on the next block over. And again, there's a concept design that has been workshopped. There's some renders just giving some feel for the type of change proposed there. And the cost estimate for that project is 20.3 million, and that includes a higher contingency given it's just at concept stage to account for contingency and risk, the unknowns, given less in the way of preliminary investigations and such has been undertaken, and of course it is only at concept stage. And in the recommendation, it's actually to really kind of re-engage with the scope and staging of the project, re-engage with the community, re-engage with stakeholders and councillors, and reset what those design options are to take forward to the new council. It does require work continuing in the meantime so that such options can be developed. And that's the proposal there. Strand Extension is the last streetscape project I'll outline. It's at the end of Elizabeth Street, so this is the furthest extremity of the eastern end of Elizabeth beyond Devonport Road. You can see on the left there, Regional House is currently under refurbishment. It's Regional Council's new headquarters. It's anticipated to be completed around November this year. There's the lookout at the end, a steep pathway going down to some of the Regional Council facilities, and then a lovely waterfront location at the bottom. And there's our first tidal stairs in the bottom right corner. That's the concept for the building, which will be open in a few months. This is Wallingford House, which is at the bottom of the site, at the street level where the works are proposed. It is eventually going to turn into the Harbour Master's headquarters. It's not going to be complete in November like the rest of the building. It is the next stage of development, and that really was a driver for this project, looking to create marine facilities for that Harbour Master activity. You can see a boat ramp, a jetty and a pontoon against which a barge would be moored for response activities in the harbour, and there'd be washdown facilities on the hard stand area as well. So there's a couple of renders of the potential end product. $4.9 million estimate, and again that includes a higher level of contingency given it's at an earlier stage. So the recommendation for that is to report that to the new council in December this year with an update on how the detailed design has progressed for that upgrade project. Just quickly, what else is happening? This is a map showing developments which are either very recently completed or are currently under development. It's not all the pipeline projects, including this very site we're in right now. It's just the ones that are underway, including the Harrington Street car park. That's the reserve, which has got Aspen Reserve behind it, recently completed. The post office turned into a boutique hotel, restaurant and bar. Latitude Apartments, currently under construction. 51 The Strand. The Quest Apartments on Devonport Road, service apartments. That's the Tonkin and Taylor building, shown in concept, it's finished now. That's the former Cornerstone Bar, which has been demolished and under construction. And that's the building under construction next to Red Square as well. So a lot happening. That's why the Tauranga City Centre response plan, with this most recently adopted in 2019, has our approach to dealing with all the disruption from this development, promotes a joined-up approach to the city's development, communication, access, getting people to and around the city, and activation, things that will bring people into the city. So the report outlines some of the recent initiatives through that plan. So that's a summary of the recommendations. The report has the full text of the recommendations. I can leave that up on the screen to facilitate the discussion. That was all I really wanted to cover there, and Travis and I can answer questions.
Thank you, Doug, and my apologies. We are looking at Wharf Street and Elizabeth Street today with the Strand extension for discussion further in the year. So first questions we have Councillor Baldock, then Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that presentation. I just wanted to ask questions of Paul Davidson, if I could, because it sort of touches on all three of these. As we see the investment in the city centre, both our investment but private investment and property values going up, the city centre investment fund is a general rate funded thing, isn't it? Just to clarify that. But as we see, like farmers putting in 100+ million and so on, and buildings going up with hugely increased values, do we see a greater share of that rate pie sliced here in the CBD? So it is, although residential ratepayers may be contributing to the upgrades, we actually see a return for them because they ultimately end up paying less of a percentage of our rate increases. And finally, Paul, do we have any idea what a sort of a 20%, just a ballpark figure really, but that kind of a value increase in the CBD would deliver in terms of rates, and farmers building, what kind of rates they would be paying when it's built?
Sure, so just taking the first part of that question, and you allude to the fact that the pie doesn't grow any bigger in terms of when value increases. However, any increase in commercial of capital value of a property reduces the amount that other ratepayers effectively pay through that process. So in this case, and a number that we work on is that it's around about 1,800. I just need to check the actual figure. So for extra 50 million of development, for example, we would generate extra rating revenue to be distributed over the same, but our costs haven't changed. So effectively, it's a redistribution of wealth effectively within the city from a development occurring. So I just need to find the email from our rating manager that actually shows the amount. Excuse me for one moment. So for example, $50 million of additional commercial value generates $91,000 of rating value. So that would effectively mean that would reduce the amount of other people paying that amount. So that gives you an idea in terms of the quantum that we're talking.
So like the one farmer's development could be delivering somewhere around 150,000.
That's right. That's right.
Is that right? Or 300,000?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Councillor Mason.
Doug, could I ask you to comment on the why? Why are we doing all this? You mentioned the investors and developers are saying that amenity is critical to bringing people into the city centre. So are you talking about residential people as well as commercial investments, retail, office, etc.? So what type of amenity is important to the developers and investors? How does it rolling out? So could you say why this is important in terms of a levering action?
Yes, in terms of my experience working in previous roles, the initial Compact City work stream coming from the 2016 decisions of smart growth, and then the urban strategy, the future development strategy, there was engagement with the development community all through that, given the focus on the city centre as a place which made sense for trying to get more of our growth so that we reduce the impacts on transport and make the most of our existing resources and create a vibrant, livable city, for want of a better term. the meetings that we had, we asked in the sense of both residential and commercial, asking what would create the market conditions, because this is all about economics, that would tip over the threshold of making developments worthwhile. Really, it is about what the end product is. So if it's residential, it's like, what, if you're doing apartment or terrace housing, what would the consumer be prepared to pay? And in the absence of amenity, the development community say we're not taking that risk in terms of delivering something where for how much it costs, we need to sell it for 800,000 or $1 million. Now you go to where there is amenity, like for example the Mount North area, and the price point has been tried and tested, and there is that confidence, and that's why you see that demand, even a suppressed level of demand for development here going into those locations. So if you want to have development like housing happen in the city centre, there has to be a comprehensive treatment of amenity so that there is an experience that people are prepared to live in that and pay a higher, sometimes a higher price because of the higher cost of building that type of higher intensity living. And exactly what level of comprehensive treatment is required to make the experience worthwhile versus living in a suburb and travelling in a car to the centre city, different lifestyle proposition, that's relatively undefined. This is a comprehensive long-term plan as to what change would be required to create a great, livable centre city for people. And I think given the extent of investment you can see in both commercial and residential that has ticked up in the last few years, it's not a stretch to say that there has been some response to amenity improvements and the signals that are being sent from the development community, but it's it's kind of it's a very dynamic equation as to the confidence, the stage in the property cycle of the development community, and seeing what's there.
So my understanding is about 14,000 people live in the city centre living area zone, and who work in that area, right. but who live is about 2,200, and you can correct my figures if I'm wrong. But in Auckland, the rule of thumb when we went in the beginning of the triennium for a visit up there is that Auckland City Centre had achieved a sort of rule of thumb where they had about the same number, about 40,000 people living and 40,000 people working. So a good balance between the two. So if you think of the balance of ours, the difference is ours 2,200 versus 14,000, we've got a long, long way to go in terms of residential. So to what extent does this type of amenity development and a greater sort of placemaking impetus address that balance of starting to raise that 2,200 up to great figures?
So in terms of their Auckland experience, they had a city centre master plan which had a very high level of support from the community to greatly enhance the quality of their city centre. Over time, they've ended up somewhere around 16 years ahead of what their projections were as to the number of people living in their city centre, just because of how rapid their uptake was. And I suppose that that is a long game from our perspective. We are not in the situation where we're seeing this huge groundswell. Even though you've got developments there, you could count them on 4 hands in terms of how many additional units that kind of creates, other than the farmers, which is in the range of 100. So it is a long game, and when that momentum starts, it can really snowball. But the Auckland situation is difficult to compare to here because they're at a very different stage of that process. This is the start of a long game, yeah.
Councillor Clout, then Councillor Morris. No? Okay, Councillor Morris.
I can understand how we get confused sometimes. Given a joke I just sent Councillor Clout yesterday. In terms of Elizabeth Street, I've got one question, and then I've got 2 dealing with Wharf Street, Madam Chair. Would you like me to take all of them sequentially? Yep, okay. In terms of Elizabeth Street, how much local DCs are we collecting from the development up there on Elizabeth Street?
So local DCs from the farmers development, it's about 1.3 million, I understand. I do have that figure here. I'll just grab that for you. So 1.32 million in total. That's made up of 65,000 DCs for the non-residential and 1.25 million for the residential component.
Thank you for that. In terms of Wharf Street, I've got a couple of questions in it. The first one relates to the licence to occupy issue. Have we signed up a commitment from businesses / landlords down there to fund the works down there? And when I'm talking about the works, I'm not talking about the underground, the renewals aspect, but merely the streetscape aspect. What percentage of the costs are likely to be funded by LTOs?
I may at some point defer to Paul Davidson to answer the percentage, the equation, and I must say that we haven't actually worked through exactly what those figures are yet. In terms of process, we do have to, the bylaw needs to first allow for LTOs to be charged for Wharf Street. At the moment, it isn't identified as a street for which LTOs can be put in place. So the bylaw has to be adjusted, and then it's a process of working out what that fair and reasonable and negotiated, I suppose, LTO charge is for the space. You have just under 500 metres square of LTO space anticipated in the final design. The usual approach is a per square metre rate to work out what is a fair charge per LTO area in terms of what the return on that would be. So say for example you're talking around $120 to $160 per square metre, you'd end up for a 50 metre square LTO of around about 5,000. So you end up with, for 500 metres square of LTO in total, around about 50,000 per annum of return. That's just ballpark and completely putting the disclaimer out there that those conversations and negotiations haven't happened yet, but it's just indicative of the kind of level that LTOs sit at. So I'd just like to pass over to Paul, maybe to talk more about how that relates to the cost of the streetscape component that you talked about.
So through the chair, and Doug's correct in terms of the estimate of that number. Like based on our other LTOs that sit across the city, it would be somewhere within the range of recovery of sort of 30 to 80,000. I think Doug said 50 in the middle of that, which would be towards sort of 15 to 40% of the cost in this case, but without any negotiation or conversation at this point.
Thank you. And final question from me in terms of Wharf Street. Looking at the renewals aspect, the transportation and waters, can I get a feel as to the likelihood of there being a failure of either of those sets of infrastructure in the next 5-10 years? What's the likelihood of a water main fail or failure of the pavement, given that we'd be, I think, bringing forward the renewals for those?
I've really been looking forward to a question I can pass on to Travis Willer, and so thank you, Councillor. I'll pass it on.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the question and passing that on. Yes, it is likely that CCTV footage has been taken of all the wet services underneath. That includes sanitary sewer, and we know that that is very, very close to needing repair. We know that the two of the stormwater lines need replacement in places, not holistically, but certainly in one particular location on the northern, and the southern needs a fairly large repair in the immediate future. And with that, the paving will need to come up to be able to address that. The paving as it currently stands isn't in any sort of immediate threat of failure, but it's mainly that you need to peel it up to repair all of those things anyway.
Thank you. I have two questions. On page 120 of the report, point 27, we talk about the community open day for Wharf Street was held on 24th of May 2017, and we're now 6th of August 2019. One of the learnings that we have from Te Papa o Ngā Pora Takataka is that we started that with a 2016-17 design, and 2019 it's still not finished. So how are we going to re-engage with that community to make sure that our basis is actually a current basis, because things change horrendously in 2 years. People's expectations change, costs change, project outcomes change. So how are we going to address that? We've already got 2-year-old community engagement material.
I think I'll just quickly speak to the engagement that's been undertaken on Wharf Street since that last date that you had mentioned. I actually can't recall how many times exactly, but it seems like it would take a couple of hands at least to count up how many times we've met with the local business owners and landlords for Wharf Street. So there's been an ongoing and fairly robust engagement process there, which has moulded and shaped the design significantly. And that's why we've ended up with what we've got with. As far as a wider community engagement, once we get some direction on to whether or not this would be something that would be going ahead, I think that would be worthy of replacing that forward into the wider community for some wider feedback.
Hopefully get engagement and we can take into account feedback, which segues into my question around the timing issue. We've got a workshop arranged before the 27th of August, which is only 21 days away. And that's presenting to elected members and stakeholders the detailed design. So if there were any concerns around the detailed design, how will that be factored in on a report that's going to come back to Council on the 27th of August? It seems that perhaps the detailed design and the construction, etc., is possibly a little bit predetermined without any input from that workshop. Is that the purpose of the workshop, is to get our feedback, to make sure we're delivering the outcomes the community expect, make sure we're on track, on time, on budget? How will we factor in any concerns from that workshop into the council paper, bearing in mind it's less than 3 weeks?
I will pass to Travis to talk to how the process of going through the detailed design would work at that workshop. I'll just speak briefly to the intent, which is to use that workshop to socialise or go into the detail of the project with elected members and the stakeholders. But the report intended for the 27th of August and the current recommendation wording is to see if that next gateway is able to be passed through. Clearly, the process of going through a workshop is integral to the information being completely understood by the elected members to inform that decision. To me, the timing in terms of a report being there to allow that decision to be made is workable in terms of there being a workshop happening in the intervening period. But I'll just pass over to Travis to talk about how the workshop would work through the detail.
So the last time the Wharf Street design was put in front of elected members was in a workshop scenario, and that was towards the end of the developed design phase, of which time there's other items folded into that design as part of that. There's an engagement process in itself, and with that then rounded out developed design. The process from developed through to the completion of detailed design, which we're very much at, hasn't meant wide sweeping change or any sort of general arrangement or spatial arrangement of the street. It really is getting down to how this thing would be constructed, so that can be estimated, technically specified, and then constructed following that. In saying that, it's intended that all things going well, that the construction period for Wharf Street would be following Easter of next year, which gives us sufficient time to modify anything if required. However, I don't think there will be large modifications given the level of engagement we've had thus far, and then procure that with sufficient time to then put that out for construction at that time.
Thank you, and hopefully if there was any value engineering, it would involve the councillors, because it certainly didn't for Te Papa o Ngā Pora Takataka. Next questions, Councillor Clout, Brownless Baldock, please.
Thank you. Can we please have the diagram of Elizabeth Street up there? Now, given that the bulk of the development, the bulk of the development is going to be the farmer's site, What would be the implications of undertaking the streetscape work just from Grey Street East? In other words, not going as far as Cameron Road? Because $20 million, to my mind, is way over the top and will be very hard to get community support for that. But if it was limited to Grey Street East, just in my mind, I'd like to know what the implications of that would be to the project.
Just to clarify, are you speaking about a stage rollout, or are you speaking about a completely different way of approaching the street, so it's only ever going to be that part of it that's upgraded over time?
Yeah, good question. I'm at this stage, it would probably be the full extent of the project would be to Grey Street, just in my mind. Yeah.
At that stage, the project would mean that you're only really addressing that one particular block, which would mean and east of that.
Includes what's called Tunks Point.
Tunks Preserve, yes. Okay, so east of that. We've proposed that over the next phase of work through develop design, if we can get that going, we'd be looking at staging and rollout optionings of this particular concept. If that was to take place, the entire design would need to be undertaken. It can't be done in isolation. As you could imagine, any sort of sanitary sewer, water, telecoms, any of those sorts of services can't have immediate kinks in them, if you know what I mean. So trenching and those sorts of things need to be allowed for within the entire street for that. If you were to, so that's the implications on that, so you'd need to do some design. If you were to look at just doing a project that has a completely different scope and completely different approach, then we'd need to start again. And that would mean essentially keeping, from the sounds of it, the framework of the street as it currently is arranged. Because you could imagine if you were to have taken just this particular scheme where the traffic is centred to the north of the street, there'd be a very dynamic kink at one point to line up with the rest of it. And so there's some issues around there, but yeah, there's kind of two things in that. One, you'd have to stage and roll this out, of which we'd like to investigate in the next stage. And the second is if you were to just only change the scope, then you need to address that in a different manner.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a line-up, Mayor Brownless, Baldock, Stewart, Mason.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is to avoid issues that happened in Durham Street. How close can we get to the budgeting being right? You know, what plus or minus percent could we work on there? And also the timing, because to me those are very two key issues, and it will also be of relevance to those people doing business in those streets. So that's my first question, and I have one after that.
Certainly, I will pass over to Travis partway through this answer as well. Just to quickly note, we have accounted in the cost estimation for all project costs, right from the outset, thinking of Durham Street in terms of there being professional services or contingencies that were not, or risk funding allowance that were not provided for, and when the unexpected comes along, the budget doesn't account for it. I mean, essentially a tender price does not represent a total budget for a project, and we're certainly not taking that approach here. So the cost estimations include estimates of all the total project costs. Travis will speak to the contingency he's applied to with his quantity surveyor to the estimates to date, and those have also been peer reviewed by another professional quantity surveyor outfit, and we also have our internal quantity surveyor looking at the figures as well. So there are multiple eyes on making sure everything's accounted for. We also, perhaps once bitten, twice shy from Durham Street, have at a staff level applied an additional risk funding allowance figure over and above the contingency accounted for in the QS work commissioned through ISMIS. So I'll just, that speaks to the cost estimation issue. And just briefly on the second, the key thing about avoiding the timing and the disruption and the discontent in terms of those affected by the works, it really is about working with those people affected, the stakeholders, some of them here in the room today, as to what the timing and programming of the works needs to be to lead to an acceptable level of disruption. And that process, given the time allowed for all of these projects to do that right. The intent is to do that in a different way from Durham. So I'll just pass over to Travis to talk to the cost estimation and the programming points both.
Thanks very much. Yes, as Doug had mentioned, this 20.3 is inclusive of all costs estimated throughout everything. As far as what we generally allow for within projects of this scale is working on a concept, keeping in mind this is a concept design, we make sure that we allow for a contingency on top of our estimated costs of 30%. So we've allowed for $14 million for the physical works of the street, and that includes the 30% contingencies. 30% contingencies inside of that. And then, as Doug has mentioned, there's been additional costs put on top of that as risk management contingency as well.
So, does that apply to all the projects, though? We're not just talking about Elizabeth Street, Wharf Street and the Strand. Is that same process being gone through?
Yes, that's correct. And that has had the additional risk funding associated to those jobs as well. With the likes of Wharf Street, it's important to know that our contingency has decreased for the construction side of things relative to more detail being known. So as we approach detail design, we drop to a 15% contingency. However, there is still risk management contingency on the council side added to that.
And my second overall question and final one is with regard to just the streetscape component only of Wharf Street, when we're having discussions, does it seem the wrong way round that we build something and then we talk about a license to occupy and how much someone's going to pay for it, and then suddenly, we can't do that. So would it not be best at the time of all these discussions to get all this signed off, because it would give huge comfort to me and perhaps other EMs as well, that then that streetscape specific side of things would be covered. You're virtually or largely covered. So I just wonder if that's something that other people do, or anybody, I'm sure private enterprise does it, but just if you could give us a comment on that.
I don't know if there's opportunity to go into more detail perhaps of the quantum that LTO's given. We don't have a figure, but what the quantum of what could reasonably be foreseeable is an LTO arrangement and a return from that, how that relates to the scale of the project here. In terms of an LTO in the region of, as Paul mentioned, something ranging from $30,000 to $80,000 a year, and looking at the scale of this significant placemaking project, the cost estimation in terms of all those things that go into running an asset once it's completed, the depreciation, the renewals and maintenance, the interest costs, it doesn't look like an equation where the LTOs are paying for even just the streetscape components of the project. The quantum of cost here is beyond that equation. So in terms of having LTOs which can have a return to council, yes, we can look at the street and say that's going to have 500 metres square approximately of LTO area, and there is going to be a reasonable proposition of taking those LTOs, but we can see at this early stage that that's not going to wash its face, so to speak. So it's more being realistic. Your LTO in terms of being fair and reasonable is just going to be what it is. So that's the best answer I can give to that dynamic.
Councillor Baldock, Stewart and Mason.
I was just going to indicate I'd move when questions are finished, if I may.
Councillor Baldock, we will move to that pretty quickly. Councillor Stewart, then Mason.
Thank you. After the Durham Street experience, it makes me very nervous moving forward. So what lessons have we learned that can be applied to other projects going forward, apart from adding a big contingency? What other lessons have we learned? Like, are we still looking at doing it at a high spec, really high spec? Or, what have we learned that can make it more financially sustainable to carry out these projects throughout the city?
It's covered in the report on page 118, 15 and 16, but if you want to speak briefly to those points.
Yes, I'd firstly just like to acknowledge that I wasn't involved in the Durham Street project at all. However, the learnings of the Durham Street project have been relayed through to me in quite a substantial manner from the project management team, which has been very valuable. A lot of them are relative to everyday practice in which I undertake. However, what we have done, especially for the likes of Wharf Street, is undertaken more substantial investigations early on what may or may not be underneath the ground. That's included a lot of trenching, investigative work through CCTV cameras and identifying as many services as possible in excavation areas, and then working through that process in quite a heavy manner. As far as relaying back high quality, I think it's relevant that we need to make sure that the quality of the projects that we're doing is robust and supportive of the strategies and processes that have been put forward in the spatial framework, so that we're achieving the ultimate goal of raising the level of quality throughout the CBD so that we're getting that commercial growth. So yes, there's been a substantial amount, and I would suggest referring back to that particular page for any more particular detail.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have read that page that you referred to, but as an elected member, I still don't know what all the learnings are from Durham Street, and apart from timing issues, communication and that. So I just need confidence in supporting anything going forward. I had one other question, and I'll direct this through the Chair to Paul Davidson. With our asset management plans, have we done CTV footage through all our assets and underground pipes so that we're aware of what condition they're at?
Yeah, we'll need to come back to you on that one. I'm just looking to my right, but I don't want to put Nick on the spot. But we will need to come back, I think, in terms of the answer to that question.
Final question, Councillor Mason, then we'll move to Councillor Baldock to move.
Doug, with the Heart of the City program, there was a lot of, or there was some economic impacts analysis work done, NZIAR, etc., looking at the various items and whether they would, what would be the exacerbated effect and all that. Has there been any further thought to the economics, which you mentioned earlier, of this, in terms of a return on investment to the community of this work? In other words, sort of looking 50 years or 30 years out, perhaps, by growing the amenity, what impact that would potentially have if you had a take-up of, say, residential of X%, and Y%, whatever it might be, just some scenarios, and also the rates, and also the residential rates, and also the spend that those people living in the city centre would have, plus the commercial rates as well, as has been mentioned earlier on. Because it seems to me that, like any investment, we should be looking at what the return is, and I don't really have a good feel for what quantifiable return is for some of these big numbers.
Short answer, no. Longer answer is that all the dynamics you talked about, and also the long-term proposition for the cost of servicing a city and the cost of transport, these all fall really under the lens of the Urban Form and Transport Initiative work that's doing the hard analysis of what those future scenarios could be. You had an initial kind of vision-based spatial framework document saying, well, we know we'd like the CBD to be better, so this is what it could look like. We had an urban strategy and a future development strategy saying, well, here's the dynamic that we think is deliverable, and a suite of infrastructure investments that need to complement that to achieve it. But that hard analysis of what are the long-term future scenarios and what are the cost, the economic analysis behind that grunty work hasn't yet been done. So that analysis may come through the AFD project that's happening at the moment. But I don't have any analysis other than what you've already referred to in the background.
Happy to move, Madam Chair, as recommended.
Madam Chair.
I did miss Councillor Robson, but just for the the public that are here, we have 2 reports to get through before lunch, DC 228, Bethlehem Scout Hall and Wakefield Drive, so we'll do those straight after this report. Councillor Robson, your question please.
Thank you. Sort of noting that I wasn't here for the adoption of the Spatial Framework 2017, which I've just heard referred to as a vision-based spatial framework document, and I've just heard a councillor say they don't have a good feel for the return on the investment indicated by that vision-based spatial framework document. I have a number of questions, but some basic ones. The proposed workshop, will that be a public workshop? Have the workshops to date with elected members been public?
I could defer to Robin here. I understand workshops, unless there's a reason for them to be confidential, are public, unless there was a briefing. We were proposing a workshop. Yeah.
And I'm correct in understanding there's been no economic impact analysis of what we're proposing to put in place here?
No.
Has there been any indication, and I've heard it mentioned, but I haven't heard a response, so I've got the feeling implicit in some questions has been questions of the actual time frame for the project. One of the things about Durham Street, besides the cost issue, which was caused by, I think, a young buck rather than an old and very cool head being involved in that project. One of the issues there has, of course, been the timing overrun. My understanding, it was intended that that project would be completed in time for the opening of the university. That's clearly not the case. What are the timings? What are the proposed work timings for these projects? Because that's part of our consideration of the negative impact they have on the city. So do we have a timing? For instance, for Elizabeth Street, what's the proposed, from the first time we put a sign up that says you can't park here, stop here, to when it looks like the concept drawings?
I can respond to the last part of the question around timing of construction. Wharf Street is estimated to take be in a period of around 6 months between Easter and Labour weekend. That period has been identified as a period of time that would be best suited for those businesses, and as which that then gets relayed to the contractor that it's imperative that they have that done in that particular time frame.
Okay, I mean, giving someone an imperative doesn't give me comfort. We can't order things to happen in certain timeframes.
There are particular contractual levers in which you can pull and make sure that those are up front in the procurement. Learnings from Durham Street mean that we can apply those in these particular projects.
Elizabeth Street, what's our timing for that? How long is it going to take from the mayor sitting there, whoever that happens to be, given this is taking place next triennium, from the mayor announcing it, standing there, first photo, to someone, possibly a subsequent mayor, depending on how the project went, being completed? What sort of timing are we looking at for that project?
Because we're only at conceptual design and there hasn't been any sort of investigation of any depth into what particular services need to be upgraded, it's unknown at this stage. Gut feel would put us between 9 and 12 months.
I did anticipate the answer that it's only a conceptual design, so the timing hasn't been properly thought through.
I'm sure.
Can we compare the size of the Elizabeth Street project to the size of the Durham Street project? How many square metres, I mean, total value seems to be double. Square metres of road space change are we talking about to give some sort of indication of timing on that basis?
Yeah, I can't speak to the scale of Durham Street. However, we've got 12,000 square metres as part of the Elizabeth Street project, depending on the extent of scope. That's if you go all the way to Cameron. If you stop at Durham Street, it's 9,000 square metres. The estimate puts us at around about $1,000 a square metre, relative to the cost that we're seeing out of Auckland, the streetscapes at the moment. That's on par.
Thank you. Question to staff. My understanding with regard to if there was an MOU, which seemed to be sort of pretty basic thing around an LTO with regard to Wharf Street, the anticipated money would more than cover the finance costs, i.e. the cost of borrowing the money for the streetscape work. Is that correct? If we talk $50,000, possibly up to $80,000, that would cover the financing costs of the $1.something million worth of streetscape. Is that correct? So if we had an MOU before we initiated that, that would give us some security with regard to the funding of that debt. Would that be possible from a legal, financial, governance perspective?
Through the chair, on the cost of 1.7 million, it would cover the financing costs of that, and yes, we you know, that's a valid funding source.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I just clarify what I thought I heard, which was the construction costs, if I heard right, around 1,000 square metre for Tauranga, but Auckland would be about 4,500 square metre. Is that what I heard? No? Just 5 minutes ago? No? Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Baldock has indicated he's happy to move. I don't feel at this point there's any need to take it in parts unless anyone requests accordingly. So, Councillor Carrick, you have a question?
Just getting a feel of the council, could we perhaps put C2 and 3 separately? They don't take it in parts, but when you put the motions, if C2 and 3 can be put separately?
Anybody else have an appetite for that? Because if not, we'll just move them in their entirety. Entirety? Separate. I want someone else to approve that they also agree that they want that.
Madam Chair, in response to, I think, what the question is, I'd like to see Wharf and Elizabeth separated in terms of being put, not just in terms of voting, but in terms of being put.
Can I speak to it? Not speak to it, but in terms of my request, I heard the Deputy Mayor would like to limit the extent of the works for Elizabeth. So by putting that separate, it allows for the Deputy Mayor and myself to vote against that.
My understanding, staff are aware and did hear that there is that discussion yet to be had in the staging approach, that would come back at that point in time. You can take it in separate parts if you wish, but staff have heard that there is an appetite to limit, possibly limit the scope. So my understanding is that that will come back as part of that next step.
Madam Chair, but C2 does prescribe a commencement of the full detailed design under the scope that's currently in the document. So, yeah.
Councillor Kurak, would you be happy if the wording for C2 commence detailed design to the extent necessary to inform amended scope and staging options? So there is that opportunity for a staging approach.
Made a decision on that amendment of that scope.
I could move and then members can move or amend how they wish to. I think we'll be sitting here all day.
I'll take A, B, C and D separately, and if you wish you can speak against C, Councillor Kurak. Okay, so it has been moved by Councillor Baldock, seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Baldock, speaking to A, receiving the report.
Speaking to all of them, and then you may put them in parts if you wish. I would
Certainly.
prefer to do it that way. Otherwise, we're going to debate twice
Absolutely.
or 3 times. So I move A, B, C,
Excuse me, question for the
and
chair.
D.
The chair made a ruling. I've just heard a member say he's not prepared to accept the direction of the chair. Where are we currently sitting?
Going to take, Councillor Baldock has moved A to D. He will speak to it, we will debate it, and then I will take it in parts.
Thank
That
you.
is the most efficient way of handling it, and it addresses Councillor Kurak's concerns. Thank you, Councillor Baldock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't intending to overrule you, or I just thought that's the way we were heading. Makes the most sense. I'm happy to move it as the former chair of the City Transformation Committee, which I remember the very first chairman's report at that committee was that we were in the business of transforming the city centre. And it's been a long time and a long journey. This budget's been through the LTP process. Things like the spatial plan have been signed off by council. I think pretty much unanimously, if I recall the way the votes went then. I remember Councillor Malloy referring to this transformation process as like a caterpillar to a butterfly. Metamorphosis it was, and that takes time, but the emerging beauty is there for everyone to see, and we are beginning to see it already. We're certainly seeing the investment in the city centre. which our leadership and our investment has had a significant part in inspiring, I believe. I don't think we would have seen farmers come with their significant investment on that corner of Devonport Road and Elizabeth Street if they hadn't seen the willingness of council to start doing things in streetscapes. The plan is more people living, working, studying and visiting the city centre. And I believe things like Elizabeth Street, when it is eventually done, things like Wharf Street we're talking about today, are going to bring people into the city centre. It's the only hope that the retailers have in the city centre to see business, to see customers walking past their frontages, and the increased participation here in the retail sector, which is doing well, I think, compared to retail, but also we'll see a greater increase in their customers as well. This is a resolution to go to workshops, for goodness sake, colleagues. You have lots of questions and many of them are valid, but they can be addressed further in the 2 workshops that are planned. One will bring a report back to the 27th of August, which will be in our term. The next one will be coming back to the next council in December. But staff need some steer from us. We need to continue to point in the right direction, and it will involve potential scope and staging options for the Elizabeth Street. So there is an opportunity for those things to be further explored in a workshop and then brought into that report for December. Please let us at least keep moving along. We have learned things from Durham Street, and there will be no time pressure on here. In fact, anything far from it. It's like trying to keep something slowly moving at the moment. Wharf Street was supposed to have been signed off. Now we're readdressing issues. We have behind us people from Wharf Street saying we want it, that we don't have a backlash from the community saying, what are you doing? We've got people have been consistently, I'm watching the time, Madam Chair, I have it timed. We have people consistently saying, will you hurry up and get on with it so we can see this happen? They are supportive of the mess that will come with the work we have to do, unlike perhaps in Durham Street. But the best economic analysis we can get is from looking out the window and seeing what is taking place. People who are investing in the city with significant amounts. You imagine the residential development that could occur in First Avenue and Second Avenue into apartments, and the increased values which will result in increased rate income and a distribution of that pie across the city. We still have our vacant land on Devonport Road that could be seeing significant investment and development. We have hotels being whispered about around the city. I hope before I die I see one built. So please, colleagues, let us just get on with at least this next small step for Tauranga City Council and have this workshop and have an opportunity to go into more detail then and see if we can't get the reports finalised and get to a point where all of our issues are addressed and we can give our staff the green light to proceed with these very, very important projects.
Thank you, Councillor Bourdock. Councillor Mason, do you wish to speak now? Reserved. Councillor Malloy.
You might have to put the clock on me with this one, Madam Chair. Earlier on, you might have heard me ask Mr. Greg Robson. He talked about recognising challenges, and I said, going forward, do you agree that we need to recognise the challenges so that we can progress? And he was absolutely in support of that. He said it was a no-brainer. I'd also attract your attention to our spatial framework, which says in there one part, this city centre, and helping businesses to thrive going forward. Looking at our CBD, it's going to be fantastic in 5 to 8 years' time. In the waterfront, the early settlers identified that as a place to settle in this region, and it's got something that none of the other centres will have ever, and that is that waterfront. It is fantastic, and that's going to help us drive it forward. But we do, at this point in time, have 150 empty business spaces out there. We have invested heavily in, and we will be, in the CBD. There's Wharf Street, Elizabeth Street, and the farmers, of course, have invested heavily at Devonport Road. by two. The civic in future, the civic administration block, the Strand extension, and the multiple earthquake strengthening rebuilds, Durham Street, Harrington Street, Hamilton Street, and other rebuilds. All of this is lending to making operation in the CBD at this point in time incredibly difficult. So, you know, we are spending on those 3 streets alone close to $30 million if it goes forward. And that, Madam Chair, is only some of the city's investment in the CBD. That's only some of it. So I believe we need to put some effort into protecting and assisting the businesses in the CBD. So in speaking in support of this, I appeal to the councillors that we need to support the businesses in the CBD going through this 5 to 8 year period. If we don't, if we hang them out to dry, there's going to be a damn sight more than 150 empty spaces by Christmas and shortly after. And I don't believe what I'm saying has been negative. I've probably been as positive as any councillor here, but I also hear the tragedies, listen to the stories out in the street at the moment, and they need some assistance, and we have to do it. The CBD activation by Main Street, I believe, is a step forward, and that is great. But some of the things I'd like to see is free buses into the CBD, a shopping shuttle, and or free parking for 2 hours. But so
After the words detailed design, we also add comma, program of works, updated costs, and funding options to key stakeholders and elected members. And in terms of C1, staff to arrange a workshop with key stakeholders and then add, as we did in B1, and elected members, whether the design consultant can present the current concept plan, draft program of works, updated costs and funding options into C1. I would have presented these as separate because it may be more appropriate for one than the other, but seeing we're taking the whole thing in one.
I could just ask a question of staff before agreeing perhaps to incorporate the amendment. Just the time frame of 27th of August, is that going to be achievable in that time to present that at their workshop, or is it?
Just noting Councillor Baldock's option.
Sure. In terms of pulling that those workshops together, I just have to seek clarification from the governance team as to whether that time is available. If we'd kind of look to get won't be available. We will make it available. Yeah, there's the information required to pull together for those workshops. We can achieve that. So if the meetings can be scheduled, we can have those workshops.
My colleagues we will make time, won't we, councillors? So if you can do your part, then we'll do our part to make it happen. Everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Councillor
So I'd be happy to
Baldock.
adopt that, and perhaps my seconder would also, into the body of the resolution, save going through the amendment process. I can only hope that that means the member might support the resolution that he's just amended, but you can never be sure.
Councillor Mason, are you happy to incorporate those into the original recommendations? Fantastic. Thank you.
Just in
Continue,
response,
Councillor
sorry,
Robson.
just in response to the elected member's comment, sometimes I impose as much discipline as I can on abject stupidity, but in the best efforts, but that doesn't mean I support the underlying substantive, misdirection.
You wish to speak to it now, Councillor Robson?
We get that up on the screen?
Yes, I will. I think the key point here is the point made by the mover, that we're moving to workshops and actually there is some constraint. I'm concerned a little bit about C2, which is why I wanted the additional information put in the workshop. And I think there needs to be a timing consideration there, because what I don't want is people proceeding to detailed design in parallel with the development of the workshop collateral, and us being in a situation, effectively discussing something that's not actually what's sitting on a drawing board somewhere. And there needs to be a sequential nature to these stages. So I'm hoping, I'm going to infer from what I see here, that this is sequential, one happens after the other, and there is a space between for pause. If my inference is incorrect, please someone advise me now, so I will amend my amendment. That being the case, I think if we work our way through this process carefully, no young bucks required, we can avoid many of the pitfalls that we had previously. I'm not comfortable with the numbers as I see them. When I see the scale of the Elizabeth Street project, and I'm thinking about the timing at which it's going to be done, I've grave doubts as to whether it be done for less than twice the cost of Durham Street. Grave doubts. And I think, you know, more important than anything else, we must be realistic about numbers. Because if we don't get the numbers right, what invariably winds up, and we see it in everything, you know, one could argue that AFTI was simply the result of the refusal of the leaders of this city some 15 years ago to recognize the real cost of the infrastructure requirements of the city and insist they could, with a tailwind and a bit of good luck and favourable government responses, deliver what was required to half the estimated cost. The truth is we didn't get a tailwind, we didn't get favourable governments, we didn't deliver the infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons the city has the major infrastructure shortfall it has today. We should learn from our history. We don't need a museum to learn from history. We should learn from our history and make sure that when we work our way through this project, we do it in a considered and staged way, and all the boxes are ticked. And that's all I'm asking for with these amendments, and all I'm asking for in terms of being prepared to support the motion is just that understanding that we will tick all the boxes. Good work, like good wine, takes what it takes. Yeah? Anything else, and we're going to be producing vinegar, and we will get the response from our residents when we ask them to drink it.
Amendment, Madam Chair?
Yes, Councillor Carrick.
In terms of putting something into the resolution to cover off what Councillor Robson talked about, could I ask the mover and seconder if they could add to C2, just in front of commence, subject to C1 and further direction from elected members. Subject to C1 and further direction from elected members. So we'll have the workshop, elected members will be there, and from that we'll direct whether to commence into the, and also provide direction in terms of the scope of that commencement of detailed design. That's the aim.
First thing is we would need a seconder, and then we can entertain the idea of incorporating it.
Just trying to see whether we can do that. I mean, it's a workshop, subject to further direction. But, you know, that seems to me like a decision coming from a workshop. I'd just like clarification there. The idea is the workshop enables them to formulate a report that comes to council in December. So I'm just...
And clarify, because as it currently is, and was pointed out by Councillor Robson, is that from today, tomorrow, the designers can commence the detailed design, and that would be to the full scope to accommodate, as was mentioned earlier, the potential for staging. But, you know, after that workshop, potentially elected members could choose to actually limit it to area, as Councillor Clout alluded to earlier, from Grey Street to Devonport Road. So we want to cover that off, that potential for that. Otherwise, we're wasting a lot of detailed design money. We'd be looking at a third of the detail of the 900k compared to, you know, the whole lot potentially. I mean, we're heading in a direction where work could be wasted, expensive detailed design work.
Chief Executive has a suggestion.
I'm just wondering whether we're getting hooked up on the word detailed. I mean, we do need to develop design to a degree that we can inform all of the requirements that Councillor Robson has requested. So for that particular recommendation, perhaps if we drop the word detailed, it would allow us to get on and do sufficient work to be able to inform council upon which they could make some decisions.
Do we have a level of comfort with that? Are the mover and seconder happy, and does that satisfy you, Councillor
I
Carrick?
think we've
and Councillor
provided
Robson?
a direction anyway to staff, and that's fairly clear. Councillor Robson doesn't look so convinced.
So if the mover and seconder are happy that we drop the word detailed design and don't move with the recommendation of the words from Councillor Carrick, we'll continue discussion. Councillor Carrick, did you wish to speak to all 4 of the recommendations in front of us?
No, I mean, I've pushed in a little bit, so a bit later.
Great. So any other speakers? So Councillor Clout, Brownless, Stewart.
Thank you. I, like previous speakers, do have some concerns over the numbers, which is why I'm very keen to get involved with these workshops and to explore the numbers further, and also look at the potential either reducing the scope or at least having an elongated sort of staging process, particularly for Elizabeth Street. But I'm very happy to support these recommendations right now.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor Brownless, and then Councillor Stewart.
Yep, there's 2 things which will be crucial for me in the final decision making, and that'll be the costs and the timing. And I think we've learnt that from other projects. So if we must take that on board. That they're just absolutely essential. The second thing that gives me comfort is when Councillor Robson suggested looking at the funding. I forget the exact words because I can't quite read up there. Funding options, because I'm really hopeful that that will include a bit more work on the licences to occupy. That would give me great comfort if they could be actually agreed. So this is a plan of the street, this is where the licences to occupy are, who's in and who's out. Because if you leave it till afterwards, you could want, oh well, we don't, don't want it. That would be the, so let's get that all sorted. I don't think it's too difficult, and it's something that business does. So, and it gives everybody then surety going forward. So I'd like that to be a definite part of that funding options. Let's get that all tidied up and sorted out and get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart, then Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Brownless's comments about the LTO cut for the horse, and that there should be work done on that prior. I'm also mindful of other comments about economic analysis, and Councillor Carrick's words of work could be wasted, and I'm very mindful that there's an election coming up very shortly, and given the magnitude of all this, and given the issues and problems with Durham Street and the concern out in the community, I really believe that the next council should be discussing this, and they may have a different opinion to the unconstrained thinking of the Heart of the City program. So I believe because of the magnitude of it and the impact that, we shouldn't be pushing ahead at this time of the year.
Councillor Morris, then Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reverse order, I support the recommendation regarding the Strand extension. And back to the first order, in terms of Wharf Street, I think that it's crucial that following that workshop that a licence to occupy regime is agreed to before detailed design and works begin. The reason for that being, if you don't have buy-in from businesses along there to be part of a licence to occupy, then you are building a street for nothing. And if you have some who want to be in and some who want to be out, you are building a very expensive street for partially nothing. And there is certainly private benefit to the use of public money in this realm, and I refer to the $4.9 million total cost. But in terms of the streetscape and that $1.3 million, if we cannot get agreement through license to occupy to fund a quarter of the total project cost from neighbouring businesses, then in my view we're taking money off the Crossing, Bayfair, Papamar Plaza, Main Street, the Mountain, indeed the residential ratepayers, for private benefit. So that needs to be agreed, and there needs to be skin in the game to start with. And then that will give us a good foundation to build on, and then the project is more likely to be a success. If you have gaps in it, people not signing up to it, it's unlikely to be a success. In terms of Elizabeth Street, I'm putting a stake in the ground on that. I think that it is a high cost project for low return and amenity value to the community. So if we're talking about $20 million, what are some other projects that may have a higher return and amenity for the community? Well, certainly the Memorial Park to the Strand Walkway would have a much greater benefit in terms of amenity to the community. Repairing the Mowal Base Track properly would have a much greater return and amenity to the community. Building a wharf at the end of, funnily enough, Wharf Street may have a far greater return to the community in terms of amenity. So digging up a street and planting some trees for $20 million, look, I have no confidence that council is able to deliver that for that figure, and so I'm putting a stake in the ground. Should I be around, I will then be able to say I told you so to what I believe will be the majority of elected members who vote for the continuation of this project. In terms of the impact of rates of certain developments, it's been mentioned that $150,000, there'd be the impact on the rating base of $150,000 per annum from the development. Of course, that would fund off the top of my head under 20% of the streetscape works, if you're talking about the debt servicing of that project. And so I think we can overstate the impact to the rating base of that project, and I think that we grossly overstate the impact on amenity in the city when there are other projects going begging that need that money more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Mason.
I'd like to challenge Councillor Robson on his comment about we don't need a museum to learn from history. I think that we absolutely do. And just to point out that a museum is not just a building with a bunch of glass boxes with objects inside it, but good museums do research, and they do research with the benefit of the distance of time to look at how things have and haven't worked out with the impact over a period of time. And that's how we can learn. And I think that, I guess, leads me to my point where I think a lot of people around this table love to delve into the detail and go straight into talking about nuts and bolts and the money and all the rest of it. I would prefer it if we all had a common vision for our city centre, and if we just agreed that we wanted a thriving city centre, we could start with that. I'm not sure, everybody seems to have a different idea about the definition of that, but it's a word I think that we could start with. The word vibrant has been used before, and people quibble about what that means as well. But it's if we to my viewpoint, a lot of people around this community would really love to see a thriving city centre. But how do we get there? This is a good start, as Doug and Travis explained very well to us, the importance of all of these to creating a thriving city centre, which means a lot of people in it. I do believe that we should be looking at attractors, not just one thing here and there, in a comprehensive way. So attractors in terms of that museum we spoke about, hotels and accommodation, big events and conferences, tertiary education, more visitor attractions, potential outdoor arena, the bars and restaurants, retail, shopping, sauntering, library, art gallery, all those other activities, the living, is incredibly important. How many people live here? What are we going to do to get more people to live in the city? And of course, working. So those are all the things, and we don't have a comprehensive strategy in how to use all of those elements to create and the resources to create a thriving city centre. And I really hope that in the next triennium, the new council really puts a lot of effort into thinking about a comprehensive strategy, which doesn't just look at the streets and the streetscapes, etc., and the infrastructure, but also looks at people and what drives them to the city, what doesn't, what are the detractors. And so I think it's not only just developing a strategy and about the economics and all the rest of it, but it's all how we get there. What kind of organisation will take us there? And I really hope that a CCO or some sort of organisation that can comprehensively look at all aspects of the community, not just from a council perspective, but all aspects and the economics and all the aspects, and pull it together. A CCO, perhaps something like Panuku in Auckland, to actually make the city centre become alive and vibrant. Very happy to support the motion.
Okay, Councillor Baldock, right of reply.
Very
Oh,
quickly.
sorry, Councillor Couric hasn't spoken yet.
I agree with Councillor Brownless and Morris around nailing down their licence to occupy. I think it is important. It will prove that the businesses there perceive value in in that investment. So, and I'm glad that Councillor Robson added that to the resolution in terms of that discussion. But when it comes to Elizabeth Street, and Councillor Morris certainly spoke to it well, expressing his concerns, because I recall when this concept design was first presented to this council some time ago, I just couldn't get excited over it. And I was looking at the bigger picture, exactly what you said, Councillor Morris, about we've got a bunch of money here. Why are we sort of looking at something which is really triggered by the farmers' development, whereas that same investment could provide a much higher level of public amenity that will be really treasured. Where this is, the street, it's on an angle downhill and it's a bit windy there, and that part of town doesn't really excite me. Even if we're talking about CBD investment, I think Spring Street, if we, not Spring Street, the one parallel to Devonport, next one over, jeepers, Grey Street. If we close the centre half of Grey Street, allow access to the centre, that's a hidden jewel. But to me, Elizabeth has never been that jewel to really invest in. But in saying that, I do support the as mentioned by Councillor Clout, the investment directly outside the farmers' development, so from Grey Street to Devonport, and I do support also some investment at the top there. I probably won't support, as I mentioned before, was it B2 and 3, but happy to support the stakeholder workshop to discuss Elizabeth Street and where we should head with that, and that was my desire, to limit expenditure on design until we have that workshop.
Right of reply, Councillor Baldock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, first of all, I'd like to say that Councillor Mason's going to miss making those speeches if he doesn't put his name forward for re-election. On the LTO, we've already heard from Greg Robertson before that most of the proprietors down on Wharf Street are prepared to consider that. I think it's a sensible option. I caution members from thinking that you can gain all of the costs back from LTOs, because it has to be reasonable. Other people in the city have LTOs for amenities that didn't cover the, you think along the Strand, they didn't pay for the cost of all that. There has to be a reasonable commercial estimate of what it's worth. Secondly, with Elizabeth Street, I think we're starting to make a few assumptions here about the 20 million. It's a 20 million figure, but paragraph 41 says infrastructure improvements include stormwater, wastewater, water and transport renewals and upgrades. The same was true of Durham Street. Durham Street's become the whipping boy around here, but we know a huge chunk of that 10 million is actually the stuff under the ground, not the nice stuff on top. And it'll be the same up in Elizabeth Street. There'll be infrastructure that has to be renewed anyway, and it's not a like-for-like comparison. You can't say, well, take 20 million from there and do the walkway. There is stuff under there that's going to have to be done anyway. That's the purpose of the workshop, so we can get the figures. Thank you, Councillor Robson, for the amendment, so we get as much of that detail as we can, and then make a sensible decision, I hope. I hope we will support going that far at least today.
You have a division on this, please?
Thank you everyone for the comments. We will take them A, B, C and D separate. I'm not going to break it down to 1, 2 and 3. So we will start with A, receive the report. All those in favour please say aye. Against? Carried unanimously. So B, which is Wharf Street, 1 and 2. All those in favour please say aye. Against? So against is Councillor Granger and Stewart. And those in favour are Councillor Robson, Clout, Mayor Brownless, Councillor Morris, Councillor Baldock, Councillor Mason, Councillor Malloy and Councillor Furek. And we'll go to C, which is Elizabeth Street. All those in favour please say aye. Please raise your hands. So we have Councillor Malloy, Mason, Baldock, Brownless, Clout and Brown. And against, we have Councillor Kurek, Morris, Robson, Stewart and Granger. And then we have D, which is the Strand Extension. All those in favour please say aye. Against? And that's carried. Thank you, councillors. So we will now move for a quick lunch break. So after lunch, the order of our agenda items will be DC 234, which is Wakefield Drive. Apologies if anyone is waiting. DC 228, which is the Scout Hall, and then DC 138, Moa report. Okay, so we'll reconvene the Project Services Operations Committee today, 6th of August, and we will have a change of order of business this afternoon as well. But first up, I'd like to ask Sally Cook from Downtown Tauranga to come up and basically speak briefly to us around the city centre and the issues around the city centre. This morning we talked about the response plan on DC 143 and what was happening in the response plan. We've also had from Downtown Tauranga an activation plan, which will come back to us on the 27th of August. But there's also been quite a lot of negative press lately, and I don't know if you share the same view, but if you're looking to go to a restaurant, you check out a review, and the review says that the place is rubbish, then you probably won't go. We don't need our headlines to be saying that our city centre is rubbish. We need good, positive headlines. So I could ask Sally to come up and basically speak to some of those topics. She had just 10 minutes just to bring us up to speed with it, so we're ahead of it when it comes to us on the 27th of August. Thanks, Sally, Brian and Millie.
Joining me today is Millie and, of course, our Chair, Brian Berry. Firstly, thank you to the Chair and to the elected members for fitting us into your agenda at short notice. We very, very much appreciate it, and we will be brief. Brian, our Chair, Millie and I are here today along with some representatives from Downtown Tauranga with a small representation because it was very much at last moment, and we have no doubt we would have had more here if we'd had more time, but we appreciate that. We're here to ask you to see us. Councillor Brown has highlighted the damage that negatively and badly framed headlines can have on a business and on our city centre. We are here today to say enough. Right now, as we are all patently aware, our city centre is going through exceptional circumstances. We're already beginning to see some of the outcomes with the opening of the University of Waikato City Centre campus and other developments. The future looks incredibly bright. However, the reality today is extremely stressful and challenging for many of our members. We are here today to give a stronger voice to those members. We're here to ask everyone in this room to remember and see the human face of our city centre and to have greater empathy. The scale of works across our city is unprecedented, and with it comes severe restrictions on access, parking, and a perception that the city is empty and hard to get around. However, at the heart of the city centre is some of the most passionate and parochial business owners and operators. They turn up every day, they face a barrage of obstacles and constraints and brickbats from the media and the public. They carry on, they stock their shelves, they set their tables, they open their doors, and they hope the public and that we will support them and help them trade through this. Significantly negative and damaging headlines, a lack of sufficient consultation and communication, and a general feeling of it is what it is, cope with it, all simply serve to push our members to a place of extreme stress. As champions of the Downtown Tauranga community, we say enough. We're here to ask, where is everyone? Where is the leadership from you, our elected members? Where's the community support? And when did it become okay to constantly demean the city centre? Yes, we have our struggles, but when people and the media attack the city centre, they are attacking our people, and some of them are in the room today. We congratulate Councillor Malloy, who, like Main Street, is a constant and fierce voice for the human face of our city centre, yet we ask for more. We ask that in considering your streetscapes programs of works that you don't just consider approving the funding, but that you put measures in place to ensure our members and the city centre stakeholders are fully consulted and collaborated with to consider the best timing for these planned works. We ask that you understand that our members didn't sign up for this disruption when they set up their businesses. They didn't sign up for this level of access and parking restrictions. Durham Street members didn't sign up for the delays that have befallen the project, and Devonport Road businesses didn't sign up for the number and volume of earthquake strengthening works required. Some would say it is what it is. We would say behind every business is a person. Millie is on the streets every day, empathising with the challenges they face pretty much alone. This is the human face of our city centre. We are working colleagues here. Our businesses need a range of tangible support initiatives and measures, and they need them now. To the media who ran the story, we challenge you to talk to some of the businesses and write about them, their passions, the good they see in the city, and let the construction take care of itself. To the other media house who ran two positive stories the same week, we thank you. We're about to launch a strong media and PR campaign to again tangibly and more proactively support the city centre. We've talked to you, the elected members, about the Activate Vacant Spaces initiative, and we're promoting our different sectors through tangible events such as the Look Fashion Month and the current Taste Tauranga, with over 30 events across our city centre. But our resources are limited and we need more help during these exceptional times. We'll be back at the appropriate time asking you to work in partnership with us to help deliver more on your response plan and our action plan, the Activate Vacant Spaces initiative, and to enable our care package of promotional plans to continue. We need to fund outcomes that benefit our members. We support investment in our city centre, we support growth and development. However, we continue to call for better planning, consultation and implementation with our city centre stakeholders. For example, the Durham Street original plan streetscapes were supposed to be completed prior to the university opening. The Harrington Street car park build, if it had been completed as originally planned, would have opened prior to Christmas. If these projects had been delivered on time, we would not now still have Harrington Street, Hamilton Street and Spring Street closed. We also question whether Harrington and Hamilton actually need to be closed off for the length of time they are. These three streets alone add to that Durham Street, significantly restrict access into and around our city. Wharf Street has been a better example of good communication and consultation. We hope this continues if the streetscape project is approved to proceed, so that our members continue to be fully engaged and involved in the planning and timing. In the meantime, we ask you to take a moment and consider what else you can do on the human face of it to support our members. Walk the streets. Call into their businesses and see how they're doing. A friendly smile, a coffee, a listening ear won't fix it, but it shows compassion, empathy and emotional support, and it shows you fronting up. I don't believe I'm overstating it when I say that Millie, myself and the rest of the Main Street team and board see a thread of stress across our members, the likes of which we have never seen, and that gravely concerns us. We need help to help them more, and we need that proactively and collectively. Tomorrow, at the bequest of two of our members, we have asked any owners and operators that can to join us in Red Square to take a photo that we can then share with the medias and the public to say this is the human face of the city centre that you bag. Passionate, hard-working, parochial and fiercely determined business owners who believe in the city centre, who know the future's bright, but just need some help to trade through it. For our members to even ask for this photo opportunity, to expose themselves and bare their souls, I think that shows the magnitude of the situation. To close, we need more champions for the city centre. Today is about us saying enough. We are Main Street Tauranga, we're fierce champions. Our members are fierce champions. We now ask all of you to stand behind us and fight harder for our city centre today.
Wow. Thank you, Sally. Questions, I'll go around the room. Councillor Granger, Councillor Robson.
Hey, thank you, Sally, and I can hear that enthusiasm reaching forward. Just a couple of questions, and I know it's made it very, very difficult for the CBD, and of course we're talking about the lakes and what's happened out there, and of course the Bayfair Mall with more extensions happening there, and it does make it super difficult, especially on the retail. If I said to you, and I'm going really outside the square here, do you think maybe the likes of Tell Me or Priority One should perhaps work a little bit more to see what they can do with the owners of some of the properties? And I can visualise, and this is me in general, something between Elizabeth Street and Red Square and Devonport Road and Grey Street, to have that as a 4-5-storey block building, as a large mall there with big parking underneath as well. Is that something that's only going to excite the city? Because I feel, to be honest with you, we're struggling in patches only, and it's just I just feel it, especially for the retail. What's your thoughts on that?
I think that today was about us talking about today, right now, and I think all of those conversations can absolutely be had, and I probably think our chair could answer it more appropriately than me, but we came today to talk about what's happening right now.
Thank you. I guess the big thing is that we don't want to be competing against the suburban real estate centres, and you know, because they provide a different offering. What we are wanting to provide is a quality offering at a level above those shopping centres, including hospitality at a different level, including specialty shops at a different level. And it is difficult for some of the retailers to transition through that, but we shouldn't be
trying to be the same, because it will only come out at the wrong end of that, really. So I just wanted to make one point. You know, nationally there's a lack of business confidence because business people don't know which way Labour policy is going to go. So it's exactly the same in Tauranga with the council. You know, the constant flip-flopping of decision-making is really making it difficult for businesses to plan. And, you know, Wharf Street's a classic example, isn't it? You know, with uncertainty there, and I understand decision-making is going to be, you know, made later on in the month, but, you know, Wharf Street's a classic case where it's been publicised by the fact, oh, well, the cost has gone through the roof. Well, the cost of the beautification and for the use of the public and tenants is actually probably stayed fairly similar to what it originally was. It's just the cost of the council infrastructure under the ground, which is where your main cost increases happen. So that's a upgrade that needs to happen regardless. So, you know, it's a lot of perhaps people out in the you know, in the retail environment say, okay, well, Wharf Street's getting it all, but it's actually, you know, it's perhaps the aesthetics is pretty well close to budget. It's just the, you know, the infrastructure which this council is lagging behind on. So I guess, yes, my point is people want certainty, and they can't, you can't just flip-flop and expect them to survive through that. And so, you know, I just would appeal to the councillors and council that they define good progressive plans and actually stick to them, and not start backing off due to perhaps budget overspends and things like that, because that just helps no one, and it just sends a bad sign to the community and to the retailers who are trying to work within their CBD environment.
Thank you. We have two remaining questions from Councillor Robson and Baldock, but just a reminder, please stay on topic. We're talking about the here and now, the human face and the champions, so please stick to topic. Thank you, Councillor Robson, then Councillor Baldock.
I'm going to ask my question whether it's on topic or not. I'll leave the chair to decide. And it's to you, Sally. You used the word leadership in your initial speech. Is there a conflict in your situation, given Tuscany's relationship with the mayoral candidate, and you speaking as you spoke today in this chamber, or are you comfortable that you can wear both those hats without conflict?
Completely off topic. Tuscany Agency is a PR and media campaign. We assisted with the election of Matt Cowley when he ran as councillor. We assisted with the election of Max Mason when he ran for mayoralty. And Tuscany is assisting with Tembi Powell, completely outside of Main Street. I'm unsure as to why that's suddenly an issue now.
The comments about leadership in the chamber here that you just made earlier. So.
Generic conversation about leadership. So, in no further questions for Councillor Robson, we'll have Councillor Baldock.
Thank you. The horrible headline, Sally, that you referred to shocked me when I woke up, but it came from the mouths of, you know, retailers in the city. That it wasn't concocted by the media. It was a quote directly from them, and it does enormous damage. I support what you're saying.
Yes.
If this was a ghost town, you'd be able to get a park here any time of the day. And the fact that you got one member rabbiting on about a lack of parking and another saying, you know, it's a ghost town, just doesn't help this messaging.
Absolutely.
So I hope they will be there for your photo tomorrow, that you will get some unity. And I know people are feeling the pain, but if there isn't a consistent message from the retailers, it impacts upon our ability too, I think, to
We concur. It's very hard. What you're seeing is people in an incredibly stressful situation, and so they're just doing whatever they can. And sometimes, yes, them going to the media doesn't help the situation, but they're up against a brick wall and they don't know what else to do.
I'd like to ask a question through to the staff, and it can come later, don't need to be now, but the issue you raise about why we can't open Durham Street earlier, I concur with. Even Spring Street intersection, it seems like the work's almost complete there, and if we could see that opened ahead of the completion of the whole thing, it would make some visual difference anyway in terms of when you look down Spring Street and across Durham. So if staff could come back to us on that at some point, that would be great.
Thanks, Councillor Baldock. I have this noted as actions. So that said, Councillor Mason, you may have a quick
question to Brian. Brian, you mentioned early on about planning. Were you talking specific, Greg, do you mind moving back a little bit? Okay, thanks. I like to look people in the eyes. When you were talking about that, were you talking about like just the physical infrastructure? That were you talking about a bigger sort of all-encompassing plan for the city centre in terms of the economics of it, social, transport, all the rest of it? What would give you greater certainty?
Yeah, thanks, Max. Yeah, I think the certainty is around specific projects. Basically, one minute they're approved, the next minute they're withdrawn, you know, and so on. So you just, a business can't plan on that basis. A lot of the people in businesses want to invest in their businesses, but they don't know what their environment outside their shop's going to be like, basically, you know. So that makes it really difficult and really challenging for them. You know, how long do they hang in there? With that level of uncertainty, or do they relocate elsewhere? Especially if they're a destination shop, you know, people will go anywhere. You know, we're lucky that they're hanging in there in the CBD at the moment, but they could go elsewhere and they'd still probably do just as well. So, you know, you've got to take your hat off to some of those retailers that are destination shops who are actually hanging in there and supporting the CBD. So, as far as just in general terms, I think we're happy with that the Tauranga CBD needs to be the commercial hub of the whole region going forward. And it frustrates me a bit that the CBD is seen as a separate entity to the overall community, because at the end of the day, for a growth region like we've got, then the CBD is a part of the city that needs to be celebrated by everyone in the community, and not seen in a derogatory or negative way. So I think there's that disconnect at the moment between the community and the CBD. Everyone looks and say, okay, well, the CBD is getting all this work done to it. You know, what are we getting? But it's actually, the community is actually getting that, and that's why I'm sort of in favour of, you know, the funding for the CBD to come from the greater city area rather than as a specific CBD levy. So, thank you.
If I may just quickly finish the sentence I didn't complete earlier, just to categorically state, so that there's no confusion in the room, any work that I do for the mayoral aspirant Tembi Powell is done under Tuscany time. I personally don't work full time for Main Street, so there's absolutely none of my time spent outside of Tuscany.
I just want to add to that, we are quite happy at Main Street board level that Tuscany agency and Sally are totally apolitical as far as the work that's done for Main Street, Tauranga.
Millie would just like a moment to thank the businesses who did take the time out of their day at short order today to come here today.
We are voices for our members in downtown Tauranga, and are always going to be positive champions for the city centre. So I just wanted to also acknowledge the people who've taken their time out of their days to be here today, and that is Mira from the Art Lounge, Kelly from Clever Kids on Grey Street, Julie from Hammond Diamond Jewellers, John from Cabbages and Kings, Murray from Murray Watts Menswear, Jess from the Crown and Badger, and Shane from House of Travel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. So a message that we've been hearing today and a lot is better planning, more consistency, better consultation, better execution, better timing, better comms. It's a repeat message, so thank you for reinforcing that.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can I ask a question before they disappear? It will be quick, I can assure you.
Sally, just one
Sally,
more question.
to you. You know, like Millie, I walk the streets of the CBD quite a bit, and I think I've got a reasonable handle on what's happening out there, and the feeling from all the retailers and the businesses. I'm currently aware of at least 3 ladies that are about to pull the pin in the 3BD. They can't survive any longer. This negativity, Sally. Well, I believe, and do you not concur, that negativity often springs from desperation of our retailers out there?
Absolutely, and I think the thread of what we were hoping to convey today is that it's extenuating circumstances out there, and we're all as positive as we can possibly be, but we also have to be realistic. And we have not seen this level of extreme stress across our members before. And so that's why we're saying this isn't just us coming in and saying, hey, it's a bit tough out there. It's us saying it is extremely tough out there and we need a lot of support.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, can I just ask, do we have anyone here in the room that's here to listen to DC 234, the Wakefield Drive property? Okay, so we'll move to Wakefield Drive next, then we'll come to DC 228 with the Bethlehem Scout Hall, because Mr Mowbray is also present in the room. So, councillors, if we turn to page 235 of the agenda, Wakefield Drive, we have Warren and Mark to present to the report, and Phil, our arborist. Thank you, Downtown Tauranga. Warren, over to you.
Good afternoon. By way of introduction, the current level of support provided to residents with protected and notable trees is well above other councils within the country. TCC currently waive resource consent fees. We have a program of regular detailed inspections on a 3-year minimum. We provide advice and support through the resource consent process. Minor pruning is undertaken as required, and we provide debris assistance also. We undertake remediation works of major defects that present a health and safety risk to people or risk to property. We undertake emergency removals and clearance works where failure is imminent, and this includes major limb failures that happen as a result of storms. Most other councils don't provide, well, they provide little or no support. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, first question, Councillor Stewart, then Councillor Baldock.
Thank you. Through the chair, with regards to Wakefield Drive, a consent notice has been placed on the title. That was a result of the city plan appeal, wasn't it, with Grandra? Is that one of the key things or not? Just so I can get clarity on that.
Good afternoon, through the chair. We'll just ask Shannon to answer that one.
Good afternoon, everyone. That would have been imposed through the original subdivision consent.
Thank you.
Councillor Baldock.
Just in the report, there's a couple of places, one under strategic context. A resource consent is required to permit heavy pruning. The consent will not be approved by council. And again, further over, it virtually says the same thing. I'm just curious as to how that statement can be made, given that I would have assumed a resource consent would go to an independent commissioner. How can council be so sure that consent won't be granted at this point in time?
Yeah, we obviously can't predetermine the outcome of an application that we haven't yet received, naturally. My understanding is that statement was based on the fact that we'd have a very recent decision from a hearings commissioner to refuse consent for the removal of that tree, and that's where that statement is based. In terms of the pruning that is proposed, my understanding is that that's substantial and would eliminate the amenity values that that tree currently has to the point where it's effectively a removal.
Okay, so that's not quite accurate what's there, that, you know, it may be that staff would oppose the resource consent, but that it would be left up to the normal processes of a resource consent, a regulatory function. Can I just get that clear, please? Because it will affect how I move a certain motion at some point.
Yeah, that's correct. It would be a challenging process, however.
Heather Grace, who was the original person who came in, but wants to make it clear she's not alone. And we have Susan here from Wakefield, and it was a request from all the property owners, not just regarding one tree and not just from one property, is currently in Europe, and she says the experience in Europe is that pollarding does not lead to the death of the tree, is done frequently, that the trees recover. I wonder if we have any experience from Europe in that regard, because there is a very different context there than what is presented from our own arborist here.
Works to pollard trees are generally done when the trees are young, not when you have semi-mature trees such as these.
About mature trees recovering in her email, but at some point perhaps we need to have some investigation into what occurs in Europe.
So I've worked in Europe for many years and pollarded large plane trees. They are always established as young trees, and the cuts you make are of small diameter. To reduce the tree, as per Heather's request, is extremely bad practice and will compromise the tree and will remove all those associations that make it notable and will require it to be removed from the city plan. So it must be treated as a removal. That level of pruning needs to be done from an early age to set the form and the structure for that.
I may another couple of questions. So if it has to be removed from the city plan, it isn't capable of being done by a resource consent. Is that the position?
That is why those statements are made in there, that we would not be able to approve that consent based on the current framework that we must assess it by. And so if it was to be pruned to that level, it would not requalify as a notable tree.
I have another couple in a minute.
Councillor Mason?
I'm not sure who would answer this, but in terms of the independent commissioner in the appendix, has anything changed since mid-2015 that could impact on this, on this finding?
So the city plan framework is the same. If anything, the trees' values may have increased because of the ensuing years. I'm not aware of any other circumstance around potential failure of the tree that might sway things in favour of an approval. But in short, no change.
Councillor Clout?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, we're only talking about one tree here, but I understand that there is quite a few concerns about the other two, so there's a total of 3 trees. So my question is, if council passes this and declines the request to process this resource consent application, is there opportunity for the broader neighbourhood to gather together and look at all 3 trees as a separate sort of action? Like, is there any difference in the process?
We can't decline to process a consent. That's not my understanding of what's before you. If we receive an application, we must process it.
Councillor Clout? Sorry, Councillor Morris.
Cutting to the chase a little bit, in terms of a resource consent, is it not better? Better's not the right word. Would it, in essence, require a change to the city plan to achieve the outcome the residents are seeking? Because it looks as if the consenting path under the current city plan rules that out. Is that correct?
Shannon, can you answer that?
I wouldn't say rules it out. It'll be challenging. Let's just leave it there. yeah, there's the opportunity through a private plan change or deferral to the later city plan review to look at how we, I guess, what values we put on protecting trees. So that is another avenue that's open to this landowner.
Councillor Malloy and then Baldock.
Yeah, if I read this correctly, it was part of the subdivision consent that those trees be protected, right? Thank you. And now, who instigated that? Was it the subdivider or was it council staff recommendation in approving the consent?
I'd need to come back to you on that one. It may have been put forward by the developer at the time to mitigate an effect of the subdivision, or it may have been a requirement of staff.
Because it concerns me. London Plains are lovely trees, and we've had experience with them before, but they get absolutely huge, and they're magnificent species, but right in the middle of a subdivision like that is a struggle, and I'm classified as a tree hugger, so I do struggle with it.
No question there. Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to wade into the resource consent previously, which is, I hear being, some stock being put on the fact that it was a difficult thing to overturn, but just a couple of paragraphs out of it. One of the objectors, Mr. Hart, commenting about Boffa Miskell's landscape, which was in support of the consent. Mrs. Rebecca Ryder, who I know is familiar to many people here since she's on our tag group. He says he'd reviewed the Boffa Miskell landscape and Stemmerset. He referred to the conclusions in the landscape assessment, which stated that the removal of the tree will not have a significant adverse effect on the amenity values of the urban landscape and would be minor. This is an objector. He acknowledged that this may appear to be reasonable, but the removal of the tree would be a slippery slope and incremental removal equates to incremental loss. If that's the basis, and if you read on, you'll see that the Commissioner took stock of that. This idea that taking out some trees here and there is going to lead to a slippery slope of the removal of all these notable trees in the city is just completely false. And yet this is what happens every time we get near these resource consents and requests about trees, which to the average person is absolutely clear they should no longer be allowed to remain. They are imposing on people's lives. They are creating safety issues. So the question is that the basis of our resisting going to another resource consent? A different commissioner, a different set of analysis could well pass this request and satisfy those residents. And Councillor Cloud, it's not one, it's three of them. They are solidly in this.
Any further questions? Councillor Robson.
Yeah, it always concerns me when people talk a little bit about precedent without evidence of same. I mean, when I talk about precedent, say for instance in relation to 11 Mission Street, I have evidence. Buddy Mackay immediately moves that Coolum Park be subject to the same. The point I'm getting at is precedent requires evidence or something. There's an issue here in the report about the possible creation of precedent. So I suppose what I'm asking is how many other situations do we have in the city that are similar to this one, where we have a large tree effectively in the wrong place? It's like we put a housing subdivision on the Serengeti and we think it's okay for the lions to roam. It's our mistake. You know, my question is how many other situations in the city do we really have that are like this? And by that I don't mean how many notable trees are there or how large trees or whatever. How many are in the same situation? Slap bang on the border of two residential sections of a size of this order.
Through the chair, it's quite difficult to answer that question from where I'm sat right now, but there are notable trees, many of them, they're all on private land, just
Understand.
about. So not everybody is protesting. I don't have the answer to your question in any detail right now.
I guess through the chair, further to that, the reference to precedent in the Commissioner's decision is in relation to the two other trees that sit alongside the tree that was subject to that application, and the inability to differentiate between the values of that one tree that was subject to the application and the other two. So the precedent reference is quite restricted in that respect.
Just for clarification, when I picked up the issue of precedent, it wasn't from the work by the Commissioner, it was from the work by staff in option 1, clause or bullet point 3. So when I'm talking about precedent, the word precedent has come in this case from staff. And I assume they own it, and therefore they have reason for putting it in there, and I would assume there's some evidence that underpins their reason, it's not just ideological, so that's what I was looking for.
So, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, sorry. I would move option 3 as requested to me by Heather Grace as the ward councillor for the area. If there is a seconder, I believe we could move to debate because I can't see there's a lot more.
Have option 239 has been moved by Councillor Border and seconded by Councillor Granger. Councillors, you'll find that on the end of page 239 of your agenda. So this is different to the recommendation in the report. So page 239, so we will now, Councillor Border, you wish to speak to it?
Look, I got elected to represent people, and this is one of those cases where I have to do my job, I believe. In my own natural instinct and common sense, I look at those trees and I think that these things have grown far too big to be where they are on private property, protected, overshadowing houses. It's just, at some point in the future, it is going to be a nightmare and it's got to be dealt with. And look, we live in a city where trees grow faster, almost twice as fast as most places in the country. It is not like taking out some of these is going to leave us with a desert. I'd like to read, if I can, the email from Heather that came this morning or came overnight, because she expresses it very well. It is a reasonable request that we support her and we ask staff to work on their behalf to pollard these trees. If they die, they die. But I had an experience with a massive big black walnut at my place, which arborists told me would die because of Condor Road being built right up close to it and the pressure of the backfilling and the asphalt being on it over its roots and everything else. The thing is as healthy as today. 7 years later, it's doing fine. So we cannot know what trees will do. Heather says, please make note in the meeting that my approach to council in April was not as a single landowner asking for action on one single tree. I was representing 8 landowners who are all adversely and directly negatively impacted by the 3 trees in Wakefield Drive. This is not only about the tree at 53 Wakefield, it's about all 3. Please refer to my original documentation sent to council prior to the April meeting. Option 3 is the best option for the 8 of us applicants. The negatives stated in the report for option 3 are not correct. London plane trees grow in many countries and are routinely pruned by pollarding without adverse effects to tree health that is common practice and carried out on a regular basis in England and throughout Europe. The trees will not die if pollarded. Now perhaps we ought to have pollarded them earlier, but that is our fault, not the landowner's fault, because they couldn't do anything to touch them. These 3 trees are too big for their location and pose a health and safety risk to 8 properties and the people living in these properties. It is the responsibility of council to mitigate those risks. Council has let the trees double in size since 1995. Now the trees must be pollarded to bring them back to an appropriate size for their location. The initial result after pollarding will not look so pretty, but with spring growth and a new ball of vegetation will grow to form an attractive tree once again. We have seen that firsthand with pollarded trees in Europe. Another option is that council pay for the initial pollarding to reduce the height and width of the tree by 50%, and then landowners are given permission to carry out ongoing pruning of the trees at their expense but without the cost of resource consent. I believe option 3 simply says that we would work with the landowner's request and go forward. I won't become too more detailed in the actual wording of the resolution, whether it ends up being a halfway measure for a while or what. But I want to get agreement, if we can, around the table, my colleagues, that we do support the reducing in size, the reducing in the risk of and safety to the people living underneath these trees. The pictures in our report from 2014, I don't know why we go back to 2014. The pictures I took when I went out there, and I know Catherine's been out there and looked too, the trees have grown considerably since 2014 and do spread over the properties. So with that, I shall conclude my remarks and await everyone else's responses.
Councillor Border, I'm going to ask Christine Jones to speak to it because there are some issues with moving forward with this option. So, Christine?
We're just trying to clarify the resolution or the direction that you're proposing. Are you proposing that you waive the application fee or fund that via rates, and that then we put forward a resource consent for pollarding of the tree, or are you instructing the staff to pollard the tree? I'm not clear. There's different implications depending on what the direction is.
It is difficult to instruct staff in anything in this because we do have to go through the resource consent process. What I wish to support is the landowners' requests to have the trees pollarded and to have discussions with the landowners when they are all back present. I think Heather is due back very shortly from this trip, and we move on. But we discount number 1 and number 2. And we keep this conversation open. I know they are willing to contribute financially, but I'm not going to set an amount here today. That would be crazy. I just want to say that the resolution is that we support their request and work with them to find a solution in this regard. It may take some more work and the details. I understand issues with the city plan and so on. If that's a sufficient resolution, I hope it can be passed today. That we respect and support their request and work with them to achieve a satisfactory outcome. If I have to do it on the hoof there you go.
Take a quick pause while we try and work a way forward on wording.
Through the chair, the only two avenues in my view are to submit a new resource consent and or change the city plan.
And I would add to it, thank you Chief Executive, I would add that we then support submitting a new resource consent for the pollarding of these trees. The 3 trees, as per their request.
Yes, we can do that. I would have thought that process would need to be, any consent application probably should be done independent of council, albeit funded or partially funded by council. Perhaps we can get some costs on that and report back to this council so council actually understands the type of expenditure we might be looking at.
I think we first have to test if there is majority support here. If there is, then perhaps a report coming back is the appropriate thing to do. If what I have moved is sufficient to test that support, then we could allow staff to come back with a report and move on, if that's okay.
Yes, well, I think if we were to gauge support for that, arguably we could let the matter lie on the table and report back within 3 or 4 weeks.
I'm not happy with that. We've got a vague. Sorry, may I speak? There's not even a, there's not a way forward. Laying it on the table is just putting it off. We're here to make decisions. Our staff have made a very strong case to continue. Just putting it off is just pandering to indecisiveness, and our cities expect our community expects us to make decisions one way or the other. We can go round circles here. We should put this to the vote and not let it lie on the table, in my opinion.
So, Councillor Border, are you suggesting that the recommendation be staff to come back to council with a report to support the removal of the trees? find a way to support the removal of the trees.
Yes.
Are you, sorry, excuse me, through the chair, are you talking about removal of the trees or pollarding?
Pollarding, sorry. Pollarding is the issue. They're satisfied with pollarding.
So it would read, staff to come back to this council with a report to find a way to support pollarding of the trees.
Yes.
Are you comfortable with that? And do you have a seconder?
Is comfortable with that? That's
No,
fine.
to the changes.
Is that workable with our staff, Chief Executive?
Believe so. We'll just need to understand what both avenues look like, the resource consent avenue and change of the city plan.
Test and we will be decisive today. We will make a decision.
So the recommendation that's on the table, staff to come back to council with a report to find a way to support pollarding the trees, that has been moved by Councillor Baldock and spoken to and seconded by Councillor Granger. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Granger?
Yes, I do. Just two things. First of all, just a question to the staff. In regards to the stem value of these trees, when we consider the tree to be a protected tree, do we ever take consideration of, number one, where they are, and number two, how much effect it has on the people surrounding?
Through the chair, the process for deciding whether a tree is notable or not doesn't take those two things into account. The stem value you've worked through in this chambers, and the trees are only on the notable tree register if this council or the previous council have decided they're on there through any plan review process. So staff don't make those decisions now.
So there must be some decisions made when whomever goes out and looks at the tree to see if it's a protected tree or not. And what I'm looking for here is that, and it has happened in the past, that I feel that it's more of what the tree is, what type of tree it is. The stem count is number one on the list, but for me, down the list, which I think is very, very important, is it the suitable tree for that area? And I don't think that, you tell me otherwise, I don't think it is.
Unfortunately, we're not in a position to change that today, but should council agree that in the future there is a review of the notable tree register, council could also debate all of the criteria that makes up the trees that you agree will sit on that register. So you will have the opportunity to debate that at the appropriate time during that review process.
No, thank you for that. Now, the other thing is just a comment I want to make at the end of it. I certainly support Councillor Baldock, very, very much so, and support Heather's request, and working with her, absolutely, and I think we can get something done. These three trees are simply this: they are not suitable for that area. It's common sense here, and when I look at it, it does annoy me, because I think if I was one of those, and it's not affecting just three, there's actually 9 properties around there that those trees affect. And that is concerning. So I'd be as probably as wild, if not more. We can't get anything done. So absolutely, I'm supporting this, and I do hope you all take that into consideration as well. And again, just the wrong trees, wrong area.
Thank you, Councillor Granger. Councillor Stewart?
Thank you. What we need to do is review the city plan for notable trees, and I won't make up my mind till I hear other people speak, but that is what is lacking. And I've been to many ratepayers who are absolutely, they get quite emotional, but I can give you lots of examples of other trees that need to be either removed or severely pruned. Inappropriate planting and I would say species. For example, a poplar tree protector that is towering over a house right close by and causing a lot of grief, and yet a poplar street down the road isn't protected. So there's a lot of inconsistencies what's in the city plan under the protected trees at the moment. That is what we need to address first in my mind, because if we approve this one, then I've got at least 4 other ratepayers in very similar situations. So will we pay their resource consents as well? So I believe we need to address the city plan by reviewing the notable tree list, and that to me is the most important aspect. So I'll listen to the rest of the debate before I decide.
Just a reminder, we're talking about finding a way forward to support the pollarding of the trees. Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't support the resolution as written because I suspect that the staff are going to come back with a recommendation that if council wishes to go down that course of action, that a plan change would be required. Now, whilst it, as my colleagues know, whilst it is certainly okay and appropriate for a commissioner to have a political view prior to a plan change, they must be impartial during a plan change should they entertain that. And I think that by voting for the resolution as worded, I think that given the other people out there who are very tree friendly in our city, I think that they would view the wording of this resolution and some of the comments that have been made in the debate thus far as evidence of predetermination and put it at risk of judicial review. So, colleagues, we need to be careful in terms of how we speak about this issue. It is okay to have a political position prior to, but there is a risk given the resourcing of the, if I can call it the tree lobby out there, that any plan change process is at risk given the comments around the table so far. I'd also just make the observation, I do appreciate what it's like to be a ward councillor. We owe our residents not just a duty of obedience, but also our duty of intellect and industry and understanding as well. And I think we can't hold out false hope to these people and say, oh, look, we're gonna sort it out and we're gonna pull out the tree for you. There's a long and lengthy process that actually affects every single tree in the city. And the simple fact is, the recommendation is going to come back that a resource consent is unachievable. Now, we can go and spend money trying to apply for it to sort of send a virtuous signal to some people in our community, but we need to be honest with them. We need to tell them that this is a long and lengthy process and it's not going to be solved overnight. Now, to those who say, look, just get on and blimmin' do it, don't hate the player, hate the game. That's the Resource Management Act.
Any further speakers? Councillor Robson.
Yeah, taking into account the, judicious, if I may use that word, warning from Councillor Morris, I'm still inclined to support this motion. I do think that we know from history, a bit of a theme today, that following rules that actually harm people is not defensible. And I noted the sympathy, indeed empathy, with which the speech from Sally Cook was reacted to, particularly in regard to the effect it had on human beings, the human faces of the CBD issue. And that part of the speech at least resonated with me. And as such, the same sentiment, I think, underpins a lot of what's motivating the mover here. We need to understand this actually affects people. So I'm comfortable supporting the motion subject to some indication that we would get, in addition to the paths, a report from an independent arborist with experience in pollarding in New Zealand. Google tells me they exist, to figure out what the risks are really here. Because again, in the staff report, it talks about risk to the tree. And while my research on the topic suggests that yes, it's better that trees, if to be pollarded, it starts young, it doesn't say that it always ends in disaster if it starts older. But it would be good to have the view of someone with experience in this field, in this country, rather than relying on people doing what I do and simply do a Google search and pick what suits your particular argument at the time. So happy to support it at the moment. I appreciate the words and advice given by Councillor Steve Morris, and that applies not just to this decision but to many decisions. But yeah, let's work our way through this. We are not in a hurry, these trees have been here a while and they're going to be here a while longer. Let's go through the process in a considered way and see what we can do.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. That's noted as an action point. Councillor Malloy.
I struggle with the fact that we spend months and months and months developing city policies. A tree vegetation policy is one of them. Chip seal's another one. We've just had a policy and we've had it for 8 years, and suddenly we want to change it. If the policies are wrong, then we need to review them. But we shouldn't be doing this ad hoc changing every time something comes along. If the policy isn't good enough to protect our tree stocks and the well-being of our community, then probably we need to change it. But we don't want to change it on the hoof every time there's a request comes to us. I think that's nuts. I said the same thing back when I think Councillor Granger and others wanted to get rid of the London Plains on 2nd Ave. In my mind, there's no need to get rid of those. They're in a commercial zone. They weren't really doing any harm apart from blocking some gutters, which people could quite easily clean. And then they were removed, and I think that was a tragedy for the city. So once again, I'll say, I'm not going to support it. I think if the policy is wrong, we need to change that. Otherwise, we need to support the policy.
Any other speakers? So from my perspective, I actually disagree. I think that the council, while we have framework in place, we need to be nimble and agile, and we should be looking at case-by-case basis. Sure, a doctor doesn't decline a surgery or some medication because it doesn't fit the criteria. We need to be flexible. We need to think about what affects people's lives every single day, and I bet you that these trees affect people's lives every single day, just like the road sealing crew from Oriental and from Santa Monica. So we need to have a common sense approach. Great to have a framework that fits most of the situations, but I think we need to have more flexibility and be more nimble. So that said, we will go back to Councillor Baldock for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and excellent words. If we hadn't been nimble, the poor people at Papamoa, whom you represent, and Councillor Morris, would still be staring at those pine trees, or they probably still are there, but they're going to come down soon. Because that was a long battle. I engaged in it in 2011-12 when they came to council then. Policies do need revision. That's why statutorily we have to review policies, because times change and we have to keep renewing them. So I don't believe, Councillor Malloy, that this is an ad hoc decision. Our staff have said there is a possibility of a resource consent pathway without reviewing the city plan on this particular issue. I want to explore that, because I actually believe the independent commissioner may have made a very different decision back in 2015 if the Grace Road and Neighbourhood Residents Association hadn't interfered in something which has virtually no impact upon them at all. They've got plenty of trees in their part of town, they should stick there. And they are constantly interfering in these resource consent things across the city and bringing misery, I believe, to residents in other places. This is Otamotai, this is Wakefield Street. The people who should be interested are the people who view that every day. And there was only one nearby resident who was an objection back in that resource consent. So I hope we may find a clearer pathway through this time. The issues of conflict and my speech, look, if I have to not take part as an RMA commissioner, about to be re-qualified, hopefully, then, I won't participate at that point. But an independent commissioner with other councillors who have a more open mind, I think my mind's kind of pretty open on the matter. I don't believe it just when you get case by case, you see how that policy cannot address every issue in the city that we face. Catherine, I believe, Councillor Stewart, that if staff come back with this report, I would tack on to it, if it isn't there already, that we do need to review the city plan and the notable trees. I know of other trees, as you do too, one in Queen Street, that in my opinion is in the wrong place and should be getting addressed as well. So I don't think it affects all the trees in town. But I think we should take this to the next step and do what we can to address the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baldock, and thank you everyone for your comments. So I'll put DC 234 recommendation on the screen. Moved by Councillor Baldock, seconded by Councillor Granger. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Okay, so we have Councillor Kurak, Baldock, Mayor Brownless, Councillor Clout, Robson, Stewart, Granger and Brown. Those against is Councillor Mason and Councillor Malloy, so that is passed, that is moved. And an abstention from Councillor Morris. Thank you everybody for that discussion. We will now move to DC 228, which is the future of the Bethlehem Scout Hall. Has you got that? Abstained, Councillor Morris and Mason and Malloy. Okay. Yeah, me too. Same, that's why I scribbled it down. Okay, so on page 217 of your agenda, we have the future of the Bethlehem Scout Hall. We have Megan and Mark to speak to the report. So Mark and Megan, over to you.
Thank you. So today's paper, as you can see, it's quite outlined in your paper today, the steps that have been followed since 2002 regarding the future direction of Bethlehem Scout Hall. And I'd also like to introduce Mr. Harry Mowbray, who's sitting over here, who is the gentleman who is mentioned in this paper about perhaps removing it. So we'll take the paper as read and be open for any questions.
And Mr. Mowbray is also happy to take any questions as well. So any questions, councillors? Councillor Morris, you had some questions regarding this paper?
Yes, I think they've been satisfied. I've had the information provided to me directly. But in terms of I don't know whether I'll mention the debate. I think I'll probably save it for the debate, Madam Chair, because I think there's a process issue here in terms of disposal.
Sure, we don't want to flush that out through questioning?
Yeah, okay. What's our process in terms of disposal of council assets, whether they be iPads from the last triennium through to buildings, through to, I know, big pieces of land on Devonport Road? How do we, what's the process for publicly and transparently letting the community know that an asset is available for disposal and then inviting representations or submissions on the removal or sale or whatever of that asset?
Through the chair, well, I can't speak to the iPads question, but sometimes council chooses to upgrade something, for example a park, and during that process something gets changed, and if, for example, a building is due to be demolished, then we normally go through either depending on the state and the condition of the building. If there's something worth selling, where there is a perceived market where somebody will come along and buy it and take it, then we'll go through a house removal company. If the condition is poor, and we sometimes go through a house removal company and they don't want it, then it's demolition. And something like this, where we know there is or has in the past been an interest of such a significant interest that it was mentioned in the policy or strategy, our community places strategy, then we decided to seek advice of our GM and then come back to this council to see what their thoughts are.
Councillor Granger, then Councillor Clout.
Yeah, just a question through the chair to the staff. In regards to the recommendation A, and at the end of it where it says at minimal cost to council, I presume that minimal cost will be just us cleaning the site up afterwards. Is there any other costs included or added to that?
No, that's correct. That's just reinstatement of the site.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Mowbray, thank you for coming. So is this something that you've done on other occasions, and do you have like a collection of old buildings on some farm somewhere? I'm just interested in knowing the actual location where you are and what happens to the buildings, because obviously you've done this before.
So we own the Martinga Dairy Factory, And the Matangi Dairy Factory is got an extraordinary history in a position in New Zealand. I mean, the two biggest companies to ever come out of New Zealand have their primary root in Matangi, in this building here, which is, we call it the Glaxo building. So GlaxoSmithKline, that's where Glaxo made their money, and it's also where the NZ Co-op Dairy Company made their money. But also on site, there's the original buildings where Nestle's Highland Condensed Milk started. It's been where the Anchor brand basically started there and was the first supply. I mean, I can go and I've got a presentation here, but I mean, there's the Highland Condensed Milk building, which hasn't got a category under the Historic Places Trust, but it's one of the oldest concrete buildings in New Zealand. And then there's the Glaxo building, which, as I say, was the biggest dairy factory in the world when it was built back in 1915. And it has a historic classification. So the focus going forwards is to actually to build a destination at Matangi site and create a couple of piazza type situations and turn it into a historic destination and commercial area.
Councillor Stewart and then Mayor Brownless.
My question's been answered, thank you.
Mayor Brownless.
Probably for Megan or Mark, it's just in further to Councillor Morris's question, it's the way that you do this is probably what's nagging at you, Councillor Morris, and to some extent me, is that, I mean, I know the building and I wouldn't want to buy it, I wouldn't want to take it for free either. But how do we make sure that nobody comes along and says, oh, I would have paid you $1,000 for that, or a Drax, or, you know, do you have to, you know, put some little notice in a paper or something and say, look, council's going to dispose of this, anybody interested, let us know. I mean, it's just to get that part of it right. I mean, if it was mine, I'd happily give it. In fact,
yeah, you're right.
It might even pay you to take it, but it's not. And that's what I think we've got to get to the nub of. Yeah.
Through the chair, there are other examples of, for example, this was a Scout Hall building for a while, and usually during the lease that staff set up with any tenancy, that part of the deal is that they remove their building when they go. Scouts weren't in a position to do that, and there was another one at Scout Reserve that the ratepayer ended up funding the demolition of. It is at the end of its life recently. Our community places strategy says or directs staff to liaise with two organisations because they had expressed an interest. Staff did that, and once they found out the condition of the building, they declined the offer. Some months ago, it's in the paper, another local person also offered to take the building, but once the building condition report was provided to them, they again declined the opportunity to take it. Should council direct that is a process you want us to follow, then that's what we'll do. But we do have one offer on the table now.
Councillor Granger.
Sorry, just another question. I totally agree with Mayor Brownless as regards to there could be other areas, or open it up in a sense to see what interest we've got from the public in general. But just coming back to where you have offered it to the likes of the Historic Village, when did you do that, Mark? And no doubt their comment was no at the end of it all, I see. But when was that made?
Council directed in 2008 that we should stop the maintenance on the building. I took over my role in February 2015, and it was one of the first things I did, and I've done it several times since, and Megan's done it in the last few months as well. The Historic Village declined.
The last one was a couple of months, 2 or 3 months, you said?
The last one was 3 weeks ago.
Councillor Robson and the Chief Executive.
Yeah, just a couple of hopefully quite easy questions. How many square metres is this building? Because I can't find it in the report. And it's sort of...
It's very small. I think off the top of my head it's about 100 square metres. Yeah, one single room.
Okay, because I was trying to determine how big it was from the demolition cost and the repair cost. The demolition cost seemed to be $50,000. which seemed a lot for an old building in state of disrepair, and the repair cost was something like $300,000.
Just adding on to that one, the main room is one large room and it has a couple of auxiliary sort of add-ons that has been done over the years. So it's not just the one room, it's the whole building. So it is quite complicated.
Also, through the chair, part of the remediation cost is to deal with the black mould in there, which makes it unusable right now.
Just for interest's sake, I found out about it because it was up for demolition about 4 or 5 years ago, and then a friend of mine who owns A&J Demolition said that he'd been asked to price for demolition again, and he rang me up and said, you might be interested in this building. So, you know, there's another stages I have to go through as well. I have to actually present it to the Waikato District Council, and they have to decide whether they're going to let it in. So, it just, you know, I mean, I'm doing this for philanthropic type reasons rather than for any commercial gain. So it's not it's a bit of a dumb idea really, but.
Sorry, if I can just respond to that. This is not, and this is not a dumb idea. This is, if you look at the piece of paper that's circulating, this is the first Māori school here, and I have an affiliation with the school there, Bethlehem School. So, and I have an affiliation, a relationship with the principal, Brian Field, and he's talked about it various times. They've looked at whether they could make this work. And I suppose I'm sort of a little bit torn, because given some of the philanthropists that in the city that claim to be committed to, for instance, spending $55 million on a museum and whacking it somewhere where half the city don't want it, that we can't find a philanthropist in this city. And that's, I compliment you, sir, on being a philanthropist, but we have people who claim to be philanthropists in this city who are of a scale where they could actually do that and put that back where it started, in Bethlehem, as a real part of our history. So I'm sort of torn that and disappointed that our city doesn't have these people in it that put their money where their mouths are.
Okay. Emily Gudsall, just wish to speak.
Just in response to what Councillor Robson made a comment about it being a Māori school. Yes, no, fair enough. I'm not sure that... I noticed, though, that there was a consultation with Ngāti Kahu, is that correct? Could I ask, actually, why they declined that offer?
I'm not too au fait with the complete history going right back when they first started the discussions, but the research that we've found is that it was really due to cost, about, you know, upgrading it and things like that. And that was the same with Bethlehem School as well. It was prohibitive as far as cost, not only to fix it, but to maintain it.
Just in addition to that, I can't imagine that, I think in the report it actually states it being a native school or from the era of the Native Schools Act, which was not kind to Māori. So I can appreciate that there's may, and I don't speak on behalf of Ngāti Kahu, but I can appreciate there may not be historical significance in that preservation or retaining that type of history simply because it doesn't hold any mana whenua in that aspect. But in respect to that, when was the last consultation you had with Ngāti Kahu?
I can't confirm that. When speaking with Carlo, he just said that it had been engaged and properly carried out. And 3 weeks ago, when I was following up everything else, he reconfirmed that again. So he was satisfied that it had been completed. Okay. So.
Get the Chief Executive to speak to this.
Yeah, through the chair, there is no obligation for council to go out to the market to sell something that is a liability. As long as it can demonstrate and satisfy itself it's acting prudently under the Local Government Act. We've got a facility there that essentially is a liability. It would cost us tens of thousands of dollars to remove ourselves. We put it out a number of years ago for demolition. At that time it wouldn't seem we had any takers. We now have someone that essentially is willing to take it off our hands. And so if council in consideration of that thinks that that's a prudent thing to do, it's certainly entitled to follow number one recommendation.
No further questions. I believe it's been moved by Councillor Clout and seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Clout.
Thank you very much. Look, this building, does have some significance, and I'm glad that it's not going to be demolished, particularly at that price range. The cost of demolishing, I was astounded at. So I think that the fact that it's going to be restored and we'll be able to honour its past in a location that's not too far from here, from Tauranga. I'm very happy to see this go and look forward to seeing it when it is restored. So thank you very much, Mr. Mowbray, for taking this off our hands and restoring it and treating it with the honour that I'm sure that it does deserve.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Defer my seconding because I was actually out of the debate for most of it, so Councillor Baldock might like to take it.
Briefly, we were just chuckling that perhaps, there wasn't such good memories for some of Tangata Whenua about the school. They may well have had their hands strapped for speaking to Reo in that particular building, so I understand it's probably not got high significance for them. Appreciate the fact that it will be preserved and will have a home. It's got a place in our history.
Any other speakers? Councillor Morris, Councillor Robson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do congratulate the individual on their initiative and coming to council, but I think council needs to have an understanding that we are a public entity and we can characterise it as a liability or as an asset, but I think that when we are disposing of public property, whether it be to the level of 8 figures or to the level of minus several thousand figures, we need to have a duty to offer, whether it be by an ad in the paper or something, the property to our community and the wider community. I think that we have a very casual approach to some of our properties in which we don't widely let our community know that they are for disposal, and I think that we would be accused very quickly by several people in the city, once the thing is on a truck and gone, that they would have paid X, Y and Z amount for it. The easiest way to deal with that allegation is to put a small ad in the Blimmin Classifieds and the Bay of Plenty Times. We're a public entity. We have public property. It's not our own property. We don't, go and say to our neighbour, do you want this or do you want that? We've got a public duty here, and so even though it is a small thing and has been characterised as a liability, I think the principle holds even when we're dealing with 8 figures. It does become slightly indefensible if we keep doing it.
Councillor Robson.
We get the motion before us up on screen, please.
An amendment? Could I suggest amending where it refers to a private individual with the actual name of the person making the offer, just in terms of transparency, given we haven't gone out to the market. And perhaps I could ask, would the buyer be happy with that?
Mr. Mowbray. Are you happy that your name goes into the report and to the recommendation? He has no problem with that. Amend that as part of the original motion if Councillor Clout and Mason are happy with that. Okay, thank you. So further comments?
The reason I wanted it up there is speaking to the motion, I'm minded to abstain. And the reason for that, quite simply, is there's a presumption that it is movable, and the presumptive owner in some senses has already indicated that there may be objections to it being transferred across the border for all sorts of reasons. I don't know what the practical issues are, but there's also an assumption it's going to be restored. And I suppose I'm looking for and I am thinking historically, and maybe we could put it on 11 Mission Street if we decide to keep that space and turn it into a decent entrance and remind people of some of the things that were done badly here in that space. But I'm conscious that I'm looking for and I'll take advice on how I get a sort of a buyback or a turn clause that if Mr Mowbray sees it and when they go to lift it up decides this ain't going to make it over the Kaimais, or there is an issue, that it doesn't, as his property, become his obligation to dispose of and doesn't come back to us for the philanthropists that abound in the city to have a second thought and maybe a conscience and act appropriately. So I don't know whether it's possible to word an amendment. If I could take...
Through the chair, if we went back to our original offer to the community to put this thing out for demolition, perhaps simply a recommendation, if you like, enabling demolition or otherwise disposal of the property, it allows the same outcome. And it's consistent with a previous record of us actually going out to the community seeking demolition. So whether it's demolished or whether it's picked up and moved and demolished, or essentially it's removal of the property from our lot. That might need a cup of tea between if there's a view to doing that, we could perhaps craft a recommendation to be consistent with the early intentions of the council.
Yeah, from my point of view, it would just, look, if there was just a little notice in the paper on a website saying it's going to happen, it gives people who are inevitably going to come to us afterwards and say, oh, we would have done this and that, to actually put something forward if they want to, rather than later. And it just seems good practice. Yeah. How many years ago did we do this other thing? We were talking about this demolition was 3 or 4 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, I hardly could say that that's current.
We have two concerns been raised. One is from Councillor Robson that the recommendation suggests that it will be removed and restored, and wanting some reassurance that if it's not possible, then what would happen to the building. So we're being honourable to that recommendation. What would the steps be? And the Mayor is also raising the issue that there hasn't been any public notification. So we'll just take a quick pause. We will just adjourn for a couple of minutes and see what we can come up with. Quick toilet stop for those who wish. Okay, could everybody please take their seats? That would be now. Okay, so just a reminder, we do have a recommendation that is on the table already. That's been moved by Councillor Clout, seconded by Councillor Baldock. We have had some people speak to it. If you have not spoken to it, you may, and then we'll put the recommendation that is in front of us and on the screen. We'll put that, and we'll see how that goes, and then there may be, if there's any recommendations or amendments after that, we will take those. So, if you have not spoken yet, I believe Councillor Clout, Mason, Baldock, Morris, Robson and Brownless have spoken. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Malloy.
I will support, but just like to comment that if it takes us an hour to give away our liability in this council, I wonder about some of the other issues we've got to face this afternoon.
Thank you for that timely reminder, Councillor Moy. I'm also aware of the time is moving on. So with that said, I will put the recommendation on the screen. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands, please. Okay, so that's Councillor Kurak, Malloy, Mason, Baldock, Clout and Brown. Those against, we have Councillor Granger, Brownless and Morris. So that is carried as it is. And an extension from Councillor Robson and Stewart. Okay. So that's DC 228 out of the way. We will now move through to the General Manager's... No, we won't. We will actually go back. Yep, we'll go to the General Manager's reports. Oh, God. Start speaking. Go. DC 138 in front of you. We have Nick in front of us to answer any questions. This is an operational report that was presented to Ngā Poutere to our Moau a while ago, and this is just receiving the report. So Nick, over to you.
Through the chair, Madam Chair, sorry. I have been asked by Dean Flavel, who's the chair of Ngā Poutere o Moau, as if I could just introduce the paper on behalf of him. Thank you. So just very quickly, colleagues, this is a report that goes through the last year action regarding Moau, and I think you'll see from the report that apart from the Moau base track saga, which is an ongoing issue, which we're all very aware of, that aside, there's been a lot of excellent work and progress made for the Maunga over the last year through the Ngā Poutere. So I think we'll take the report as read, but Nick is here available to answer any questions. I would just make note of one particular statistic that I'm very pleased to see, and that's the rabbit population. And you'll see there's been a massive decline. So we've had a very successful animal pest control program in place, but that's only one of many highlights I believe has happened for Moau in the last year. But Nick is available here for any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Morris, then Councillor Malloy.
Base track remediation, is that coming back to us on the 27th or at some other date?
Through the chair, we're just working on that now. We had a meeting earlier today, so we'll come back to you on email with proposed next steps for that.
Councillor Malloy.
I read here somewhere grazing damage to plants. What do you mean by grazing damage? Is that stock or pests? I can't help you with where it is, but
yeah. So is that?
Yeah,
I presume it's sheep, is it? That they're up on the. That they've got out of there.
Through the chair, apologies. Could you repeat the question, please, Councillor Malloy?
Somewhere here, I can't put my finger on it. That there were a number of plants were damaged or destroyed by grazing. Grazing damage is referring to stock getting into the area they shouldn't be, or to pests.
The only grazing animals on the Maunga are sheep, if that's any help.
Through the chair, I think you're right. we've recently fenced off some areas to prevent any further damage for young plantings. Also, the grazing, the sheep's hooves does damage some archaeology, so we've excluded the sheep from some significant areas.
Moved.
So no further questions. That has been moved by Councillor Baldock and seconded by Councillor Clout. So Councillor Baldock, do you wish to speak to it?
Report. It's really important, as we all know, icon in our city. We appreciate the relationship we have with its owners, and I wanted to just give a brief shout out to Councillor Clout, Brown, Morris and Granger, who are on that committee. I was on in a former iteration of it, and it's a lot of hard work. Lots of issues that do come up, and thank you for representing us there. And thank you for staff too that work with that committee.
And also acknowledging the huge amount of work that Karen Edlin's doing around the implementation plan. We have got a lot of correspondence, a lot of visuals, and the implementation is going to be a big piece of work over the coming years. So I'm sure the next training look forward to that. So, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Pleased to see there will be some signage and interpretation signs going up shortly, and delighted to see that the rabbit population has finally come down. I used to rabbit on about that many years ago when I was on the Moo committee. So really pleased to see that right down low.
Are there any further comments? Okay, so that's DC 138, moved by Councillor Baldock, seconded by Councillor Clout. I'll put that all in favour. Please say aye. Against? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you, team. Thank you, Mark. And to Nick, we'll move on to the General Manager's reports. I'm not sure if there's any particular order of anyone wishes to jump the queue, so we'll go through as they are in the report. So we'll start on page 267, the first report, which has been tabled in front of you for those who use the paper version, of DC 208 Community Services from Gareth Wallace. The printed version is missing some pages, so please refer to the copy in front of you. So Gareth, over to you.
Kia ora koutou. Just through the chair, in terms of the volume of stuff we've still got to get through today, table the report as read. Just except to say at the briefing that we had last week, we're more than happy to take elected member feedback in terms of the content of the report, more, less, more pictures, whatever it is. We want to be delivering the kind of information you're after, so more than happy to take that feedback on board. Thank you.
And I'll be doing that work with the councillors in the councillors' lounge, getting feedback from us collectively to report back to the general managers and to the chief executive on our views of how these reports have been working for us or not. Councillor Currick.
I'm looking at the hard copy on page 13, the library stats. Now, I recall at the last meeting, I asked for some historical data in terms of that table there, but I wasn't expecting to see month by month for the previous financial year. I was expecting columns to be like the years preceding the last 10 years to notice trends. It makes it very difficult if you only got one previous year. If you could organise that, would be great.
Yep, we can provide that next time.
If no other burning issues, then we will go through page by page. So Councillor Stewart and then Brownless, and then we will go page by page.
At the appropriate time, I'm happy to receive the report.
So we'll start, if everyone could please tune to, we've got the executive summary in the front, acknowledging some awards there for staff as well. So the next page we have Bay Court, then we have CCO relationships with a lot of detail in there, and there's a lot of good work happening in that space with our relationship with our CCOs. Turn the page and we have city events. Please just raise your hand when you wish to ask a question. It's a significant development by our events team and our events delivery team, and acknowledging the change for the event funding criteria as well. We've got community development, where we've got the figures there and a lot of work in progress with Historic Village. A lot of upgrades that are happening. Got increased visitor numbers. No questions. There's some work happening around parking in the village, which has been a topic of conversation before, so there's some work in progress there by Blair and his team. Move to Project Tauranga, which is our partnership, City Partners program.
Through the chair, if I may, just on the parking down 17th Avenue, is there any chance of a little bit of an update on where we're heading with that? Because it seems to be quite an issue if you ever go down there during the week to find a park. It's
I don't have one off the top of my head. I can definitely get one. All I know is I see at least one email a week going backwards and forwards about trying to resolve that issue. So I'll get an update.
And there is some commentary in 44 in the report around some of those things that may take that pressure off 17th Ave. Mayor Brownells?
I think supplementary to that, it's also something that I know some people have raised concerns. There's going to be a new commercial area opening, and if the people from there don't park in their own parking but choose to park on the street, it will restrict it even more. So I think we just need to be a step ahead of that, so that it's used by people, as it always has been, visiting the village for X number of hours, and then the parking turns over to keep it fair for everybody.
Yep. Through the chair, that is absolutely on Blair's mind on a daily basis.
We'll make sure there's an update in the next report on that. So then we move through to, we've got the Community Development Match Fund in there. You can see the organisations that the community organisations that are being funded by Council's Community Development Match Fund, which Councillor Mason, myself and also Councillor Malloy this time supported. Down $93,000 there through to community organisations. Got some commentary around our youth development. Great work that our youth advisory group are doing. Over the page, further commentary around our community development and the multicultural organisations that we support. Any questions there? Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Just regarding the Maryvale Community Centre on page 11, I believe at some stage that matter needs to come before council to discuss. There's been some land purchases, but I don't believe there's been any direction officially.
Through the chair, there was report DC 179, which was the Spaces and Places land purchase update, which was approved at the PSOC committee, and it's got to come back to the next council committee on the 27th of August for ratification, so it's ready to go.
Good question, thank you, Councillor Stewart. Mayor Brownless.
And with the community centre, I'm not sure where we're at with the building program, but I know that's something we've agreed and contributed to, and obviously they continue their fundraising. But I do notice that it looks as though, I'm not sure if it's clear whether we're funding social workers or not, but if we are, I think we really have to think whether councillors' role is to fund social workers. If I've misread that, let me know, or whether it's a role of the Ministry of Social Development. Page 11 and paragraph 64.
Yeah, we'll follow that up.
Because it's not quite clear what's happening there, but no, we constantly say, for example, that government puts stuff on our plate, and then we constantly accept it. So I just want to make sure.
Can I just follow up on the Maryvale situation? So is it actually signed, the sale from the purchase from Accessible, or is it just agreed to?
Good afternoon. Through the chair, council directed in the last meeting, which you're going to ratify at council, for staff to seek some assurances from Accessible. We're working through that process, and then we'll bring you back their feedback.
Noting, councillors, it wasn't confidential at that time. Thank you, Mark. Also, on that same page, we have some feedback there and some actions that are taking place through the Tauranga Community Housing Trust in response to the Opal Drive residents that also spoke to us in confidential, but some of that has been canvassed in the media space. So there's our action points, or their action points, I should say. And Councillor Morris, myself and the Mayor have been invited to go to the site and see the new resource centre in action, etc. So we will keep you updated with that.
Through the chair, there's actually 5 updated bullet points about that, but I'll just email elected members after the meeting.
What's that regarding, Gareth? Okay, so then over the page we have some discussion around the heritage collection, which Councillor Mason was sidetracked with.
Yep, I am. So when I started looking at this this report, I noticed the 2 old muskets there, and I actually have one of something similar. My father found it in a cave in Central Africa in the 1930s, and I hadn't known much about it at all. Sort of a family heirloom stuck in a cupboard at home. And I saw that, and I saw here a Springfield model 1842 muskets. So I did some research and found out that these were made in they were adapted from flintlock into percussion cap for the American Civil War. After the American Civil War, they were bought by gun traders and sent out to Africa and New Zealand and other places for indigenous people to fight against the colonists, and that's where my father found it. So just a shout out to the Heritage Collection for giving me a bit of history about my my family heirlooms. So thank you. It shows that museums really do play a large part in a community.
One last plug, Councillor Mason. Okay, so page 12 of the report, emergency management. Any discussion or queries around that? Questions? Over the page onto which some information there, facts from the libraries team. Some work about upcoming. We noticed that the mobile library is at the end of its useful life, so no doubt that will come back to the council in the future.
Just on that, when I read that, I thought, well, it would be interesting to get an actual appraisal of that asset because there might be a certain time frame in the depreciation regime or whatever. But if it was inspected by someone with duly qualified to make an assessment and gauge whether it could actually do the job for another 20 years. So that's what I'd like to see happen anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Curritt. That's been noted. Okay, through to places and spaces. Page 14. An update there on Our Place, which has also been a project that was addressed by this committee. Mayor Brownless.
That's all right. Paragraph 80, just to explain that, it says the terms and conditions of use of internet in the libraries is being reviewed in response to an inquiry received by the Mayor from a member of the public. And this gentleman had noticed people gaming in the library, and he didn't feel that it was educational, I suppose, if you put it that way. And so I just asked if, was asked to bring it to the attention of the committee, and I understand the library staff are going to look into it. His particular, I think, issues were, one was noise from it, and although I presume people wear headphones, and the other was people playing a game, what was it called? Grand Theft Auto, how do you know that? Grand Theft Auto, and he didn't think that was a good thing to be doing. So, obviously I'm not a young person, so I don't know all the ins and outs of these things, but I'm pleased the staff will just look into it and see if it's the best use, and it would be actually good to hear from our youth advisory committee to what their thoughts were at some stage on that too. Thank you.
If I could comment, Madam Chair, just quickly. My daughter started playing Grand Theft Auto at a young age. She was ducks about Motorride College and got the Dean's List in her first year at law school. I don't see any contradiction between gaming and success.
Okay, that said, we've got next up is Place and Space. We've got Our Place update. Any questions, queries? Any information there? Over the page to some photographs from some of the reserves, our new bike staple stands, which are well used and well located. We've got the Carlisle Reserve, the new playground installation, the fantastic resealing of Stella Place, which looks great. So, and yes, it is tar sealed. So over the page to the Moel implementation plan, which was part of the previous report, and just an update there on the key components of that. Then the fantastic water feature at Coast Reserve in Papamoa. Some commentary around our asset renewals and looking at some areas that have been replaced, and our team always trying to keep ahead of our asset renewal program to make sure that we make sure our community is looking amazing. Cameron Road Neighbourhood Reserve. Can we just have some commentary around also about the new name for that reserve, or will that come back to us in another report? Number 99, page 17, sorry.
I'll follow up on that. I know the new names have been gifted to us by local iwi, and we have those names. I'm just not 100% sure on the process to get those ratified, so I'll come back to you on that.
Excuse me. Sorry, Madam Chair. Can we please go back to page 17? The renewal of the Marine Parade Boardwalk. I'm just going to ask the question, is that brand new timber or is that been water blasted or treated? It's hard to tell what the actual renewal is and whether or not the actual timber needed renewing, put it that way. So just a bit of information around that, please.
Through the chair, the Marine Parade Boardwalk has been condition assessed and renewed in various sections over the last 3 years. The joists and bearers have stayed in place and only the deck has been replaced with new timber. There was a number of broken slats and exposed knots, etc., and it was at the end of its life.
Great to see that the tropical display house, which was the topic of debate when I first started in council 4.5 years ago, is now being looked after by City Care. Councillor Robson.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it was a follow-up question to the question of Councillor Clout. What was the life? How long did that boardwalk last? Happy to take it from just getting a feel for how often we're going to be replacing.
Through the chair, the planned service life or useful life in the asset management system for any boardwalk deck is 20 years. I think this has exceeded that, but I'd have to log on to check that.
Thank you.
If you could come back.
Mark, while you're there, there's other materials such as composite, and there's also timbers impregnated with resins, etc. Has that been looked at in terms of replacement or renewals?
Through the chair, this timber is treated timber. It's H4 timber. I think the joists, the bearers are H5. I think because there's not much air movement down there. Composite timber we could do, but it's 4 times the cost. But apparently, it does have a 100-year service life. We can investigate it if you want. We haven't done it in the past. It's timber. Part of I'd have to check the original resource consent, but it specified that we'll have to check the detail. But from memory, in current previous discussions, it specified that we must use natural materials to reflect the nature of a beachside area and the significance of moa and so on and so on. But I'd have to go and check.
Thank you. Noted as an action point. So on the last 2 pages, we have the Matua Salt Marsh. Then we have some information around our planting season and the programs there that are have rolled out. And then some imagery from the Rotary Park public toilet that aligned with that project.
Through the chair, just on the Matua Salt Marsh, that was going to be available for public to have a look at the flyover. Can staff please put that up for us? Or when will that be able to be put on our website?
I'll find out and let you know. Oh.
The drone footage?
Through the chair, it's in your report in front of you.
Mark, Councillor Stewart was referring to the drone footage actually being put onto our website so that the members of the community could view it. It was an action point from our last meeting. Okay. Thank you, Gareth, for a really comprehensive report. There's lots of information in there. I hope the media have got lots of sound bites out of that and can report back some good positive stories and some updates on a lot of projects that hit our community where it affects them the most in their everyday lives. So, Councillor Stewart,
I'm happy to move receive the report in a minute, but I didn't hear from the staff if they'll look into putting that on the...
You said yes.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
I didn't
definitely.
see that. Thank you, and happy to move receipt of this report.
Seconded by Councillor Clout. Councillor Stewart.
And speaking to it, I really enjoy the information and data that's in these reports and like the balance of the photos, and it just meets our no surprise policy by being informed. So thank you, Gareth, for the good report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, it's really good to see there are some real positive things that we're doing as a council, and I think this provides a little bit more balance to the negativity that we often receive through the media and social media. So it's, you know, it'd be good if more people read these reports. Thank you.
Mayor Brownless.
I do like the detail in it, actually. There's a lot, and it takes a lot to get through, but it seems to be fact-based and figures-based, and it makes interesting reading. So I think, yeah, keep it up. That's really good. You feel informed. So
Couldn't agree more. Councillor Robson.
The observation that these are the school reports we're writing about ourselves.
It's the staff's report that we're accepting. It's factual reports. Okay, so no further comments, no right of reply required. So I'll put that all in favour. Please say aye. Against and carried. Thank you. We'll move swiftly now to page 286 of the report, which is from Barbara Dempsey, General Manager of Regulatory and... Sorry, I haven't tabbed these ones. Have I jumped one? I have. Apologies. DC 209. This is the General Manager's report for General Manager People and Engagement. Susan Jameson, over to you, Susan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. It's my pleasure to bring you the People and Engagement GM report, and I hope also to tip the balance in favour of the positive by pointing out a couple of highlights. If you were to give a theme for the last 6 weeks or so, I would suggest it is engagement. An example of that engagement internally is we have had end-of-year conversations with all of our staff between managers and their direct reports. This year that's been a mandatory exercise, discussing every individual's performance over the past 12 months. Engagement externally, I would just like to point out 2 examples of that have gone well. Matariki 2019. It's an example of connecting with our community, but also demonstrating collaboration internally. There's a number of different departments and external partners and stakeholders that work together to support and deliver this event. The second, Marae DIY with Ngāti Tapu at Waikari Marae in June. I'm not sure if any of you attended that, but many of our staff did. They painted, planted, picked up rubbish, provided advice, and as a consequence we received a letter of gratitude from the committee chair of Waikari Marae, and he commended our mahi and what we could achieve collectively. And finally, on engagement, our Democracy Services team, as you will know, are about to commence the launch of Info Council, which is a new and improved system that we hope will provide more efficient and transparent reports, agendas, minutes and actions for council meetings, and also improve the transparency to our community who can access and search online. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Susan. Just first question, well, you've just mentioned Info Council. Can you just give a bit more information about, is that replacing Objective or Ozone? We don't have access to internal systems, so what will that replace or what will it achieve?
Yes, it is to replace. Jacinda, do you want to talk to it in more detail?
Through the chair, it covers 2 functions. So Robin's team uses a module on Objective, which takes a lot of time for our staff to just prepare one of the agendas for committee meetings. So this will be hopefully a much more streamlined process. It then has a web module, so what the public will see. We'll have much more functionality around searching the papers, and at this stage, councillors will probably still read your papers through Stella, but we're just looking at what's the best tool for the end user, being elected members, to read papers. But it should streamline and make the production of papers, the agendas, the minutes, the actions much more efficient for Robin's team as well as staff across the organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, Granger, Stewart.
Yep. Susan, I just wanted to ask about the end of year conversations. If you could just tell us a little bit about them.
I can't talk to what's happened in the past, but my understanding is that they've been more of a voluntary undertaking. This year we've created an online tool that prompts a number of questions about how an individual has performed over the last year. They capture that online. They have a conversation with their manager and discuss the highlights and lowlights of their year, and they capture that on their file.
Sorry, so this is different from a sort of standard performance review process?
No, it's not different, but it's a refined process, and I don't believe it's been a mandatory one previously. But someone else might want to correct me on that.
So through the chair, it used to be mandatory probably 5 or 6 years ago. Then it was very structured. Then it moved to a more informal conversation. There was still a process, but it wasn't monitored to the same extent. And now we're moving the dial back more to a mandatory, but not quite as complex process as what we used to have.
And its objective is to improve performance throughout the organisation, presumably.
Its objective is to capture performance, both the good and the areas for improvement, in order to set the scene for the coming year and goals that individuals might set with their manager.
Councillor Granger, Stewart and Robson.
Hey, thanks, Susan. Health, safety and wellness. Number 14, fatigue management. Why weren't the elected members included in that? Hard to answer, isn't it?
Not at all. I haven't attended myself, but I'm sure we could extend the invitation.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Through the chair to Susan. With regards to stakeholder engagement, paragraph 33 says that it's expected to be submitted for executive approval in early September. I just think there's an opportunity there to get feedback from elected members on engagement processes and how that can be enhanced with the community. So perhaps that could be an extra link added into the
I agree,
process.
and it will be part of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robson, Baldock, Correct.
Yeah, look, it really follows on to a certain extent from the point Councillor Catherine Stewart just made, the importance of getting the feedback in there. And I suppose really I want to pick up paragraph 17. I would like to see an evaluation, well actually I'd like to see an evaluation process on the quality of collateral produced for these consultations. My experience has been, and it includes experience relating to topics in paragraph 17, that we struggle to get balance in the collateral we provide for community consultation, to the point that I circulated the threat to injunct my own council unless I saw an improvement after seeing 2 drafts of the collateral proposed for provision around 11 Mission Street. So I suppose what I'd like to see is some assessment of quality or some process for assessing quality put inside these things. It's not just saying that we've done something, but to what level have we done it? To what quality have we done it? And I think that's really important. And most of all, how balanced has it been and how defensible has it been if we wound up in a judicial review?
Understand, and we can action that for the next report.
Councillor Baldock.
Thanks, Susan. I'll go to paragraph 17, 18, maybe 18 first, just key campaigns, elections in the harbour. I understand in the rates notices that are going out or have gone out, there is information about the elections. Does it include information about East TV voting? And if so, can we have a copy of it? I haven't seen it, but could we?
Amy or Jacinda?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, there was a small amount about STV on the back of the DLE strip, but we can forward a copy to elected members so you can see it.
I applaud the initiative of sending something out with the rates. I note in 17, all that consultation which we have been doing, and there's a lot of it there, but yet the community often feels not informed. And you may not be aware that we did a very, very successful experiment early in this triennium where we sent out consultation with the water notices, because we do mail out 20 to 30,000 of them a month still, even though we have the internet. And I encourage you to please look at that opportunity in the future. Particularly the one I saw about the Te Papa spatial, the Te Papa plan. There's an email going out to people as part of the consultation, but that was a very good document, sort of covering the extent of it. And in my opinion, if we sent that out with the next round of water rates or something, it would inform the city very well at very little cost. Doesn't need to have a response, but just using that medium for information is useful. And on occasion, some responses. We got 5,500 responses from the one we did 2 years ago, I guess, which is a pretty good response.
Councillor Kurek.
Thanks, Susan and Jacinda. While we've got you on some topics, the reference to the document management system that you'll be using to compile the agendas. In this particular agenda, I wanted to do a word search of the PDF to find a particular word, because that's one benefit of doing this digitally rather than hard copy. But the word that I wanted to find was actually in a report. It was by Becker. It was the modelling report, but I found that was simply a scam. So doing a word search actually didn't pick up the word. So will this new system be able to do like an OCR or something to convert the image into words? So then it's not only elected members but also members of the public to do a full word search.
Through the chair, Alan and I were just talking about that prior to this meeting. So one of the things we're entering user testing in probably another week or so. So one of the things we want to think about is whether OCR scanning for all of the documents would be preferable. We want to ensure there's no degradation of some of the external attachments when they're going through the system. So that's something we'll look at and think about whether we need to get a good PDF editing tool or scanning just to make sure the end product is fit for purpose both for elected members and the public.
I suggest on that perhaps that a couple of elected members might be part of that testing group, so that because we look at probably different words to the public, so to get a feeling across from it. So just a couple of comments or questions from me regarding the DIY at the marae. We weren't invited, but I'm sure councillors, there'll be some of us that would be keen to attend if there's another opportunity to do that. So perhaps if it's appropriate for the invitation to be extended to us to go out and do some of these projects, work alongside our local maraes and also our staff as well, would be great. Just some feedback as well. We've got communications commentary on 17, 18 and 19, yet it's one of the most important things that this organisation does. So I would like to see some more information in there, more detail about how we're communicating, when we engage, when we consult, and some more information around our projects. So that's something that we can do, is talk about as part of our debrief with the elected members. So any further questions? I'm not going page by page because there's only 4 pages, so any further questions for Susan? There is none, so thank you, Susan, and your team for that report. So DC 209, can I have it moved by Councillor Robson, seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Robson, you wish to speak to it? Anybody wish to speak to it?
Just to say, it's great to see such professionalism in our organisation. Things are really looking good, and huge faith in the ability of our fully complemented senior management team to take us forward.
Thank you, well said, Councillor Mason. So I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, and carried. Thank you, team. We'll now move to DC 210, page 286 of the report, which is the regulatory and compliance. The report is from Barbara Dempsey to my left. So, Barbara, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just continuing on the theme of community engagement, I'm really pleased to be able to report that the team have hosted some really positive community engagement over the past 4 to 6 weeks, and I think of particular note is the engagement we've had with our building fraternity. We're really getting some momentum about some of the meetings that we're having with these people, and these are outlined in the report, but not only are we hosting several opportunities to meet with the sector, we're also attending some of the master builders and certified builders meetings to hear about their concerns and continue with that engagement. So it's really pleasing, and I think it's been really well received. A couple of the challenges for us over the last little while and going into the next 2 weeks is around our IONS audit coming up on the 9th of September, so the team are working really hard to ensure that they're as ready as they can be for that audit. It's obviously extremely important for us as a team and for an organisation to do well in that audit. Another factor is that contributes to our ability to engage with our community and deliver on our results, as outlined in this report, is our continued challenge we have in recruiting professional staff, and particularly the building and the planning team. So I'm really proud of the team with some of the results that you can see through this report. I think around matters like CCCs have actually increased our percentage of compliance in the legislative time frame, so they're working very hard to do as well as they can within the staff they have available. So I'm happy, through you, Madam Chair, to answer any questions if I can. Sorry, just while you're thinking of a question, one other thing. I'd like to report on page 11 or page, I think, 296 of the report. We were successful in receiving that funding from MB, so we have received the $183,000 that we applied for.
Congratulations, that's great news. Some of us went on a freedom camping excursion with one of our submitters to try and address some of the concerns that were raised during the freedom camping deliberations, and it was an interesting journey. But we did see the results of some of the funding, like the rubbish bins that were down on Marine Park, the 3 rubbish bins, the smart bins, just spot on. So questions, Councillor Robson, did you have a question?
Yeah, a couple of questions on the consent statistics. If we could add the values in there, and in relation to that, could we start owning our consent figures and publishing them ourselves rather than effectively having them published by P1, which makes them look like they're responsible for all the growth and we're responsible? So a question, could we have value of consents in? And second thing, is there a reason why we can't own that very positive com?
Councillor John, there's no reason at all why we can't own that, and we'll look into that, and I can certainly add the value of consents to future reports.
Okay, there's a lot of commentary around. We'll start with Councillor Mason.
Sorry, was that me? If there's going to be that, I would just ask if we could cost the how much it would the time taken for our staff to produce those statistics that Priority 1 does for the whole sub-region. Because if we're going to ask if we can do something, it should have a cost to it, which Councillor Robson is always talking about. So let's just put that back to him.
I'll pay for it personally.
Councillor Morris.
If I may be of assistance, there was a direction last triennium that those numbers be published by Tauranga City Council first prior to Priority 1, because Priority 1 get those figures from Tauranga City Council, and so we collate the figures, we give them to Priority 1 to then publish and champion and etc. But it's an interesting way of doing things, because this triennium for some reason reverted back to the previous way of doing things without any decision or direction from elected members.
Councillor Morris. I believe staff have that direction from this council now. Okay, Councillor Baldock.
Hope there's no inference from what Councillor Robson's saying is that we should somehow prevent Priority One from publishing. They do a combined, sub-regional thing which involves Western Bay statistics as well. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the problem is there. But.
Respond to Councillor Baldock. It seems to be an invitation to respond.
You may very briefly respond, keeping on topic.
I think the word he was looking for was implication. He draws the inferences, I make the implications. Clearly, there is a good news story here, a phenomenally good news story. We don't have enough of them. Most of us want good news stories published. Why would we give that away when we do all the work?
Okay, so no further questions on that. We will move on. We will pages 286. We have environmental planning, and over the page to environmental protection around swimming pools. Then we have some graphs around liquor licensing, issuing, environmental health. Over the page to corrective actions, noise complaints. I seem to have very few of them nowadays. Some really interesting commentary around our earthquake-prone buildings update and some changes to that and the effects it has on the number of buildings to be addressed in the CBD. Councillor Mason and then Councillor Morris.
Yep, so what does that mean in terms of implications for the CBD? Does it change how people may or may not decide to upgrade their buildings? Are there any implications to, on the ground, so to speak?
In relation to earthquake-prone buildings, well, definitely the buildings that have been classified as earthquake-prone will have a time limit, as identified in the report, to either make repairs or to demolish their buildings. So it will have an effect on the operation of those buildings, depending on what the owner of the building wants to do with the building, and that will depend entirely, I guess, on the cost of upgrading that building.
Sorry, thank you for that. What I actually meant, and I probably should explain myself a bit better, was the difference between the two systems, the new one and the old one. Is there going to be a change in the way that people... Sorry,
Councillor Max, I misunderstood. Certainly, originally when the legislation and the methodology was supported through, put out through the councils were making some discretion about how they classified buildings as earthquake prone. I think it was in 2014, the government came out with some clearer guidelines on how buildings would be classified, and in particular made it a lot easier for wooden buildings to reach this minimum seismic grading. So the legislation was good. I mean, it meant we did a whole lot of work nationally on identifying earthquake-prone buildings. Now it's a lot more consistent, and as you can see, the numbers have come down considerably. But I think you also must understand that we do the initial assessment, and building owners can then do that detailed assessment, and sometimes that can make a difference. May go from earthquake to not earthquake. It may raise the seismic grading. So what we do is identify potential earthquake-prone buildings.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noted with the food safety, that was a fascinating set of statistics which we haven't had before, and the number of interventions that were there on that graph was interesting as well. Have we considered, or have you considered adopting a process similar to other councils where, like the food rating of an establishment is within the, there's a bylaw, it has to be within the window of an establishment for the comfort or not of consumers? Is that effective?
I'd really like to give you some more clarity in the next report. My understanding was that's something that councils used to do, and my understanding is under the new food plan, they need to comply, and it's not so much around that grading, it's compliance or not compliance. I know there is some problems with having an A or a B or a C on your certificate in the window. I will have to provide you some more information. I think that is something that was we did under the Health Act, but I'll clarify that.
Councillor Robson.
Sorry, we're just about at that space again. The building consent data, and my apologies, I got diverted on the P1 issue. Historical data as well. I know we have 2 months there, but comparison and over some time frame, a bit like Councillor Kurak referred to with regard to the library stats, is such an important part. It is to a large extent this city's economy, building, and having some track on that is just really important, I think.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think with the development of our online system, our Alpha system, I can see over the next few reports that the reporting will be improved. And will give you far better trends than what this does at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on. We've got building warrant of fitness, stakeholder engagement around the work the team have done with our builders, the building industry, which is great to see. It's good to have a relationship with the building sector. Through to regulation monitoring, where we cover off some information around parking.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Thank you on that topic. Bottom of page 295 or page 10 of the report. The CCTV monitoring around Green Park School. So that was obviously, I assume, a temporary arrangement. Can they then be moved to other areas around the city, or is that the plan that they'll be utilised in various sort of hot spots around the city? I'm assuming they're not permanently fixed there.
I would assume that that's correct, but I'd have to check that out. Yes.
The cameras at Green Park School on Cameron Road are there for 2 purposes. One, to monitor the parking behind the curb for safety reasons with school children coming to and from school. And the other is to keep an eye on traffic flows from Barks Corner down to past the racecourse and towards Gretna. So yes, they are permanent. Yep.
Barbara, during, I think it was the annual plan, we were requested to look at CCTV coverage in Ty Park in Welcome Bay. Is it Ty Park? Do we know if that has occurred? We approved it through the annual plan process because there was a lot of undesirable behaviour, drug dealing, etc. in that area, and we did approve for a camera to go in there. Do we know if that's occurred?
No, through you, Madam Chair, I'll have to find that out.
If this will help you, I think we did approve that. I was part of that as regards to going out on site and conversing with the neighbours there, and they were happy that yes, it was approved, but whether it's up and working, I honestly don't know.
No, I'm sorry I can't answer that, but I will follow up on it. And
so over the page through to bylaws and then freedom camping, and great news that we've had that funding approved. We've got some information there around the last 13 months worth of parking and bylaw non-compliance and the number of infringement issued. You may.
Yeah, on the freedom camping, we had that small task force to work on some issues. I've had an email from Mr. Phillipson just asking if we have implemented. We did, on the day of our tour around, we basically agreed on issues that would be addressed. Could we have a formal response about those things that they are? Some of it was signage and so on. There was a few things about locations. And then I can forward it on to him if that would be possible, please.
Okay, so over the page we've got complaints by type. Resolution of acts of aggression. Does that get implemented in the chambers? Then we've got some from a Pets and Animal Expo is the last piece of information in that report. So are there any further questions for Barbara around the regulatory and compliance. Any overarching questions? Excellent. Thank you, Barbara. And to your staff for preparing a great report. Can I please have a mover and a seconder? So it's moved by Mayor Brownless and seconded by Councillor Mason. Mayor Brownless.
Yeah, I'll only just say one more thing there, that there was an inquiry, you remember, by dog trial groups to allow to have their security vans on site overnight, and which we agreed to, and they're very grateful that I did pop in to have a look. And it was quite an interesting event on Saturday. There were hundreds of people, if not 1,000 people there, and dogs rushing around through tunnels and people jumping through hoops and tunnels, and that was just the owners, I was about to say. But it was very interesting, and they did come from all around the country, as well as a lot of our local people. So just shows you how much is on in the city when you think about that.
It's also
to thank staff for organising that and being practical. Yeah,
that was a decision that through the Freedom Camping bylaw, we gave the Chief Executive the authority to be able to act nimbly and agile, like we were talking about before, to be able to allow common sense approach when we are asked. As the Chief Executive, just like the dogs, they're very agile. So with that said, I will put that. Sorry, Councillor Mason, you wish to speak?
Sorry, just a little bit of feedback. I can only speak for myself, but I really like the layout of this. There's lots of nice graphs and pictures and colours, what I like, and it's simple and it's easy to get to the information. So, and I feel like I understand it. So, for what it's worth.
Yeah, this has actually been designed to deal with the audience. Okay, so that said, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, we will go through to Paul Davidson's report, General Manager of Corporate Services, which is a brief 3 or 4 pages. Then we'll break for a coffee and then come back for Christine's report. So, Paul, over to you, DC 211, page 303.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. It seems I always follow the report with all the nice pictures and graphs, but anyway. So the corporate services report for this period, you can see very much dominated around the digital services and property space. Largely the finance, commercial and legal teams take up the bulk of next week's finance, audit and risk committee agenda, particularly with the annual report and quarterly risk monitoring. So in terms of digital services, by far, I think the largest project that we've undertaken for some time is getting to a decision point, which will come back to finance, audit and risk next week. That's the strategic finance project, and some pretty exciting work in that space going on with a lot of the team doing some great work with that project. The rest of the information, I really will take it as read and just hand over for any questions. Alan, here, there's quite a lot on digital, if there are any questions specifically in that digital space for this quarter.
Okay, so we'll take questions for Paul. If there are Councillor Baldock. Yeah. Right, we'll go start through. We've got corporate services, got legal and commercial update. As you know, most of that goes through to the FAR&C committee. Not going to say it out loud. Then we have the digital services update on page 304 of the agenda with some data there as requested. Got a table that goes through the project summary and it's got the status of each of those reports. I just have a concern on page 306, the second one down at the end. There was an online survey carried out with elected members to ascertain whether the current tool for reviewing agendas and other council documents, i.e. Stella, is fit for purpose. 2 responses were received. So, councillors, if we do have an issue, staff can't work and finding solutions if they don't have feedback. So if they do need more feedback, we're happy to have a further conversation and apologise that you didn't receive further response to those surveys.
The record here, I gave a response. I said I wanted to keep my paper.
Okay, so we will carry on. We have got the Alpha 1 online building consents, which Barbara spoke about before. Councillor Baldock.
Just the comment there that it's still getting kind of issues. I actually thought we put this thing together. Isn't that what they did at Durham Street? Innovation Lab. I thought they sort of built this thing, but now it's someone else's product and it's not yet completed. Could we just have a little update there?
Through the chair, so the Innovation Lab undertook discovery on what the needs were as opposed to a solution that was then handed back into digital and building services, went out and purchased an off-the-shelf product that was used in a handful of councils in New Zealand. That product is young in its life cycle and continuing to grow. So, ourselves and the other councils that use it are just continuing to evolve the product as need be.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, look, I'm sort of trying to read between the lines, but they are quite close together. Are we unhappy with Alpha 1 and are we seeking a replacement? Because the user governance group, we weren't one of 5 voted in. That group provides the roadmap for where this is going in the future. I'm sort of trying to understand what you're telling me here, but not perhaps explicitly.
Through you, Madam Chair. As Alan said, it needs to be developed. It's a tool that's been used by, I think, 15 other councils, and there are some hiccups along the way. It can work and it will work well. So we're not looking to replace Alpha 1. We are looking to further develop. We're one of the few councils that's connected to the Ozone system. Most councils that have it are using it as a standalone. But our users enjoy it. The feedback we get is that it's an easy system to use. I think that it's a system that, with some refining and working with our IT friends, we can make it work very well for us.
Probably help if the user view was included in the notes in the paragraph 13. It's perhaps us looking. Thank you.
Yeah, over the page 308, 309. Graphs on page 310, 311.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Paragraph 19, Maryvale Action Centre renewals has commenced. Could someone clarify what that is, please?
Through the chair, I'll have to get back in terms of the detail of what that renewal program is.
Thought it might have been the mezzanine floor work. Councillor Currick.
In terms of the mapping, how often is our data supplied to, like Google, where 99% of people would get their imagery from?
Through the chair, so at the moment we're running aerials every 2 years. We're currently investigating whether there is a cost-effective option to either do that every year or to run some additional overflights in high development areas. However, to specifically answer the question, as soon as the data comes into us, then we supply it to third parties. But obviously it's up to them how quickly they process.
Okay, so also under property operations update, could I just ask around the compliance requirements for elder villages? Do we have to, one would assume that we have to comply with all of the insulation requirements as a landlord Would that be correct?
That's correct. So we've got until July next year in terms of compliance with the new requirements under the Act as a landlord.
Thank you. And over the page, the last page 312, and acknowledging that 33, 34, 35 are covered in detail in the finance audit and risk. Questions, Councillor Currick, then Councillor Robson.
35 rates, 98.9%. Is that good or bad or average?
0.9 is good. It is slightly worse than where it's been, but it's still exceptionally good.
Councillor Robson.
For the record, the total cost of the airport development is, or was, now that it's been completed?
Exact number, but ballpark 13.5 million. 13.5.
Thank you.
Any further questions overarching this report from Paul for Corporate Services? No, great report. Thank you, Paul. So can I please have a mover and seconder who hasn't today? We'll take Councillor Granger can move it and Councillor Robson can second it. Councillor Granger, are you happy to move this report? Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Question?
No one has to pass.
I missed out. First version of the annual report.
The substantive proportion of it you will see at next Finance Audit and Risk Committee.
Okay.
So just clarify that obviously is still being audited, so it's still subject to audit.
It's been moved and seconded. Anybody wish to speak to it?
Just two comments to make. One is the airport refurbishment. I've had a number of just completely unsolicited positive responses about that. Again, it's another good news story. I'd love to see some work done around that. It feels great. I was actually there last night picking someone up. And also my compliments to the people responsible for our aerial imagery and its accessibility on our council website. Other councils don't have that quality of material. Even sometimes when they do, I've been doing some property research recently, the ability to actually access it and use it is appalling. For us, the quality is good and the accessibility is good. Again, I think that's another good news story. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. Anyone else wish to speak? No, that said, DC 211, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? And that is carried. Thank you. We'll take a 12.5 minute break and then we'll be back in here for the next report. Okay, councillors, we're going to reconvene the meeting. We still have a number of papers to get through this afternoon, and we want to give due consideration to each of those reports that have been prepared for us at our consideration and our decisions. The next paper we have is Christine Jones, General Manager's Report for Strategy and Growth. It is DC 201 on page 314 of your agenda. Christine, over to you.
So, as per previous reports, most of the matters associated with this group go through either the Policy Committee or the Urban Form Transport Development Committee. So there are only a few matters on this GM report, mostly as a result of other questions or actions requested by the elected members.
It's me, Christine. Can you slow down and just speak a little louder? Thank you.
Most of the matters from this group go through either the Policy Committee or the Urban Form and Transport Development Committee. So this is a relatively short General Manager's report. The topics that are in here predominantly come from matters that the elected members have asked for further updates or further information, and I'll just leave it as read and respond to any specific questions.
Thanks, Christine. Councillor Kirek.
Christine, paragraph 11, referring to the discussion I think we had at this committee a month ago, where some direction was provided around consideration around consideration for a regional, not a regional park, but a recreational area right at the end of the peninsula there, adjacent to the Kaituna River. But reading that, at the end, it refers specifically to the land which is constrained and doesn't include, from that reading, consideration of that area right at the end, adjacent to the river as the beach comes around. Is that correct?
So you'll recall that we reported back to you on the last General Manager's report, so you asked us to address this through the annual plan deliberations. We then had a discussion with the landowner. The landowner is not interested in gifting or selling this land at the end of that peninsula for recreational purposes. There had already been some conversations with the other partners, and there is some opportunity with the work that the Regional Council is doing on a neighbouring piece of land. So that's what this proposal is, to start to look at that. There is significant constrained land in this urban growth area that could provide and is likely to provide some sort of recreational opportunities. So on that basis, that's what we're proposing to proceed with.
Just following that, so there's no ability for this council to require the landowner to preserve some of that land for public use right at the end there.
So we have a level of service that the developers are required to deliver, which is around the neighbourhood park element, and I think our understanding is that you're looking for something substantively more than that. So there's no ability to require that. You would have to either acquire it under the Public Works Act and pay for it, and you'd have to demonstrate that you've assessed all other options, etc., for that purpose. There's no other way really or enter into a willing buyer, willing seller situation, and as we've said, the landowner is not interested in that. The other thing is that this already there's a significant, almost half of this land in the Tutemu urban growth area is constrained. We're needing the land for housing supply, and so what we're saying is it makes sense to try to use that constrained land for recreation where appropriate. Some of it may not be appropriate to do so, and try not to limit or reduce even further the amount of housing supply land in that urban growth area.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Baldock.
Yeah, on that one, yeah, thank you, and great work. Good to see the three councils working on it for all the options. I wanted to bring up number 12, Coopers Road and Hilltop, I think. It's just been in reports for a while. What do you need in order to progress this? I think of like accessible properties as one, but also MHUD and so on. You know, they're desperate to find places to put social housing on, and these two sites, I think, unless we're going to keep them as parks, and that's a decision council may make, you know, to turn it into reserve, but it would be good to progress this along. It's been appearing in our reports for quite a while, I think.
That's a matter that I can take up with the team. They are certainly intending to bring a report back, and we can try to get some pace on that to get it back to you.
Raise it again in confidential when we get.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Query on page 315, paragraph 6, regarding the Kupareru models been peer reviewed, and it says about informing significant infrastructure investments. Could someone elaborate or give me an example of what that might be, please?
Kopareru Valley model is in relation to the stormwater work. So this is a technical peer review of the stormwater model, and that clearly does flow into significant infrastructure investments in terms of stormwater mitigation, treatment and retention. So that's what that's about.
Thank you. Councillor Baldock and Councillor Robson.
Paragraph 22 was some of the best news I've read for a while, and those stats underpinning what we're trying to do there are fantastic. I just wanted to check what date, as at what date were those figures? Were they projections into 2063 or 43 or 33, or is that sort of pretty near term?
I will need to check. We generally model current day 2036 and 2063, I think. This would be 36 or 63, so it would be generally in the out years. So, yeah.
It has to be of interest to NZTA to divert that much traffic off, State Highway 29, surely to get some response. I know it's hard to get anything at the moment, but that's great stuff.
So, yes, and we are reminding them of the work we are doing. I think from an elected member point of view, this has been totally funded by TCC, and we've just taken the initiative to protect the corridor, otherwise the corridor opportunity will close with development occurring. So we're really trying to future-proof this, but what this modelling is telling us, plus what we're learning around the state highway issues, is this could be a critical part of our overall ring route and our transport master plan that, as you're aware, we're starting to work on in more detail.
All correction, our second ring route. That's correct.
Supplementary to that?
Yes, you may.
I don't suppose there's any chance of carrying that on from where that new ring road hits Oropi Road across Ohauiti to Welcome Bay. That would be a wonderful piece of infrastructure news if that could happen.
So that's been considered as part of the Welcome Bay Ohauiti study to identify. So currently there's insufficient transport capacity in that area to support more residential development. So part of the work that we're looking at is how much more land could you urbanise and what level of transport capacity would you need and how could that be accommodated, and one of the options is connecting it to that ring route. So certainly it's one of the areas that we're looking at.
Councillor Robson.
Really picking up paragraph 4, can we confirm that the issues therefore raised over the past couple of months in smart growth and with regard to smart growth itself, perhaps in UFTI, are coming to the UFTID meeting and when that date will be? And also, can you confirm when the issues around Tutumu and particularly the Kaituna 14 situation will be coming to us, and in what committee they'll be coming to us?
So it would be useful to understand which specific issues under smart growth and UFTI. So the formal reporting line for UFTI is through smart growth, but certainly we can bring update reports, and we are doing our first quarterly report to the next UFTI committee, which goes through all of those significant projects. Happy to meet with you prior to us finalising that, or if you email me and let me know exactly which particular issues, so I can check that we're covering that. So that is certainly the intention. And Tutumu was one of the projects that will be covered off in that quarterly update report.
I suppose the biggest thing that was in the last smart growth meeting was I best put it, mixed response and reactions to the draft foundation report, and at what point that would hit us, because although it comes to representatives on smart growth, it doesn't really come to us to formally respond to if we consider it requires a formal response. So I was wondering whether that would, if it's not coming here, whether someone would bring those things back to UFTID or to somewhere else.
So there's two elements. There's the Tauranga Transport Network or Master Plan, which Marty spoke to at the Smart Growth meeting, and then you've got the Urban Form and Transport Initiative. So under the Urban Form and Transport Initiative, the decision has been that the structure will be through the SLG. Generally, there is insufficient timeframes between when those reports are finalised to go onto the SLG agenda for us to be able to bring them to a formal UFTED committee. They just don't line up. So as you're aware, we try to have at least an informal conversation with all of elected members, but there's no opportunity to get it onto a urban form and transport agenda formally and then flow on. This is just the timeframe's just not feasible. But happy to have some conversations around that. But the master plan elements would come through. I'll let Marty speak to that.
Yeah, so specifically in relation to the development of the Tauranga Network Master Plan, we will report back to this council through the UFD committee, firstly outlining what we believe we need to do to develop and deliver that plan. Likewise, the work that we're doing around the transport activity should complement that work as well. So we'll report those issues back to this council. That's not to say that the network plan doesn't integrate and work in conjunction with UFTI, but we do believe that this is essentially a Tauranga City Council issue that needs to be managed and governed by you.
I appreciate that point, and I think that point was actually made on the day of the last Smart Growth meeting. I suppose my concern is more how we get things that happen at the Smart Growth meeting on our own records so that people who have an interest in Tauranga City Council see the wider game. And this report that's being delivered here now that we're reviewing now is post hoc. It reflects on what's happened over a period. If what happened at Smart Growth isn't going to come to us formally by any other route, then I would like to see it included in here, just so we have as a matter of record on our own records. And if I can sort of extend that idea a little bit, our websites on the aerial mapping is wonderful, the maps, etc. But to say, as we do in paragraph 25, that something was presented and open on the 1st and 9th of June 2016, therefore it's in the public arena, is probably a little bit totally 100% factually true, but not particularly helpful. It would be good for us to have things, if they're reported like this, to give some indication of where someone can go to find them. Because I'm conscious that these reports are not just reports for us, but they're reports read by the community. So people who have an interest in finding that, the question is, that doesn't tell them where to go to find it. And, for some things, particularly if they sit a while back, it's actually really hard to search our website or whatever to get hold of information. So in relation to 4, it's about, is there material we're missing because it's not going forward but should be recorded? And in relation to 25, can we remember we're not the only audience, and can we provide some sort of indication of how people get to information?
So just through the chair, we used to actually bring the Smart Growth minutes through to council, which provided an opportunity for the TCC representatives on council to speak to their council colleagues in a public forum about the matters that were discussed through the Smart Growth Leadership Group. And I'm not sure if that practice has continued because I haven't kept up with it. So maybe that might be the mechanism, because what that enables that, which is you delegate your representatives to go and speak. There is still a formal committee of council through the Local Government Act structure. If that came back through to council as minutes, then any matters arising or any issues you want to address or any discussions that you wish as elected members to have, that would provide a public forum for that to occur. So maybe that's the most appropriate mechanism. Yeah.
Add on that there is in the diary another UFTED on the 20th. So in regard to what Councillor Robson was saying about the NZIER and urban economics, maybe it's a good idea just to bring that back to that committee as a document to report, and brings it back to the public.
The secondary thing is actually giving people a link
making it
to
available.
it. So they know where to get to it.
Yeah.
So that was probably a misunderstanding on my part. I had presumed that you had thought that it was confidential and you were seeking it to be moved into open. So I've misinterpreted what you were asking for.
Okay, so any further questions? We've got to Tumu,
Happy to
Clippers
move.
Road, Gate Path, Hilltop, Resilience, Ring Road, Councillor Baldock's favourite topic, and the NZIR has been discussed. So it's been moved by Councillor Baldock, seconded by Councillor Malloy. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Baldock?
No, I think I said it in the question time. That's really good news, those stats.
Councillor Malloy, do you wish to speak? Councillor Clout?
Thank you. In speaking to this, just really a request for staff on page 318, which is the modelling of the traffic movements with the red and the blue lines, etc., which is great. But can we just have some road names or street names or state highway names so we can actually get a real understanding of what that actually is telling us? Thank you.
Point noted. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, that's it. DC 201. I put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against and carried. Thank you, Christine and your team. We move to page 320 of the report, which is the infrastructure report. I'm not sure if it's being presented by Steve or by Nick.
Thank you,
Is that
Madam
a both team?
Chair, for the opportunity to put forward the report. This report was put together by Steve Burton while he was acting in the role of General Manager Infrastructure, so I invite Steve and Martin and his support to speak to it. Before I hand over to Steve, can I draw your attention to the asset plan information at the start of the report and maybe suggest that that could satisfy as a response to the question by Councillor Stewart earlier on today and with regards to asset planning, CCTV footage, pipework, etc.
Thank you. I was going to elaborate on that, so thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll hand over to Stephen, Martin and Howard.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it'll be a bit of a tag team, so I'm happy to comment on anything about Three Waters, and Martin obviously about transportation and Howard about infrastructure. But probably just on the waters, I think one of the things to note is the graph we've provided you in terms of the water production for the city. It has, as you can see, it's at a new high for the volume for the year. And that notwithstanding that we do still put in summer restrictions over these long, hot, dry periods. You know, it is a trend upwards which is in line with really the growth of the city and the population. I think the other issue there is that we have to do some work in the Oropi water catchment. This is the forestry at Oropi, which is also where the mountain bike activities occur. As we've said there, we are working closely with the parks team and engaging with the mountain bike fraternity on that one. So we'll try and come up with a plan that we can do that as efficiently as we can, as safely as we can, without too much disruption. But it's still a plan that's being developed. It hasn't been locked down yet. Clearly, forestry is a high-risk activity, and we want to make sure we do it properly and safely. And so that work hasn't commenced yet, but it is work that we have scheduled for this financial year.
Steve, just while we're on to that subject, Councillor Baldock has a question.
I had asked previously, I think on a couple of reports, what the value of that forestry felling was going to be, because compared to the public good of the cycleway, and I never did get a reply.
It is in there. At the moment, we can't give you an exact number, but we estimate it around 800,000. Yes.
Take on board you're working with the cyclists, because it's a very popular thing, and if we go and destroy it with felling all the trees, it'll be a real shame. Some of those trees need to stay in order for the amenity of the cycle experience through the thing as well as just the disruption to it.
Yes, so we will be working with the parks team to get the right mix there. Some of our other areas we have returned to native forest, which is actually better.
So any questions on the same topic while we're on this, Councillor Robson?
Just to put on record that Chainsaw Bulldog is currently advocating for the retention of trees, and I think that's a matter noting for the public record.
Yeah, I'll come back to them. Do you want to continue on presenting and then we'll do questions after that? Thank you.
From a transportation perspective, there's some nice highlights contained within the report. A section on the LED conversion program that's trucking along extremely nicely. Probably about 25% through the program now, which is good progress. There's a section in the report about the Welcome Bay Lane. I don't know whether should we deal with that later on, because it's an issue that involves a report back from Oricon on some designs provided by some elected members. So I might just pass on that one for this moment. You're aware that we opened 6.5 kilometres of cycleway, walkway facilities within Cave Valley recently, and the feedback has been extremely positive from the community. So we're really pleased with that. And that's probably it, but I'm happy to take questions on the other items within the report if required.
Howard, are you presenting anything? Or are you just there to look good? Sorry, I apologise.
That's I'll take that as a very, very, very rare compliment, so thank you. We just put up a little bit of information about two things. One was the Matarawa Pa Bridge, which opened recently across State Highway 36, and the other is information, unfortunately just a bit of a holding statement at the moment on Southern Pipeline costs. It's pretty complex and there's still a few moving parts, not too many. So what we're saying there is we'll bring further information through with the rest of the development contribution material in January next year. Other than that, I can answer questions.
Okay, Councillor, I think because of the complexness of this, we will do it by page, and we'll get staff to respond as we come across the different topics. So that we'll go back to page 320. We've got the asset planning and information. If there's any questions around that, Councillor Robson, then Stewart.
Yeah, look, it's sort of a broad question, but it sits in this place and it seems an obvious place to address it. We've had a number of projects recently, Durham proposed around Wharf, Elizabeth, where one of the topics is underground assets, and we repeatedly get told that the assets are actually, funnily enough, approaching end of life, and therefore it's a good thing that we do this at the same time, and partly that's sort of project justification. My concern a little bit is that if we're repeatedly being in a situation where every time we stick a CCTV down a pipe somewhere we think actually there's work to do here, are we doing that for the assets that aren't under a streetscape project or whatever else? My concern is, how confident are we in the quality of the assets and their life expectancy currently? Because I repeatedly hear, every time we look at an underground asset, it makes sense to renew it now. Either we're writing off a lot of stuff ahead of time, which has a financial impost, or in fact, we've been slightly over-optimistic, or we're just unlucky, and the only assets that are failing to reach their end of life are those under the projects we're initiating. And I'm just looking for confidence that we don't wind up spending money on something above the ground, and then somewhere else very shortly we find something fails below the ground, and we weren't aware of it because we spent the CCTV money on putting a tree on a street to make a cyclist happy. So I'm looking for, how confident are we with our life calculations for our underground assets? And the reason I ask, as I say, is because I'm repeatedly seeing evidence that we're over optimistic, and on inspection, it's a bit scarier than we thought. And the irony is, of course, that a lot of these projects were initiated by an asset falling over that didn't meet its life expectancy, and us getting very enthusiastic about how we replace it, i.e. the admin building.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't suggest that me stating that there's a lot of science going into that will increase the confidence. But what I would suggest that under potentially under item 6B, where we talk about item 3, how TCC uses this information for the development of asset management plans, that we share that information with councillors.
I suppose I'm wearing it. Think about me as the Chair of Finance, Audit and Risk. What I'm seeing repeatedly is signs that there's a risk that I'd like to see quantified or at least addressed or assessed. So I'm comfortable that we're not leaving a legacy of, you know, underground structure failure to the next council or the council of, I don't know, Sam Taylor.
Steve, did you wish to add to that?
Yes, just to add to what Nick said is there is a asset management steering group within the organisation that meets and discusses all these systems, and we've recently met and said we felt that it was something that needed to come back to councillors to understand the rigour that's going into, you know, condition monitoring, performance, the modelling that we do, the science that sits behind it, and it is quite rigorous now, and I think it will give you the confidence around the underground assets, the ones you don't see. The ones that you do see, you know, they're easy. Yeah. Well, they're expensive.
Stuart, was your question very similar to that?
Well, that was one I originally raised earlier, as our group manager alluded to. So with the assets underground, the CTV cameras, how much information have we got regarding what's under the ground in our city? So, you know, have we filmed like 50%, 10%? How much information have we got?
Again, I think it's probably best we do that in a presentation. I'd be giving you a number, which would probably not be right, but the CCTV work is done to a international standard, and it's recorded and digitised, and it's of a high quality, and it's on a regular program of work. So over time, we can see the deterioration curve, so to speak, of each of those. But you can't put CCTV down pressure water mains. That's, yeah.
So the information we've got so far then, excluding the water, was that what you said? You can't put it down the water mains?
Yeah, we put CCTV down the drainage pipes, the gravity feed ones, and but water mains not. So we monitor breakage rates. We look at whenever we do a repair, we take samples of some pipe and we test it. There's several sort of ways that we can check the condition of the pipe and then the performance as well.
And just another question on that. 7 consultants are reviewing our asset management plans. What sort of budget have we got for reviewing that?
We'd have to come back.
Maybe through to Paul, but he's not here. But anyway, perhaps if someone can come back to us on that. And shall I just follow up with a second question, Madam Chair?
Could you just tell me the number of your previous question?
So my first question related to page 320, paragraph 4B. And then if I could just ask another one regarding Koperiri Valley. Have we got a date for the official opening on that? Because I know it was washed out. I'll rephrase that. The weather was inclement and the event was postponed.
So through the chair, we had the official opening. The family event unfortunately got postponed. We are looking to set up another date, probably sometime during the spring when we can hopefully guarantee a better day.
Okay, so carrying on over the page, we've got IDC improvement projects. Move into city waters. We're in the graph of water demand flushing program, which is underway. Councillor Kurek.
Steve, you mentioned the high water demand, and some time ago, not too long ago, it was raised the issue with the Waiari, and the suggestion was to purchase a containerised water treatment plant to solve the potential for problems in Waiari when they go down to do the footings, the foundation for the plant, to avert that risk of contamination. So potentially, could we purchase that sooner and plug it into our system to help bolster the city water supply in high demand during the summer?
So, yeah, I didn't present that one. It was the chief executive who did that day. But yes, we've got a package plant at Joyce Road that allows us to run the plant at its high rate for longer. So what it does is, with membranes, you have to clean them and you have to put them into clean-in-place cycles. And to do that, you have to take part of the plant offline. So your headroom that you have is increased if you don't have that sort of facility. So we put in a package plant and it's commissioned, and we can run the plant at a higher rate for longer now. And it's one of those package plants that we're going to have at the Waiari to give us that assurance and reducing risk. Yeah.
At Joyce Road or somewhere where you haven't got extra, or where you've got capacity, storage capacity, but not treatment capacity.
Yes, we've just got to be mindful of, where we install this, we've got certain consent constraints as well. So you can't just keep adding them on, but yeah.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 337, bus shelter rollout. With the criteria there, it says D, and it's got 4 suggestions. I guess schools falls into the high volumes of passengers. The one I mentioned, Martin on Ngātai Road, which needs one.
Look, through the chair, we certainly look at areas where we are getting a lot of passengers waiting for long periods of time for buses, and that wouldn't rule out providing shelters for obviously school children. We try and provide shelters initially on the scheduled bus routes, and we look at school routes in parallel, but the priority is given to first of all the scheduled routes, and then we look at high usage areas after that as well.
The Ngātai Road one is a scheduled one, Martin. It's the regular route 472 after 12:30 in the afternoon.
Through the chair, I do believe that is on our list. The issue with shelters, which we've discussed many times within this room, is getting agreement from the adjacent property owners to allow the shelter to be placed outside their property. That's the hard bit.
It's a school, I'm sure they'd be supportive. And just a question regarding pedestrian counters for the city centre. It says where they're located, but perhaps it'd be good to add commentary or data into the report next time on what's measured. So we've got where they are, but no data. If we could have that, that'd be really good. And if I can just, Madam Chair, for efficiency, do my last one, which is nighttime inspections of roading network. And I think this is NZTA, but out by the lakes, by the roundabout there, it is very difficult to see the lines, especially in the evening by the roundabout and the flow on to the Lakes Shopping Centre there. It's quite dangerous. I don't know what's wrong with it apart from it's faded, but it's quite a tricky manoeuvre if you go through it often and you focus, but it's not very simple to follow for some reason.
Through the chair, we'll raise that issue with NZTA.
Yeah.
We can go back now to where we were, page 323, where we've gone through city, the water demand, the flushing program, the estuary cleanups. Over the page to the water catchment and the forestry harvesting, which we've discussed. The bridge, which looks fantastic. Southern Pipeline, a lot of commentary and comments there, and some data, costs from Southern Pipeline. Councillor Robson.
Positive comment. This Southern Pipeline report, the way it's laid out, the funding sources, I think is really, really powerful in terms of understanding where things are coming from. Often people, when they hear a figure in a paper, $100 million, or actually by the time we've taken the financing in the lifetime, maybe 200 million, they think the poor old general ratepayers picked everything up. So that's really helpful. I'm a little bit concerned, though, that it would appear to take a number of months to get some sort of estimate on the probable DC shortfall. Is it possible to have an indication, at least of order of magnitude at this stage, or is it really so complex that I know our systems struggle, but it would take 6 months to produce that number?
So I'll speak for Paul. So this is done through the finance team. It is complex, and the reason it's complex is that you need to look at, to identify with the level of under collection, what amount was charged over how many lots. And the development contribution charge has changed a number of times over the 10 plus years that we've been building the Southern Pipeline project. So you need to go back into each year and find out how many charges were charged, how many lots were charged, or equivalent lots, if it's over GFA for non-residential, and then what was the applicable charge in that particular year. So there's quite a lot of work to go and do that, and it will take a little bit of time to work it through, and then looking at the forward projections and re-looking at when we think the growth's going to come on stream, because there was a range of projections around residential intensification, and those changed. So quite a lot of work to do just to work that through. So
And
we want to get it right.
So, for an order of magnitude calculation,
I've got no idea, sorry.
that's quite concerning, I suppose, isn't it, at this stage?
Well, we haven't, because it's quite a bit of work to do, we didn't start the work until we'd got a completed cost figure, because that was what was needed. Until you've got the completed cost figure, it's a continually moving feast. So we can now do that. It can be prioritised, but it's not something that has a flow-on decision until you get to the next annual plan. So that's really the timeline that we're working to. So you can take that into account when you do your next annual plan.
Will there be a note in the annual report, somewhere in the notes in the accounts of the annual report, recognising this risk or recognising something?
Question for Paul than me. It doesn't change any of the actual things that occurred. It might shift where something is sitting as well. It will shift between DC funded debt and rate funded debt. So we could add a note in that specific part of the balance sheet notes around that to say that this particular project still needs to be worked through. But your policy on this is that once a project is completed, then you will then do that calculation, and since that obviously happened, will flow into the following annual plan. That's when you'd normally have addressed it. So that's what your current position is.
There's a resourcing requirement that's not allocated to. One assumes it'll be material, otherwise you probably wouldn't have noted it here. So I'd like to think that, and perhaps to the Chief Executive, in the absence of Paul, I'd like to think that some consideration is given to noting that. I don't know where we are in the annual report. I know the auditors are working their way through these things, but I'd like to see some recognition of it. If it's material, we should recognise it somewhere.
That's something that we can consider next week at your committee meeting.
So the other point just to note is we did change the methodology, so it was straight lined and then it was done over set periods of time. So there's another tricky bit in this. It's not as straightforward. But we can note that.
We have clever staff. We just don't have enough time for them to do the job. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on, we've got contracts awarded, information, health and safety reporting, which there are no major issues. One very high wing nut on a push-pull prop struck finger. Any questions around health and safety? Councillor Baldock.
Page 331, if I may. I'll take paragraph 18 first. The glass curbside collection is very interesting that we may collect less on Wednesdays than other days, but what I was asking for several months in a row is an assessment on how much glass in total we are collecting both from our transfer stations and from curbside, so that we have some idea to see what curbside is delivering. Is it giving us more glass, or is it just simply being picked up a different way? And I haven't had that answer yet, please. So can we have that at some point? And having got that one off my chest, if I could may, or if there is a reply, but I guess it'll just be coming soon. I raise it each time. And I don't mean to be grumpy like that, but if I can go back to 17, rates funded curbside waste. It bothers me that a little bit that we are talking about a procurement process, and a Morrison Lowe being appointed. I think, and then it'll come back as a request for proposal tender documentation in public in March 20. I believe this is probably our next Te Papa Ona Manu Poratakataka, citywide. I do not believe we have engaged adequately yet with the city. We've gone through it in the LTP and so on, and we've agreed to go stage by stage, but it's always been seen as 2021, 2022. When we start getting into this area where we're appointing someone to be the procurement specialist, it's like we've made up our minds, and I'm worried, and I want to suggest that perhaps this thing I keep bringing up, but something going out in the rates and in the water things and getting the community talking about this much more is essential before March. Otherwise, we're going to find a lot of people really unhappy. We've had some of them come in and say, it ain't going to work for our village because you've got 4 bins and where the heck are we going to put them? And you've got people saying, I only use a little black bag every 2 weeks. Why am I going to pay an extra $300 on my rates? If we don't engage, we're going to really get bitten by this one, and I hope to raise it today, if I may, please.
That's noted. Thank you.
For the record, though, I will second Councillor Baldock's motion, even if we're not putting something to a vote here. Yeah, it's an important point.
It was well said. Okay, so no further questions around rates funded curbside waste, glass curbside collection. Initiatives through to transportation, which Martin's spoken briefly to the highlights. We've got the LED program. We'll come back to Welcome Bay Lane in a minute. Over the page to 336, we talk about the historic village parking, which came up in a previous report, which this may answer some of those questions that Gareth was going to come back to but doesn't need to, because there it is. Bus shelter rollout has been discussed. Over the page to TTOC.
Sorry, can I?
TTOC, we have a question from Councillor Currick, then Councillor Mason.
The timing of the signals at high volume intersections such as Hewlett's and Jean Batten, and I think you've raised this yourself, Madam Chair, how often are they reviewed in terms of the times to allow the side traffic into the main flow? Because on the odd occasion that I do use Hewlett's Road, and not on my scooter up Marapihi Road, it sometimes seems illogical in terms of the short time frame that the main flow heading into the city on Hewlett's Road, often it only allows 4 or 5 vehicles to get through before the Hewlett's Road traffic or Murray Street is allowed through. It just seems nuts.
It's a fair question. Through the chair, I mean, generally Hewlett's Road will get the majority of the green time, but there's always a need to control what comes out of the side roads as well, and allowing those vehicles time. But they are reviewed very regularly, not daily, but a number of times each week. They are looked at, particularly on our main arterial routes. Part of TTOC's role is to optimise the network as much as possible and ensure that we're trying to shift traffic as efficiently and as we can through the network. I've got a team that do that work, and that's their role. So they do look at it very, very regularly. Yeah.
Does it take into account the downstream, if there are downstream congestion points or not? So if, say, from from Jean Batten, downstream from that was fairly free, I would have thought that then you would allow more. This is all technical stuff, but obviously this is all taken into account. But mine's just a bit of a complaint that I've noticed. It just doesn't seem right. So if I could, suggest that it's reviewed more often.
Through the chair, I'll take it away and take that comment back to the team. But we've got congestion monitoring equipment around the city and it brings that information straight back into TTOC, and it's shown on a screen, so we know where the hot spots are across the city when the congestion's starting to build up. That's the time when we go and have a look at what's happening, and there's sometimes different reasons why congestion occurs. But that's their role. They're constantly looking at the network and trying to optimise it as much as possible. But I'll take your comments back to them.
The issue that I have talked about before that Councillor Curritt was referring to is around the Ocean Beach Road, Golf Road intersection, and when I asked and queried how often it was reviewed, the response was a couple of years ago we extended blah blah. So they're using scenarios that were a couple of years ago. We know this traffic changes every single day, every season, and the weather and the school holidays. So hopefully that isn't the case, that we're not going to look at it because a couple of years ago we made some changes and it didn't work. Be nice to know that reviewing of the signalling and the timing is more fluid and flexible based on all those different factors. So, any further questions we got through to the workplace cycle skills, Councillor Mason?
Just about Kupakaruru Valley, I cycle there probably 3 or 4 times a week. And I love it. It's a great facility for the city, and there's a lot of really nice bird life. Really good. Hopefully, we can get rid of the cattle one of these days. But what worries me a little bit, and I guess I was thinking about, was the stream and the sort of environmental impact on the stream, because it was about 6 weeks ago there were a lot of big clumps of reeds, going down the stream, and I was wondering. What it was all about, and then further up there was a digger that was digging out, from the stream bed, and I guess it gets clogged up with reeds, so it needs to be cleared. But how do we monitor the health of the stream? Where does sort of beginning and end with us and the regional council, and how do we, monitor that and ensure the purity of the stream, given the fact that the whole area is going to become an environmental sort of hotspot one of these days?
Through the chair, the agency that does the bulk of the monitoring is Regional Council. Obviously, we have stormwater that discharges into that system, and we operate under consent. So we do monitor our discharges into that environment. But stream works in that area would be the Regional Council. We do sometimes on the periphery of it, there'll be stuff happening. But generally, it's Regional Council responsibility. But, yeah.
Councillor Baldock? No, what we'll do is we'll go on page 33527, we have some follow-up on the Welcome Bay Lane, and we have the Oricon report, which Martin was going to speak to. I'm sure Councillor Granger, if not correct, will have questions around that. So, Martin, did you want to speak to that now? Page 335 of the agenda, bottom of the page, point 27, and the attachments, page 343.
So, Madam Chair, I'll just speak briefly to it, because we've talked a lot about this Welcome Bay Lane issue in this room before, but first of all, I'd just like to thank Councillor Granger and Councillor Curac for their involvement in the process to where we've actually got to today with the Welcome Bay Lane situation. We are getting close to finalising the design, and in that design we have incorporated some of the issues and designs shown in the designs from Councillor Curac and Councillor Granger. So we have tried to accommodate some of those into the final design. The Oricon obviously put the two designs through a rigorous safety audit process. Unfortunately, neither of those designs from Councillor Granger and Councillor Curac would have didn't pass a safety review, so they wouldn't have been taken forward to the final design process. But I say we've tried to incorporate some of those features into the final design.
Thank you, Martin. Any questions, particularly Councillor Granger or Curac?
No, I just want to make a comment. Thanks, Martin, and it gave us the opportunity to forward what we thought was suitable, and of course, because of safety reasons, I disagree with. It got canned, but at least gave us that opportunity, and just to make sure too that as we agreed, the option 3 and also progressing to option 5, they both will be part of that construction, I presume, and of course will be catered for by NZTA.
Through the chair, I can confirm that the final design is basically moving towards option 5, which is the ultimate design, which it's the best outcome for all road user groups in that area. NZTA have said that they would be funding option 5 to get Welcome Bay Lane open, so they have confirmed that.
And I did ask once before, so that does include, there was about $80,000 in regards to consultants' fees, etc. on top of that, and I presume that will be included as well.
That's a 50-50 cost share, because there's elements of things within the design that we have asked extra. So we agreed then to NZTA that we would 50-50 cost share on the design of the 80,000. So we're paying 40,000 of design fees.
Martin, for the purpose of anyone listening and for media in the room, when can we see some start and finish of this particular part of the project?
I can confirm that we're looking to start construction out there probably early September, with completion around about mid to late November. We're just finalising designs and contractor program at the moment, so I'll be able to firm that up within the next week or so.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Baldock?
Move.
Councillor Curac? No, he's asking
Skipping through
questions.
it a bit
Still on
quickly.
questions, people.
26 LED update. Now, I raised a question at the last meeting around the lumens that are emitted by the new LEDs. I had a complaint from a guy up Bethlehem, and remember he had those fancy lights and they were lopped off and an LED put in place. Well, one of his main complaints was the level of lighting that they give out, and the response was, well, that's adjustable and we can crank it up later. So on the energy saving in the report there, at what level of lumen is that energy saving at? Because if we find that people are complaining and we've got to crank up the lumens, that would require more energy. So how do we balance that, energy saving versus at what level it's set at?
Look, I've got to be honest through the chair, I'm not a street lighting engineer expert by any stretch of the imagination. We do a survey of lux levels. We've done that prior to commencing this LED conversion, and we'll do the same again once we've completed the project. That will highlight any what we call deficiencies in light levels across the network. At that point, we'll make some decisions whether we increase the brightness or not. In these low volume residential streets, it's unlikely that we'll be increasing light levels beyond what we've currently got there. The situation at Chater, I think it was Chater Avenue at Bethlehem that you raised, was an interesting one, because when we went out and did looked at the lux levels, it turned out that historically there'd been quite a mix of wattages within the current lighting, and some of them were up to 150 watts. Now, we don't put 150 watts into residential cul-de-sac areas or low volume streets. They actually should be on main arterial routes. So I'm not sure how that occurred in that particular street. So when we converted those lights to LED and we put the standard LED lux levels into that street, then he would have noticed the difference.
Thank you. I'll touch base with you because I haven't reported back to the guy, and so this is all interesting. Thank you.
Just through the chair to Councillor Curac, we'll happily have a conversation. I think his name was Mr. White. We'll happily have a conversation with him about that. Yep.
So I believe Mayor Browners, were you happy to move this?
Oh.
Or were you asking a question?
A couple of questions, yeah, if that's all right.
And then
They're
you can
not
move it.
actually listed in there, but I thought we might get an update on where we're at with getting NZTA to be present at a meeting. Just wonder if we can have an update at where we're at getting NZTA to a meeting about the whole Bay Fair to Bay Park project, if there's any movement there.
There's probably been a string of half a dozen emails today to and fro, and we're hopefully getting closer to a public meeting or a drop-in session that would encompass, I think, the overall project and obviously provide an opportunity for the community to come and speak to their particular issues, including the underpass.
And there was one other, and that's just in relation to Farm Street. When will it come back to, if, for example, I thought there were 3 simple things that could be done, how do I get those tested to see if we can do them? Yeah, that's all. In relation to Farm Street, some just traffic, for example, paint a centre lane. I mean, I've had some feedback on
today?
that.
Some of that is coming through the Arataki multimodal today, and some of them are coming back when we come back. You've asked us to look at the Girvan Road option, so some of them are coming back there, so a mix. Some today and some at the next meeting. I think it'll be coming to Ufted, I think, which is around the permanent interchange, and also coming back and addressing some of the matters that were raised by the community at the community session.
Yeah, because it was those matters that didn't seem that difficult either. I did get some pushback on some of them.
So
I'd just like them addressed as soon as we can.
Yes, so some today in the late item of matters that were raised by the community, and some subsequently.
Thank you. So no further questions, I believe. Councillor Morris, you have one more question. That will be the last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the proposed community meeting with our partners at NZTA, has there been any communication with them about what the content of that meeting will be? Are they likely to approach it with an open mind, or are they wanting to inform, in inverted commas, our community of their decision?
We're encouraging a meeting where we don't have any answers, where we can go and listen to the views and thoughts of the community before any decisions are even considered, let alone made.
I believe Councillor Baldock's happy to move the report.
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Morris. He's happy to do that. Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Baldock.
Look, apologies, I do speak a lot, but there is just some good news here which I want to highlight, and I might choke up over some pipes, but if you look at 4B, it was raised earlier before, there were 7 consultants engaged to review 6 of which are complete. We do need to get on record what they have said, because we ought not to leave with an impression that the only renewals we're looking at are the ones underneath our streetscapes and things. To have 7 consultants engaged full on means there's a heck of a lot of work they're looking at. And the comments from the consultants varied from the AMP covers all required elements and represents an evolutionary step in TCC's goal of improving its asset management practices, and this is one of the best asset management plans that we have reviewed. There is a sufficient amount of information in the plan for readers to appreciate how well the assets are being managed and understand how decisions have been reached. I am very proud of the work we do in the city with all the stuff under the ground that nobody gives any credit to, that it involves most of the money we spend. We are keeping an eye on it. We are renewing it. The reason we don't hear about it is because it's just going on. We only hear about it when we do a streetscape thing, which has got lots of public attention, and it's a component part of it. But there is an enormous amount, and I want to give credit to our staff and leaders that work in this area and have been working on improving these asset management plans, because that is where the rubber meets the road. In our city, if those things fail, we get it in the neck. We may get a bit of stuff back from other things going on, but when your pipes start failing, you're in deep trouble. So I conclude with those remarks. It's good news that independent consultants have found our stuff to be at that quality.
Any further speakers to this report? Okay. Councillor Robson.
Yeah, just noting that there's a difference between an asset management plan and the state of an asset, and it's really important to understand the difference between those. You can get consultants to review your asset management plan process, and they can be very, very pleased with what the process does. In those plans and in those processes, there will be all sorts of assumptions made, but on the ground testing seems to suggest that some of the assumptions we've made with regard to asset management plans currently in place may be slightly optimistic. There is a difference, again, between the state of the asset and the state of the asset management plan. It's the difference between planning and proper execution. It's the difference between what you put on paper and what happens in the real world. Enron passed all its audits.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Nick, Steve, Martin and Howard for the combined collaborative report. And I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against and carried. Moving now at rapid pace, page 349, DC 213, Inato Road walking and cycling improvements. We have Martin and Karen to speak to the report. Councillors, page 350 of the report.
Through the Chair, can I just make a comment while everyone's gathering their thoughts? I'd just like to say or congratulate the CE for the team that he's put around him, the general managers. I mean, I believe the quality of the general managers, that report we've just received, going forward, gives us all a lot of confidence that we're in a good space. So I just wanted to say that, to say thank you very much, and thank you to your general managers, and I think you've done a great job in setting up that team.
In 6 minutes' time, we will have passed our 8 hours in this meeting, so can I please have someone to move and second that we continue the meeting? Thank you, Councillor Bordick and Mayor Brown. All in favour, please say aye. Against and carried. Okay.
Request to the Chair, can I have a calculator? Because last time we went beyond 8 hours, I started producing numbers that made no sense. So if someone can give me a calculator, it'd be appreciated.
Yep, and I've got a bell. I've got a silencing bell as well. Over to you, Martin and Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just do a little quick introduction, and then I'll hand over to Karen for the more technical side of the project. But this is a key project, part of the wider cycle plan for the city. We're calling it one of our flagship cycle projects that we want to implement as soon as possible. It's been through a few committees with elected members, and we're at the point where we'd like to, well, we're going to go out to tender, and the design is well advanced. However, detailed analysis around costs are requiring some additional funding for the project. That's the purpose of the report today, is seeking that additional funding and secure that so we can go to tender with some surety that the funding is in place. And there are reasons why, a number of reasons why the cost of the project has increased, which Karen will go through in a minute for you.
And can you also speak to how it's being offset against the cycle plan budget as well, please? Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg your pardon. The original cost in 2017 and approved in the annual plan was 1.298 million. Subsequent to the detailed design process, as well as undertaking independent safety audit processes, some scope adjustments were made that included stormwater and drainage requirements and resurfacing of Ngātai Road, particularly between the Saltmarsh and Otamoto roundabout. That resulted in an additional cost originally of around 282,000, and on that basis a business case was submitted to NZTA at 1.580 million. NZTA have subsequently approved pre-implementation funding for the project, and in June, given some of the learnings and market conditions and the costs associated with projects, an independent review of the costs was undertaken, and that resulted in an increased cost to 1.908 million. So NZTA's funding, the contribution that is made is capped at 805,800, which is offset against the 1.580 million. But unfortunately, given the current funding situation with NZTA, they have no further funding available to support the project. On that basis, we are seeking $465,709 from the current planned cycle plan program from this financial year, 2020-21.
Thank you. The first question that pops into my mind is, have we done any value engineering around the project yet, or will that come later, or is there no opportunity to reduce the costs?
Madam Chair, we've put forward a high-risk allocation for the project. There's certainly opportunity to do value engineering in a number of areas. We've put forward, shall I say, the worst-case scenario, and there's any opportunity to reduce those costs through the contract process will be realised through that process.
Thank you. Mayor Brownless?
Looking at, obviously, when we put the 2019 business case, we got about half from NZTA. If at that stage we'd gone with the 1.9, would we have still got half? I mean, because that seems to be, is the reason why we're dipping out on the difference because we put our business case, we didn't have the full figures. That's what I'm trying to get at there.
I think to answer that question through the chair, you know, in 2017 that was our best estimate. What we don't do with NZTA is say, okay, we're just going to overinflate figures, because they look at very closely at the figures we put through. So at that time, based on the design we had and the estimates we had, that was a realistic figure at the time. So, but yeah, as we all know, in the construction game, things change particularly quickly.
Do you have a follow-up question, Mayor Brownless?
Yeah, it probably wasn't because I was actually referring to the 2019. So in 2019, we worked out that it was going to cost a bit more, and we put that figure to them. But had we put the 1.9, Would we, is it because we're now going back to them that they've said, no, forget it? Whereas if we'd been to them with the 1.9, they would have given us their approximate half. I just can't fathom how they can, it can all fall to us.
Through the chair, it is a challenge when you go through the business case process. The process is around 6 months, so the costs at the time, which I guess was about November of last year, the costs at that time were the costs that were known. We've had some significant escalation and change in market conditions in recent contract pricing, and that's eluded us to do a recent review. And unfortunately, given the funding challenges in this National Land Transport Program, the funding is certainly constrained. And unfortunately, if we could have changed that prior, I don't know that any additional funding is available from the agency at this stage.
Councillor Mason, then Baldock.
I'm not sure if it's who's to answer this, but my question comes from the Naito Road Cycleway Project Purposes Review. All of those projects are being reviewed on page 396. It says the consultant's view on actions to progress the project, and I, is near the Odomaitai Road, Naito Road roundabout. We suggest that the design be stopped short to enable alternative options to be considered as to how the route will ultimately connect to the city centre. So could you just explain what that means in relation to this? Or if it impacts?
Through the chair, what it relates to is the work around the strategic cycling network. And sometime, I think it was last month, I presented the Cycle Corridor program to elected members. And the next stage of the process is to look at potential route options, connecting Otamoto roundabout, potentially into the CBD. And there's a lot to be worked through, including working with AFTI and proposed options for that corridor that considers what is required in terms of passenger transport, and is there opportunity, for example, to go down Maxwell Drive. So that needs to be worked through in the context of the bigger picture.
What I didn't really understand was that the design be stopped short. Sorry, I don't really know what that means.
That essentially means not to extend a cycleway beyond the Otamoto roundabout until that other work is complete.
If I may have another supplementary note, is that if more people are going to be using that road, I use that road quite a bit on the bike, and if you kind of know that there's some, what's going to be happening is that 1 year, 2 year, 3 years ahead from the Otamoto Road into town, around about into town, then you're more likely to use it. But if you're not going to, because I find it quite dangerous, I guess for all the people moving, from all the way down from the start of this one. So when are they likely to have surety that there will be a cycleway all the way through? You know what I mean? It's the whole route. In other words, not just half. For commuters, that is.
Through the chair, I agree. There's still the connection to be made between Bethlehem and the back end of Ngātai and the Bellevue area. So in this year's low-cost, low-risk program, we're going to be progressing some area-wide improvements to complete that connection. We hope to come back to councillors with some options in terms of preferred routes in April 2020. That includes this particular section of Ngātai Road.
One more, if I may. So what we sort of should be looking in the sort of medium term in terms of this is just this 1 kilometre or 2 kilometres, whatever it is, along there, and the primary users are probably going to be those 3,000 school kids in that area. So it's safety for the kids is our primary concern. Okay, thank you.
Final question, Councillor Baldock.
Just going back to the funding issue, we got
51% subsidy initially we expected. We didn't get it, it wasn't definite. And now it looks like, if my figuring's right, I might be like John, after 8 hours I get things wrong, but I think it's gone down to 42%. I'm just checking that, the extended far rate was supposed to take it up to 75. We're not getting that, are we? But it's not because some of the parts of the project are not qualifying. It's simply they've just said, the cash is gone. We can only give you this much. Just to clarify that.
Absolutely, Councillor Baldock.
And I just add to that, through the chair, that the project actually went through a stringent technical review, and it was one of the projects that was held up as being good to go, as a very strong design, meeting its outcomes. So from a technical point of view, it's a good project.
Changes that have happened, I think, that's because it went back to John, didn't it, for an assessment of the, what do we call it? The
safety and network functionality assessment.
Which has come up with a really, a better project overall, isn't it? Anything you want to comment, John?
Happy to move.
Roundabouts are not good for cyclists, and when you once a design is looked at to connect this cycle facility that Karen's talking about now into the city, there are more than one option. You don't have to just go down Ngatai Road, and if you don't go down Ngatai Road, you perhaps can bypass the roundabout. So there are some options. We don't want to predetermine that, because that'll be decisions that you'll make in the future. But let's not do some construction and try and do something at the roundabout that's real hard and still doesn't give you a safe outcome. But this cycle facility provides good linkage for those people in that community to the schools. So that's why our terminology of good to go was given to it.
Thank you for that, John. So is there somebody happy to move DC 213? Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Clout. Councillor Mason, over to you.
It is always galling when when we end up paying more money, nearly $500,000 extra for this, especially when our so-called partners, don't come to the party. However, when you think of the 3,000 school kids in that area, many of them use that road, and we do want to have more and more people cycling. It is a dangerous road. I use it quite a bit, as I've said, and that particular part of it, it is really ripe for improvement, and so I'm very happy to move that we go ahead with it.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Clout.
Thank you. Councillor Mason clearly uses the cycling network all around the city. Well done, Councillor Mason. It's certainly, we do want to get people out of their cars, and if we can encourage school children particularly to cycle to school rather than get mum or dad to drop them off, then I think this is a good thing. We do want the cycleway network throughout our whole city to be expanded and completed over time. Obviously, we would have liked NZTA to come to the party more, but clearly the cupboard is bare from their perspective. So I think we just need to get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Robson.
Thank you. If I can finish where the last speaker left off, cupboard isn't bare, they're just not allocating it properly, in my view, and never done more for cycleways in our city's history, and Greens are in government, and there's never been less subsidies. So what the heck's going on there? And it's not just this paper, of course, it's the next paper as well, where the ratepayers of the city are having to step in terms of planning for state highways, finishing off projects that motorists have paid for through their petrol taxes and their road user charges, and government has a stranglehold upon the transport network around the city. And look, I'll be fair, I gave the last group a serve in a written column. I said that the previous government broke its promise to the residents of Tauranga around a 4 lanes across Turret Road and 15th Ave and connecting up to what was going to be the TNL, and also in this chamber as well. But this new lot, you know, Labour, New Zealand First and the Greens, are not delivering for our city, and I think it's probably the same if you speak to councils around the country. You know, comments from Minister Twyford saying that, you know, the New Zealand government has overinvested in highways for decades is just absolute nonsense. And it's really disappointing. It's really disappointing. You know, we had a delegation here last week from New Zealand First, a large group of them on a certain issue. They were very exercised on 11 Mission Street. And but where's New Zealand First on the transport in Tauranga? Lots of promises made prior to the election, little to no delivery. So it's hard. But look, it's our city, it's our residents. So if we don't step up on their behalf with their money, then these projects aren't going to happen. And it's not right.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, I have some sympathy with Councillor Morris's position. It appears that when one reaches central government and takes seat there, your moral compass disappears completely. I only hope those that when they leave there, they get it back. Because we've had promises made by the blue-led team and we've had promises made by the red-led team and they're just repeatedly broken, and Councillor Baldock just did the numbers. When we signed off on cycle plan and investments, there was the anticipation we would be getting 75%, if not greater, funding. And we're looking in this project at 43% funding, an impost on our population of, you know, near as down to 500,000. It'll be more than that when the final sums come in. So that concerns me a little, but as Councillor Morris points out, this is our community. These are, to a large extent, our children. So we need to provide them with safe cycleways. In that regard, I'm a little bit concerned about the observations about the roundabout, and I don't see how stopping short of the roundabout, given it is the only exit point, provides any greater safety than taking people to the roundabout or perhaps through it in some guided way. Because when you come down Ngātai Road, you get to a roundabout. You know, there isn't really an option. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I'm a little bit concerned about the reference to we will be working with AFTI, because AFTI is 1.5 people FTEs at one level. I don't see what contribution AFTI, in inverted commas, are going to make that isn't in fact our own staff or consultants we'd actually be paying for in the first place. So I'm a little bit concerned about kicking the issue to touch with AFTI. I don't really believe that answers the question asked by my colleagues. And with regard to the funding, I don't see what options we have, although I notice there is a process to work through, and what I'm hoping is in the course of this process, the government that we currently have comes to its senses. However, I'm not expecting that, yeah? And I don't think praying would make any difference.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. Mayor Brownless, last comment.
Yeah, I have to reflect disappointment that NZTA is not coming to the party with the full subsidy that it should be doing. That's its responsibility and always has been. And so, but I do accept the comments that it's gone so far and we are left to fulfil it on behalf of our community. Just overall, you know, when I look at all the budgets that we go through in projects, though, I am beginning to wonder if we don't have to incorporate from the very beginning a factor, and I'll leave it to better minds than mine to work what that is on every project we do, because it does seem to be a common theme that by a factor of 50% or so in some cases, that's what we're looking at by the time the actual thing progresses from a good idea in someone's mind to an actual realistic budget. So, but that's you know, let's encourage NZTA to do the right thing.
Thank you, Mayor Brownless. Right, a reply, Councillor Mason.
No, it's been a long day. It's good.
And we still have a few more papers to get through. Okay, so DC 213 moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Clout. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, and carried. Moving swiftly to DC 238, page 353 of the report. 15th Ave upgrade, stage 1, approval to construct. we have Martin to speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably don't need to necessarily introduce the people up the front here with me. You're all quite familiar with, we'll call them the Dream Team. The purpose of the report is to seek approval to start construction of stage 1. You're aware that we have tendered stage 1, which is about approximately $1.3 million worth of work. So we are in a position where we are ready to go. The designs are complete. So just remind councillors of the project objectives, basically to reduce travel time variability, improve safety, and provide the right amount of access across the network, particularly in this area. So it's not stage 1 is not a long-term solution. It's part of a staged piece of work to improve this key transport corridor from the Mangatapu, Welcome Bay, Harini, Ohuiti area, linking into Cameron Road and then further into the city centre and beyond. Extensive community engagement and consultation has been carried out over probably about a 3-year period on this project. If approved today to commence the works, we will undertake further community engagement and provide information to the community as an update to particularly the objectives of the project, just to remind local people and people travelling through what the objectives are. Stage 1 is really to deal with a PM peak problem and to free up parts of the network that are currently not functioning in this area, and the key one is the 15th Ave Fraser Street intersection. By actually providing more capacity downstream, we can ensure that the 15th Ave Fraser Street intersection performs better than it's currently doing. It's currently failing regularly, where vehicles cannot get through on a green phase at all, which then has an impact on Fraser Street and up to Cameron Road. So it's a significant piece of work, but it's seen as the investment we're asking for today, or the endorsement we're asking for today, is actually a low cost, low risk at $1.3 million. But there are benefits to quite a significant part of the network, albeit though we're not going to see free-flowing traffic down 15th Avenue. There will be some journey time reliability benefits from the project, plus some safety benefits for pedestrians and cyclists as well. I think what I'll do, I'll leave it there and open up for questions. The gentlemen with me today are the technical experts, so there's a potential that I'll be referring some of those questions to these gentlemen.
Thanks, Martin. John, did you wish to make any comments at this point, just to back up Mr. Parks'?
I think within Martin's report, Madam Chair, the comment to the review team sat down and has worked, and there's still work going on, but we are confident that the little snags that have been identified through the safety audit and network functionality work, which is a little wider than a traditional safety audit, and it looks at more closely at the safety risks around pedestrians and cyclists and other people in the corridor. That work, that review has identified some bits of improvement and if you like, enhancements to the design, which aren't significant but important for safety of, for instance, people in in or on mobility scooters. That work can be designed, progressed and included in the work well in advance of them actually getting to that level of finesse of the project. So we're still confident and comfortable that this project will deliver the benefits that Martin just talked about in terms of Fraser Street and maintain safety and access for vulnerable road users.
Thanks for that, John. So I have Councillor Granger, Baldock and Kurek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, please bear with us a little because there'll be a couple of questions at the end of it all. As this project, as you know, has been quite sensitive for me and has been a major issue for me in the last 12 years. So as again, please bear with what I've got to say. The Stage 1 project is a concern for me. And it is a concern when it states simply this, that seems to be sound logic to proceed with Stage 1 as it aims to reduce evening peak travel times. Now, I travel that every day. And the question I want to throw to you is I am not sure it will. And I feel that this could be the wrong message to the public. A couple of weeks ago, I joined Councillor Baldock and Councillor Robson. We met a couple of engineers out on site at 15th Ave. And from what I got in that discussion was simply more so around the safety aspects rather than trying to create better peak travel times. And I did question them at the time that I was there. How do you feel as regards to reducing that evening peak travel time? And they really couldn't answer that. They gave me no confidence at all. The point that I want to make is, if you wish to go to your agenda on page 358, under the traffic modelling, it shows you two pictures there, and it shows you one is the PM peak, which is the current, and also shows you the PM peak, which is post-Stage 1. Now, it shows you the PM peak current with a black line all the way down 15th Avenue around the corner of Turret Road. And of course, the post-Stage 1 shows you a lot less. But my major concern here is that we can show the black lines down 15th Ave, but what about the black lines up Fraser Street? And also the black lines up 15th Ave North onto Cameron Road? Because the thing is as you state here, the major issue is simply divert a lot of traffic from the local side streets and side roads to provide safety for the pedestrians, etc. But there's no mention anything in the Becker transport modelling of reducing the peak travel time. So the question I want to ask is, what are you going to do with that traffic that you're going to stop on Turret Road and Grace Road? You're helping it with the likes of traffic lights, but I've told you about that before. Traffic lights do concern me because once you stop traffic, trying to get it moving is very difficult. But I'm just saying, what's going to happen to that traffic? And from what I can gather, as we did a trial run, that traffic ended up nose to tail all the way along Fraser Street, back up 11th Ave, back up Devonport Road, and again back up on Cameron Road. So again, that's why I'm saying is that I feel and I am concerned that are we going to state, as you said, reduce the evening peak travel times?
Yes, sir.
Just haven't quite finished yet. Yeah. Just want to. That's the first question. Please bear with me a little. The other question I want to ask is we've done quite a bit of research on the Hairene Bridge, and we know, and we've been told that it'll carry 3 lanes. And I've always wondered why we didn't look seriously at maybe, as the first stage, to look at 3 laning all the way through to Cameron Road and do what they do in Auckland, run it on a tidal flow. It seems to work there at those peak times. And for me, I think that would have been a better stage to look at. So I do question that as well. You probably hear the tone of my voice. It is quite frustrating for me, my patience and confidence in is thinning, to be honest here, with traffic engineers. But if you could answer those two questions as regards to what are you going to do with that traffic that goes on those rat-run routes but won't in the end, what's that going to do, where are they going to run? And second thing is just seriously, did you look at the possibility of running a three-lane basis on a tidal flow? Thanks for listening. Thanks for bearing the question sheet.
Yes, through the chair, happy to respond to that. So I was involved in the traffic modelling and the preparing the traffic modelling report referred to. So the traffic model utilises the citywide micro-simulation model of the whole city network was used for this project. So it does take into account all of the streets in this area and effectively between the base model and the stage 1 model, we're implementing the changes in stage 1. So we're closing the Turret Road on-ramp onto the 15th Ave causeway, and the model automatically redirects traffic on effectively the shortest path for them for those movements. So that becomes the Fraser Street 15th Ave corridor. Also in the model, we're increasing the capacity along 15th Ave to 2 lanes outbound to help deal with those additional flows. The numbers you can see in those diagrams are the traffic volumes in the peak hour, so you can see the volume on 15th Ave is going up, even though the speeds are also improving. So the colours are the speed of the traffic travelling along 15th Ave. And then the traffic signals at Burrows Street are controlling the flow of traffic along the corridor until you get down to the extent of the stage 1 work. So in terms of the question of the wider area is being considered, and the queuing, especially the queuing that we're seeing up at Fraser Street at the moment, is managed by the downstream extra capacity in the traffic lights in at Burrows Street. On the tidal flow question, that's still a longer term option that we're working with the TCT team on. One of the issues that was flagged up around that was the need for gantries and the protected Pahutakawas on parts of that corridor, so that's something that will take a little while to work through, I understand, but it's still part of the longer term. I don't think it's a quick win as such.
So finally, and it'll only be just that, so again it comes back to that question, and we have the media here today. You are quite confident that it is going to, as you've stated, reduce the evening peak travel times?
The modelling shows a slight reduction in evening peak travel times. We think the variability experienced at the moment will be improved by removing those queues from the Fraser Street intersection and the better ability to manage the traffic on 15th Ave. As I say, a modelling indicates a slight reduction, but certainly for the scale of the project, it's modest for what's been paid for, what's been done.
I'd just like to add to that through the chair that we're talking about journey time variability and reliability on this part of the network. Currently, you can go there and it can take you 40 minutes to get through. It could be 15. What we want to do is ensure that we provide a bit more reliability into that part of the network. It doesn't necessarily mean that suddenly we're going to get free-flowing traffic all the way down the corridor and people are going to get from the city centre to Welcome Bay within 15 minutes. That's certainly not going to happen.
Thank you. Just wondering, Bruce, would you like to speak to that because you did the modelling work?
I did the very early investigation to see whether we should go ahead with design work, and at that time the main problem presented to me was the queue spillback through the Fraser Street signal. So there was a bit of discussion earlier in this meeting about how smart those traffic lights are. They're pretty smart when it's under congestion, but once things turn to custard, it depends on who's operating them. And what was going on when I investigated this 3 years ago was too much green time was being given to the movements that feed the exit lane, and the exit lane was only 80 metres long, and so it just couldn't accept all the traffic trying to be fed into it. And the knock-on effect was cut-through traffic through the Grace Avenue neighbourhood. So to me, the main objective of stage 1 was to extend the two-laning of the exit as far down 15th as we could get it, which turns out to be to the Burrows corner. and as a consequence of that, provide the queuing and therefore get people, the right traffic onto the right roads. So when I look at this latest set of modelling done by the consultant, I see that the queues are no longer extending through that traffic light and blocking not just those movements, but all the through movements on Fraser and knocking back to Cameron. And I also see the cut-through traffic through the Grace neighbourhood completely reduced. And so, to me, those are the two most important objectives of Stage 1. The fact that there is some travel time saving, to me, is a bonus. As Martin just mentioned, there's a lot of variability when traffic's close to capacity, and so when you see a travel time of 4 minutes, the variance of that travel time is about the square root of that, so 2 minutes, plus or minus 2 minutes to any one person's journey. So when I say to you, travel time is going to average 4 minutes, it could be 2 minutes or 6 minutes on any given day for a given traveller. So that hopefully that puts it into perspective. Yep.
Thanks, Brett. That's interesting. Councillor Baldock, Currick, then Robson and Brownless.
I was just going to say that when we were there on the site with Mike, and I forget the other gentleman's name, but or there were two there, but they were reluctant, as Councillor Granger said, to say there would be improvement, but they said that that was up to the modelling. So, you know, subsequently, we have the modelling, so I think it's being explained pretty clearly that it is a, you know, and probably with slight, you shouldn't even use it. You should just say, we're doing it for reasons, you know, other than just trying to get a slight improvement, because it's a part of a whole network thing we're going to work on. And I think the safety improvements we looked at, as I think John has said, are necessary, but they don't really impact on. We did look up the road, though, at where the bus lane comes back in again, and wondered whether, and I think this is my question, I believe we've already got a pretty wide corridor through there. Why we're bringing that bus back in again at the top of the hill as part of Stage 1, when possibly it could keep going and make a little bit more improvement.
Through the chair, the reason for that very short bus lane in the other direction as part of Stage 1 was really the fact that we needed to do a full signal at Burrows and put the poles in their final place and the lane geometry. So it's a short lane that was available, and therefore we chose to mark it, I think, in the short term for buses, possibly T3, but it wasn't really a big objective of Stage 1. Yeah. And then also on Councillor Granger's question about the three-laning of the bridge, I think I had a meeting with the councillors earlier, maybe 2 years ago, where I explained that the bridge is the actual bottleneck in the sort of neck of the hourglass. And until we actually widen or do something there, you're going to get very little travel time improvements in that corridor. So that's always your main problem. Yep.
Through the chair, can I just add something to the Councillor Baldock's question about the extension of that lane going towards town? There's an issue with Scantlebury intersection. That's another reason why we couldn't extend it further than we did. It's a significant safety issue that we need to address through Stage 2. So there's a lot of work to be done with that group of residents and how they access their road. So that's another reason.
Councillor Currick, then Councillor Robson.
Bruce, it's a very good point about the bottleneck, and it's identified to a certain extent in your report, Craig, where you actually point out a limitation in the model at that bottleneck, where the two lanes go through not Turret, what's the other intersection there, Burrows intersection, and has to merge. We know, we drive, we know that those aren't efficient at all. In fact, you probably get the same volume of cars going through there at a green if it was just the one lane, because people slow when they merge. So that's a huge capacity constraint. It's difficult to get around. You point out a comparison with Hobson Street, where it goes into the northwestern. Okay, that's a merge into one, but there's no restriction there. But here, when you take off the lights, the two lanes to suddenly merge, as you point out correctly in your report, there's a bus stop, there's car parks, there's driveways, there's a hyacinth centre there. At peak times, a lot of traffic could be coming out of that. And so that's a huge problem. And this is why I tend to support Councillor Granger. In terms of travel time, very doubtful. But the one positive in my mind is that with the extra stacking capacity coming down the hill, it will shorten the tailback. So it'll move those tailbacks off Fraser, which is no big deal. But the big deal for me, and I've witnessed it myself, is the tailback at Cameron Road, which restricts that flow on Cameron to go out towards Greerton, including buses. And so that will hopefully shift that, that tailback and congestion away from Cameron Road. That's the only real benefit I actually see with this project in terms of traffic efficiency. So I know the challenges, and it would be great, as you point out, if we got rid of that bottleneck and did the 3-lane tidal flow, it would be beautiful. But in terms of that issue with resource consenting and the Pahutakawas you point out, I raised it at this meeting because from my experience and knowledge of modern systems to incorporate tidal flow, such as the Whangaparaoa example, in that situation, I imagine you'd only need a gantry at the start and end point, so by the bridge and where it starts at perhaps Burrows or wherever, because they incorporate LEDs on the road. So why do you need to double up? Because if we can avoid putting those gantries along Tara Road, which would need major pruning, significant removal of Pahutakawas, then the actual job and the potential to get a resource consent would be much easier. So I just like to leave that with you. I know the challenges, but what do we do? It's not an easy one.
Thank you,
There's
Councillor.
no real question there. I'm like, Bill, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Councillor Currick. You're right. We do need to stick to today's agenda and the topics on it. I understand that that's all part of the big network, but we can please concentrate our questions to the staff based on what the recommendations of the report. We'll move to Councillor Robson. Thank you.
At least Councillor Currick didn't suggest pollarding the Pahutakawa. That would have gone down. Really clear questions. In the report, it doesn't mention it. Bruce, you made some comment on some numbers. What is the actual average time saving? What is the number that the model produced? Because it's not in the report. It says there was, but there's no number. We can share.
Bruce Robinson. I'm referring to the Becker report, figure 5.5, the PM peak travel time reporting. Currently, the model was suggesting a travel time from Harvey Street on Fraser down to that Turret Road corner of 3.8 minutes. As I said, plus or minus 1.95 minutes on that.
Okay, what I'm saying is it's not in our report for some
Oh,
reason.
okay.
Yeah.
But I think it might be in one of your appendices.
It is. But
Yeah.
we
So that's
talk
where
about
you
the
would find
savings
it.
In para 14, it frustrates me that in the body of the reports we write key information we allude to, but could be incorporated there.
Yep.
That's the point I'm trying to make here.
Okay. So the best it gets goes from 3.8 to 3.4 average, and as I said, plus or minus 2 minutes on each of those.
Then my second question, again a simple question, in your experience, and this for all four of you, is that noticeable? Is that the sort of thing that would be noticeable? And again, that's a subjective answer, but you have experience. Is that noticeable?
The levels of service at a given traffic light are noticeable in partitions of about 15 seconds per vehicle. So yes, I think people will notice that, but it'll be time spent in the queue, not once you get to that black area around Turret Road. So it's really what's happening is the queue discipline is changing from last in, first out, because the guys who go last in down Harvey Street end up first out down at the corner, to first in, first out, which is how a normal queue behaves, where first guys in turning on Fraser are the first ones to get to Turret. So it's really, the travel time benefits are in the queue discipline, but not really at the bottleneck or through the bottleneck.
Two questions. I've got a couple of minutes. It will be noticeable. And thirdly, just an observation. This result, or this approach, this solution, was actually suggested by a member of our local community. The stacking local community, a young fit gentleman, the name of Terry Leeming, suggested this in the council lounge some 3+ years ago. The wisdom of local knowledge. Thank you.
Mayor Brownless and then Councillor Malloy.
Just short, sharp type questions. But just in regard to Councillor Granger's black lines that he was worried about at Fraser Street. So he's obviously your modelling shows that doesn't happen. Is that? Just want some sort of confirmation there. Your modelling doesn't show black lines.
That's right. The modelling shows the queue shifting away
Okay.
from that Fraser Street area with the additional downstream capacity.
It's fine then. Have I understood it correctly that this stage is really being done, albeit it might have a few minor little time savings, but because of what's happening further on, so that if we don't do this stage, we're not going to get any benefit further down? Is that the purpose of this?
Yes, at that same meeting that I had with council a few years back, we mentioned that there's a couple of necessary precursors to fixing the bridge, if you remember that word. It doesn't help to 4-lane the bridge and still have to merge to 2 lanes on one or other side of it. And so a lot has to be done to prepare 15th Avenue for the 4-laning of the bridge. And we also have to be careful who we attract to the 4-laned bridge, no more than the people who should be using 15th Avenue. So that's a bigger question that we're looking at as part of the UFTI work.
And just final one, how long before we could 3 or 4 lane the bridge, do you think is a bit of an estimate? I know it's a bit of a reach, but...
To stay on topic, please, councillors.
Well, it sort of gives us a bit of hope for the future.
I think somebody was trying to tell us something today when they tried to burn it down nearly, but there's a subsequent stage of work going on that's coming out of Christine Jones's team around the next stages and the phases of this project. So this is stage 1 of really probably a 4-stage project that includes 15th Ave and Turret Road and Hyrene Causeway, and it's a significant piece of work around transport planning, environmental planning, resilience, and UFTIs over the top of it as well.
Madam Chair, can I just draw you, so one of the recommendations that we made, and I've noted that we've talked to UFTI about it, and when I presented this report on the 25th of June, I talked about the function of 15th Avenue in the wider network. So that's not necessarily going to change the volumes on this road, but it'll change the type of traffic and where it's coming from and where it's going to. And that's what Bruce was talking about now, that we need to, Turret Road Bridge has got the challenges, which you just heard about, but the wider network, we need the work that the Chief Executive has talked about and encouraged the Tauranga City people to do in terms of understanding what we, Tauranga City, have to do in that wider network. We've got to get a handle on that, because then that will help you make sound and informed decisions about the future function of 15th Avenue and then the design and the style of facility that's required. Albeit that you probably ultimately have to do something by 4-laning the bridge at Turret Road. But that's only at one end of the tube. You don't want to build something there and then have stuff coming from the west and the north trundling across the middle of your city when it should go around State Highway 29A.
Final question from Councillor Malloy, and then hopefully look to move this recommendation. Thank you, Councillor
With your
Malloy.
indulgence, Madam Chair, I look at 15th Avenue. To me, that doesn't seem to be a problem. 4-lane, and it's just a matter of money and time. The bridge is only a matter of money and time. But Turret Road itself, that between the bridge and 15th Avenue, is an issue. We've been looking at this for about 15 years, and we still haven't got an answer there. And I'm a bit concerned that we're going to fix everything up on each side of it, and we unless I'm missing something, we still haven't got an answer for that stretch of road between 15th Avenue and the bridge, because it's not wide enough for 4 lanes, I don't believe. And are we definitely going to tidal flow it? Or, what is the answer there? If you're looking at 15th Avenue and the problems there, I'd really like to know what the answer is, or where we're heading with that.
So as has already been discussed, it's a separate stage of work. So we have previously reported to you on some work around that Turret Road, and the bridge corridor. We are doing further analysis on it. It does form part of AFTI. We need to look at it in terms of the whole master plan of the core corridors. It's a substantive tens of millions investment. And so that needs to be well thought through, and we want to be able to secure NZTA funding. What you've got here is a short-term intervention to try to make some small improvements to make it a little bit better for people on a day-to-day basis. We also need to think about our long-term network, which will accommodate for growth across our city. We need to make the right investment, and that's going to take a little bit longer.
I'm just a bit concerned we're sort of boxing ourselves into a situation here where we've got both ends of it fixed and we've got the middle bit which we still don't have an answer for.
No, and I think it comes back to the level of investment that's proposed for stage one is relatively low, and they are small interventions to make some small improvements. We're not recommending a significant investment that's going to then give you no options to go forward. All of those options still sit there, and I think that's the key thing. We're not closing out any medium to long-term options around tidal flow, 4 laning, alternative routes, all of those types of things. The role of 29A versus the role of 15th is all still open for you to just consider and make a decision on.
Happy to move, Madam Chair. Unless Councillor Granger, as the ward councillor, wishes to move it. So happy to move. Well, that was an ugly look.
Okay, so thank you to Councillor Baldock for the opportunity for Councillor Granger to do that. We have you moving the report and has been seconded by Councillor Clout. So please keep your comments short and sweet. You've all had quite a lot to say in the last half hour, so just keep it short, please. Thank you, Councillor Baldock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I love the way you chair the meeting. This possibly should say reapprove stage one because we took a pause. We weren't really changing our mind on this, but we did take a pause to just have it reviewed again by some experts, the Dream Team, and I'm satisfied that the responses they have given us now warrant us progressing with this. As it's been said, it's only one piece. It is not going to be the answer, but it is not going to be the problem either. And we have other aspects of our road network to consider, the way the way it goes up 15th and affects other intersections as well needs to be addressed. So I think the right thing to do is get on with it. But we don't for a moment think this is going to solve the problems.
Thank you. Certainly endorse this project. We know that we're going to have to widen 15th Avenue anyway at some stage in the future, so why not do it now? And of course we are doing it in stages. Clearly the bottleneck will remain for the short term, but I think this is a very prudent way of addressing a long-term problem piece by piece. Thank you.
Larry, please turn your microphone off. Councillor Kurek.
I will support it. I will support it reluctantly because in my mind it won't improve travel times. I think we're all probably in that sort of space. But it is stage one of the final solution, and so we are progressing toward improving travel time significantly. As I point out, the only advantage I see here is to shift the tailbacks to avoid congestion at other roads such as Cameron and Fraser. But yep, the problem is that bottleneck, and if we can find some way to improve the efficiency, it'll be great. In fact, I think some people will find their journey time will be longer, and those will be the rat runners, because they will be required to line up behind a whole lot of other cars, and that will significantly increase their journey time. But that's the current situation. But in terms of moving forward, I do support this, and definitely support some discussions in terms of bringing forward a sensible solution for Turret Road, and that's the tidal flow and the bridge. I first raised it 3 years ago, I recall, at a candidates meeting in Morecambe Bay, and so it hasn't gained much traction since then. We have reports and some sort of concept drawings of how it would work, but I think we need to get cracking and see some more action.
Councillor Robson.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're not all in that sort of space. I'm pleased to see the Damascene conversion, Councillor Baldock, from transformational to incremental change. It's a wonderful thing. I recommend it wholeheartedly to everyone. I've been told, and I take it as a matter of professional respect, that this will make an improvement, measurable, to travel times in the PM peak. I've been told it will make a measurable difference to reliability, and I've been told by experienced people that this will actually be noticed, but it will be small. That's a good thing. I'm pleased to see we are modelling. I expect to get a report at some time in the future, maybe as a member of the public, that I can read that confirms whether what we modelled is actually what happened. In other words, now that we're using this model, we've got to go back and review and make sure the calibration and validations that we did are actually producing reliable results. One day I hope we get to a point where we can trust, on the basis of experience, the recommendations around transport, as we trust almost implicitly now the recommendations around our waters. The experience is what they tell us happens. If we can get there with transport, that would be a good thing. I support this. I asked for the pause. I voted for the pause because I wanted to see the modelling. I've seen the modelling. I trust the modelling's been done well. The proof will be in the experience of the people driving and the follow-up report, which must be done, that measures what the travel time actually is, so we can tell whether we can rely on that model or we need to invest more.
Okay, any further speakers? Mayor Brownless and then Councillor Granger.
Yes, I am influenced by Councillor Kurek's drawing to my attention that Cameron Road and keeping that clear is an important benefit of this. So I think that's a side effect that I think will be valuable. Won't repeat what everybody else has said. When it comes to looking at this potential tidal flow thing in Turret Road and across the bridge, I am minded that a number of years ago, two former councillors got out and organised a truck with orange cones, and they tidal flowed Chapel Street, Nartai Road, and it went on for a couple of years, and it made a huge difference. And it was done just with orange cones. So let's keep perhaps even look at doing something like that.
Final speaker, Councillor Granger.
I promise I won't take too long. I will support it, but very, very reluctantly. Why? I could not figure out, to be honest with you, why are we looking at PM instead of AM? Because the people I talk to, including myself, is more important to get to work on time, to get the kids school on time, rather than it is getting back home. I think that was more important. As regards, as I mentioned to you before, about the 3 lanes, the tidal flow, I feel that would work. I've seen it in Auckland. I've experienced it in Auckland, and it does seem to work. And again, as Mayor Brownless says, we can throw cones out, we can give it a trial run. But it's sad that we didn't get to that stage. I've heard the a few expressions there, bring it on, stage 2 and 3, you're damn right. It has to be brought out ASAP. We've been waiting how long? How long have we've been waiting? I would have preferred it to stay as a state highway. It didn't. Now we've got to do the best we can with our ratepayers' funds. Terrible it is. But all I'm going to do at the end of it all, and I will no doubt at all get many phone calls from the people out that direction when it comes to post-stage 1. And if there's any questions in regards to anything that has not improved, I know where I'm going to point my fingers at.
Right reply, Councillor Baldock. Thank you, Councillor Baldock. It is appreciated. I'll put that DC 238. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? And carried unanimously. We'll have a 2-minute comfort stop, grab a water, coffee, and then we're into DC 220, and then confidential. We have a quorum, so we will get underway. Okay, so in front of us we have DC 220 Arataki Multimodal Project. We have Greg and Martin to speak to the report. You have it in front of you. It was emailed out and it is in Stella, and it is a late item that we accepted earlier. So Martin and Greg, if you'd like to speak to the report, thank you.
So I haven't got a presentation for this report, so I'm going to take the report as being read. However, I am going to do a quick summary of the report. So the report's got 3 recommendations. 1, to be accept the report. 2, to seeking reconfirming the commitment for the project. And also approving staff continue with the implementation of the project, as we are have rolled out a couple of aspects of the project already. So the majority of the report is a summary of information which has already been presented to councillors over quite a few different sessions. So the first session was in October 2018, that is covered in Appendix B. November 2018, that's Appendix A. And the project was also taken to the May Transport Committee prior to going out to engagement with the wider community. At the Ufted Committee on the 11th of June, the council recommendation was to continue with the project using the local share funding with the low cost, low risk category from NZTA being utilised for the intersection improvements. So that's for the intersection improvements of Concord, Farm and Links, as well as the intersection for Marlin, Girvan Road. So I just want to make clear that this project is Arataki Stage 1, and there is a gap in this in the area covered by this report, and that gap is from Girvan to Concord, so essentially that Farm Street, Leander Street section, and all those streets. I think there's 5 streets there, so this report isn't, that section of the area isn't covered as part of this project. That's covered as part of this separate project. But as part of that project, we are working closely with that project to make sure of its alignment. I understand a couple of weeks ago at the Ufted Committee that the St John's site was being reconsidered as part of the bus facility as part of that project. So re-including that site as part of the mix for the bus facility has had a few implications for this project in terms of the design of the intersection for Marlin Girvan, but we will be working through them as the project progresses and as that project progresses as well. Another change that has come about after we last reported to councillors is that we've been working with 2 residents on Granada Street regarding the specific design of the Granada Street cycleway. So whereas the rest of the project is pretty well progressed and has got detailed design, and we are at safety order stage for the rest of the project, the Granada Street cycleway is kind of lagging behind because we are working with the community and a couple of residents on Granada Street to kind of resolve those issues, and we are pretty confident that we can come to a workable solution for Granada Street, for the cycle infrastructure on Granada Street. If happy to answer any questions on the project.
Thank you, Greg. Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Just for clarity again, this part of stage 1, we're considering works on the western side of Girvan Road, but not the eastern side. Is that correct? Did I hear that right? Or was I just hearing what I want to hear?
So, yeah, so the section from Girvan to Concord, so that Farm Street section, is in scope of this project. It will be considered as part of the bus facility project, and it's essentially stage 2 of this project as well. But Granada Street and through the park, so that part of that side of Girvan Road is part of the scope of this project.
But that's terminating around Monowai Street, not going any further east than Monowai Street, is that right? Because there's that detailed design of and how to figure out how to get the buses and the cyclists all non-conflicting.
So it goes all the way down to Sandhurst. So it goes from Sandhurst to Girvan on Granada Street, essentially. Yeah. Is that answering your question?
So by approving the paper today, are we approving works to go ahead all the way down to Sandhurst?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Baldock.
But it's only on that end. There's nothing, when you say it doesn't cover Farm Street, but I thought I heard you talking about Concord and so on too. So it kind of leapfrogs over Farm Street. What's the impact of the decision we make eventually on the, what I shall call the bus terminal? And I mean, do I have to talk about this confidential? No? You know, the potential of a negotiated arrangement. Do I need to talk about this confidential with AMP?
My understanding of the works that we're seeking approval for today are more network-related issues as opposed to specific issues that rely on the site of the bus interchange. Those issues exist anyway in the network, which need to be addressed regardless of the final site of the interchange.
Just picking up on that, so they're agnostic on site. So the only one is that Marlin intersection, which we've indicated that you've asked us to look at a site, the ambulance station site. If that were to proceed, that might change that one. So that's the only element. All the other elements, regardless of the location, we're saying they are safety and improvement matters that should be addressed. And in fact, some of these are dealing with the matters that the residents have been saying as part of that area need to be addressed. And they're looking for that to happen at some pace. So this doesn't presume any final permanent location of a bus facility.
It does assume that Farm Street will still be a route for buses to go through, regardless of where, if it was at St John's, we're still going to be looking at Farm Street, aren't we?
Yes.
Really, as a through road.
It's consistent with everything that Evely has told us about where people are wanting to go, and also the Regional Council in terms of their route planning. Regardless of where there is a bus facility, there will always be a stop there, and the buses will go through there. That's our understanding. So that is assumed. Yeah.
Councillor Morris.
Yeah, we've got 4 parallel roads, Maranui Street, Granada Street, Gloucester Road, and then of course State Highway. If you take the first and the last out, Granada goes all the way through, Gloucester isn't all the way through yet. But I just query the wisdom of putting a cycleway and a busway together along the same stretch. And when we went down to Christchurch, we of course saw the places where the buses were going to have to pull into the cycleways and stopping. Can we not separate the modes?
So it's worth saying that this is also a temporary interim project as well. So at the minute there's limited options in terms of catchment for running a bus. Maybe in a few years once Gloucester Street is completed and that comes into play, but this is an interim temporary project, so we haven't got that luxury for this project. However, as part of the design process, we have been quite robust and we have looked at the Christchurch examples for how to cater for a bus stop as part of the separated cycleways. So it is being done. In an ideal world, we would have the modes separated, but there's very few cities that have that luxury, and we're one of them. But the separated cycleway can still work safely with a bus facility, and that's been done in Christchurch and London and lots of other cities where they've implemented separated cycleways.
Councillor Granger.
Look, in regards to Farm Street, as I with the other councillors, we walked over that a week or so ago, and I noticed that the berm edge on both sides, there was a reasonable amount. Have we thought of maybe using that to extreme, that we can get what we want as regards to the width of the road to cater for the buses cycle?
So in terms of this project, Farm Street isn't within the scope. Farm Street design isn't within the scope of this project, and will be considered as part of Stage 2 and with the bus facility project as well.
Councillor Baldock, then Councillor Morris.
Sorry, I can talk a bit more openly because I turned around and saw that someone's gone.
We are still live streaming, Councillor Baldock.
Nonetheless, the fact that we're looking at both Bayfair and Girvan Road is public information as well. So,
Morris.
Again, sorry, the dog bone intersection, is that included within this? It is, isn't it?
It is included, and that's one of the significant areas of concern for the Farm Street and Concord residents. They really want us to sort that out because there's huge safety issues there for cyclists and pedestrians.
It's also worth saying that that is one of the first priorities of this project in terms of implementation. So yeah, once we've done the safety audit, that and the Mall and Girvan intersection number 2 priority.
Mayor Brownless, then Councillor Robson.
It is sort of separate, but it's connected in a way that at some stage I want the opportunity to raise the issue of a centre line for Farm Street and the realigning the lines where cars stop when they exit Bayfair onto Farm Street, which is currently halfway through a footpath. And the other thing, what was the other thing? The 30 kilometre an hour thing. So when is that coming up? It may not be today, but... yeah.
As discussed previously, that's going to come back when we come back with the Girvan Road, the option in terms of the ambulance. We have sent information, or it's either been sent or just about to be sent to the residents identifying each of those factors. We have had some conversation with Bayfair in terms of the line that you're talking about, as I understand it, and some of the other elements are being worked on. So we've picked up all of the key issues that were raised by the residents, and each one of them will have a response, and that will be included in the next report that comes back to council.
Councillor Robson.
Just one of the issues we've noticed previously is by creating, more of a network in places, we encourage the usage of it. So if we get more cyclists coming down, we're effectively funneling them into Farm Street. Is that correct? If we create these cycleways, is it just purely to improve the safety of those people currently using that corridor, or is it with a view to increasing the uptake and usage of that corridor? And it makes a difference, because if you're talking about increasing usage, you're effectively increasing the number of people you're funneling into a situation that we haven't quite resolved yet. So I'm just trying to, there's no, when we look through again the report, there's no indication of how many more cyclists we think will be using it, and I don't want to have to go back 15 years. But I'm asking that question, have we looked at what the impacts will be in terms of volume of traffic, volume of cyclists, volume of whatever, or is it just really a safety issue we're addressing here, or are we increasing volumes?